Well, welcome back, everyone. It's been a long winter break without cricket up here in the northeast, but we are finally back. It's been, if you count in the days, it's been 195 of them between the last day of last season here against Kent and the opening day of cricket here here in the northeast. And a little bit has changed. We'll just run you through these changes. So last time we were here was Seats Unique Riverside, but it's rebranded. We are now Banks Homes Riverside. The County Durham stand away to our right-hand side also has a new name. That is now the LNER stand. And a little bit away from the cricket field, Newcastle have finally won a major trophy since we've last been on air here, which will please a few in the Durham dressing room and also please the man to my left-hand side to kick off the new season here at Banks Homes Riverside, Sam Dalling.
I'm very pleased. I hadn't been counting how many days since the end of the previous home game at the Banks Home Riverside, but I'm pleased to know you have been. I'm sure you have been diligently marking it on your wall, much to your
absolutely.
parents' fury, Rob.
The amount of crosses that have just, every single day, they can pinpoint the exact same time every day and just tick it off. So, yeah, here we go then. Durham v Warwickshire. We're running quickly through the team. So Durham have made a few changes. We've got a debut, or as the Aussies would say, a debut, for Brendan Doggett, who has flown over after winning the Sheffield Shield for South Australia, their first trophy in 29 years. He joins the Durham squad and he makes his debut. Daniel Hogg, who was away playing twos earlier this week, he's been pulled out and he is playing. And David Bingham has finished up his exploits in sunny South Africa over the winter and he makes his first appearance of the season. They come in for George Giselle, Paul Coughlin and Graham Clark. And Sam, Warwickshire unchanged from last week.
They are. No real team news. The team news is the team is as it was last week. Al Davis captains the side. He'll bounce up the order. I'm looking forward to him. Ethan Bamber made his debut, moved across from Middlesex. Was on a hat-trick at one point last week as well. Always excited to see a bit of Sam Hain, Dan Mosley as well. It's a decent side, isn't it? And we have the old Will Rhodes derby, having made the move up north from Edgbaston over the course of the winter. Well, probably at the start of the winter. I don't know when he moved house. He may not have moved house. He may be commuting. I don't know what Will Rhodes is doing. I do know he plays for Durham. He used to play for Warwickshire. I'm a bit giddy. I think it's the sunshine. Do you remember this time last year, Rob?
I do, unfortunately.
It rained all winter. Poor Vic was miserable. We had a huge smile on his face this morning. It's a bit of a different winter. He went, yeah, you could say that. Absolutely glorious sunshine here at the Banks Home Riverside. I think we're going to have a cracking 4 days. Rob Rush?
I think we are as well. It's going to be, Sam, Ethan Bamber, who, as you mentioned, was on a hat-trick last week. He's going to open up the bowling from the Lumley end. And if you spotted the opening batters, Alex Lees and Ben McKinney, walking out to the middle, you would have seen that they are wearing black armbands. And we'll tell you a little about that after this first ball has been bowled. We've got 3 slips in play for Warwickshire. It looks like, just having a sneak peek, Vishwa Fernando, who Durham fans may remember from his exploits at the back end of the 2023 County Division 2 winning season. He is in Warwickshire side, but it's going to be Ethan Bamber to Durham first-class captain Alex Lees to kick us off. Yeah, as we mentioned, the black armbands the Durham players are wearing. Unfortunately, James Mento's mum has sadly passed away after a short battle with an illness. So the Durham players wearing black armbands as a mark of respect. And of course, the thoughts with everyone associated at the club are with James and his family.
Yeah, well said, Rob.
Lee's solidly in behind that one. Lee's winning the toss, as opposed to losing the toss last week at Trent Bridge, and deciding to have a bat on Sam. It looks like, from the photo, it looks like a pretty green surface out there.
Looks from the photo, it looks from what I can see as well from here in our perch in the commentary box. I don't know if we should read too much into that. I always like to wait and see how a pitch plays before drawing any conclusions, but it's the kind of surface Ethan Bamber might like.
Made the move up from Middlesex to Warwickshire. Signed a 3-year deal. He's one of those players. I was talking about this earlier in the press box. He's just, when I'm researching ahead of this game,
you do research?
Well, some of us do.
Do you not know? I thought you knew it all. I thought it was all in that head of yours, Rob, from birth.
Some stuff I have to research. But he's one of those ones you think he's maybe a little bit younger, but because he burst onto the scene as a 17, 18-year-old Middlesex, he's now 26, which is still, it's not an old age, but he's got a lot of experience behind him for being that age, as Lees watches that one through. I think you mentioned about watching how you want to see how the pitch plays. I don't know if you can see it just out to your left-hand side, but Vic has taken a very watchful position behind the wicket keeper. He's also very keen. He's been very happy, been very good growing conditions for him and his team over the winter. Not as much rain around, which of course just makes everyone a bit more pleasant.
Well, speak for yourself, Rob. Unpleasant rain or shine. I always bring in the sunshine. Yeah, Bamba, I remember him. He had that breakthrough season. I think it was 2021 now, where he took 50-plus county championship wickets. He was always in that. The obvious comparator was Tim Murtagh, right, who took off thousands of wickets over the course of his career, and Bamba was sort of his heir apparent. And he had that really good season. And then there was maybe batters worked him out. Maybe something happened with his action or with his fitness. I don't know.
Oh, well. He's carried on his good form from last week. Alex Lees, looking to drive at the last ball of the over, sees his timber uprooted. He goes without scoring. Ethan Bamba has the first wicket of the day at the end of the first over, and Durham are 0 for 1.
What a brilliant delivery that was. Alex Lees, having walked out there, 5 or 6 minutes ago. I don't know if he's played around that. We might see a replay, but it's hit the top of off peg. It's a perfect line and length from Ethan Bamba, coming around the wicket to the left-hander, which is very much the modern way. And there was certainly nothing wrong with his form, fitness, or action there. Ethan Bamba, beautiful delivery, brilliant start from Warwickshire too. 0 for 1, never pretty reading.
Indeed, and it's going to be Amelia Gay to walk out at number 3, now officially a Durham player, of course, after the permanent move from Northants over the winter. Picked up a pair last week at Trent Bridge.
Not ideal, that, was it?
No, Fergus O'Neill, I remember in the second innings, he bowled a beauty of a delivery. Second ball that ripped Amelia Gay's off stump out the ground and kind of helped sow the seeds for Durham's impending fate on Monday at Trent Bridge. But Ryan Campbell has spoken glowingly of Emilio, saying that he's worked really hard over the winter, managed to catch up with him at media day. He's feeling pretty confident in his game, and he'll be looking to put that right. But he's going to have to stand at the non-strikers end for the moment, as Ben McKinney is going to get set to take on the vastly experienced Vishwa Fernando.
Yeah, not played red ball cricket for a while. He was playing Test cricket over the winter. Well, I suppose most people have only able to play one game, but if you look at compared to Brendan Doggett, who's played red ball cricket in the last couple of weeks, so hasn't played since December. Test match for Sri Lanka against South Africa, but a decent pickup. I think he's only here for the first 4 games, or has got 4 games. Those 28-day visas potentially slightly problematic for some counties. They're able to bring players in. I mean, the man you were just talking about, Fergus O'Neill, can only play 28 days of cricket. Anyway, 3 slips wait, as does Ben McKinney. Looking forward to Ben McKinney. There's a lot of people that have jumped on the Ben McKinney bandwagon over the winter. Rob Rush and I was reading pre-season predictions in various newspapers and magazines, because this is the time, right? April, everyone jumps on board county cricket before they ditch it for international stuff. But McKinney is someone that feels like he's caught the imagination of a fair few journalists.
Indeed, he has. Speaking to a fair few of those journalists who came up for Media Day just last week, which also feels like forever ago now, the fact that Media Day was just last week. And he's kind of... Everyone up here has known about his potential. You know, Ash Thorpe, who's sunning himself in Spain at the minute rather than...
He's on holiday, isn't he?
Yeah, rather than putting in the hard graft of getting in the commentary chair, he's decided to take himself away to Spain for...
Is it one of these work trips that he pretends he's actually having to work really hard?
I think work is definitely in inverted commas in that sentence, but...
Driven by McKinney. First runs of the game doesn't time it as sweetly as he might have liked, but he picks up a single. Warm applause from what is a decent crowd here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Most of them over 2 hours left from our perch in the media centre here at the Finkel end, enjoying the sunshine.
They're all in front of Bannatynes and in the Paul Collingwood Pavilion, and some in the Dodd Robson as well.
You're just trying to remind yourself of the names
yes,
of the stands.
I indeed, Sam.
I like that. I like that.
But yeah, kind of, you know, the talk always with England is Zach Crawley, you know, is he the answer? And everyone knows that his game is sort of suited to Australian pitches. But is he going to have the form or the confidence to survive the English summer before we get down to Australia? And Ben went on the Lions tour, got to work with Andrew Flintoff, and he managed to pile up a few runs. And I think I was speaking to Rory Dullard, and he said he just is the Brendan McCullum type cricketer at the top of the order. He just is. Yeah,
feels that way. Saw him make a first-class 100 last year. His maiden first-class 100, I think it was here. His dad was probably sat over there right now, doesn't move. Probably hasn't ever moved. A bit like Vic. Vic's only ever in shorts. Ben McKinney's dad doesn't move from his spot. Gay opens the face, but gets no run to backward point.
And it's just one of those ones that Ben just needs to, you know, I think, as Ash will tell you, Ben will tell you himself, Ryan Campbell said in various interviews, I think with TalkSport as well, just needs to focus on his own game. He's still very young. I think turned 21 over the winter break. He just kind of focusing on his own game. He did sign a 2-year extension with the club, so that now runs up until the end of 2026, I believe.
Edged. And I don't think it's quite carried. It was one of those where keeper had to go across first slip. Bowler Fernando has hands on head. I always get that phrase the wrong way around and end up saying hands in head or whatever. No, hands on head. Anyway, Gay has survived. End of the second over. Durham 1-1. Welcome to you all on the live stream as well. Almost 1,000 of you out there watching. Welcome to the Warwickshire fans. We keep an eye on the comments, so do feel free to interact with myself and Rob Rush. Emily Windsor is going to be joining us as well throughout the day. I'm sure we'll have a little stint of groundsman Vic at some point.
He can't stay away. He's been aching for the cricket season to come back here. You make a point about me crossing up. He's been crossing the days off. I can guarantee you until he can get back in the comms.
That is his job.
Bamber looking to continue his good work from the first over.
So do you reckon Vic's been sat at home kind of with some cricket live stream on in the background and a hairbrush? He probably doesn't own many hairbrushes, Vic, but a hairbrush and just practicing his commentary in the mirror.
I'm not gonna put words into Vic's mouth. He can explain it when he gets
does
it.
that well enough himself, doesn't he?
Exactly. So I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. Great addition to the commentary team last year as McKinney leaves that one on length more than anything. Sees it over the top of his stumps.
Surprised to see you not with a minder this morning, Rob. You know, now you're a man of Sky after all. Thought you might have someone just making sure that you're in the right place at the right time and keeping those selfie grabbers away from you.
See, normally I'd be the one asking for the photos. I'm not the one that gets the security around me, so I'm normally the acting security. So role reversals. McKinney's in behind this one. You know, I did have to drop a message to Sam, head of media, just saying, you know, there might be a few instances where I am recognised, but don't worry, I'll keep it professional.
Yeah, it's come in the back way, didn't you? Is that right?
Yeah, you know, we don't like to make too big a deal of it, but you know, I had to sneak in undercover. You know, it's a price you have to pay these days.
The price of fame, Rob Rush. Well, it's nice to have you grace us with your company. Presume it was a chartered flight you got up here from the south.
Ooh. I'm not at liberty to say, Sam. I'm not at liberty to say.
Bit of encouragement early here from Bamber. It's a great start from him.
Yeah, I guess kind of piggyback on what you were saying earlier. Maybe it was at Middlesex. It was kind of the lack of pace. Maybe. Kind of, he's not the fastest, but County Championship has proven with its various stalwarts of medium or medium fast bowlers down the years. You don't need to have pace is not exclusive. You can pick up wickets with your movement. McKinney drives that one back past Emilio Gay. Don't think he got all of it, so the fielder should pull it up inside the rope, and he does, and the batters will come back for a second. We've got a... don't know if you remember this from last year, Sam. We've got a nice array of floppy hats out there compared to standard caps. David Bellingham in the Durham side is a serial offender for the floppy cap. Is the serial offender for the floppy hat. A few of the Warwickshire fielders donning one this morning, and why wouldn't you? It's lovely weather out there.
Yeah, I don't like to call it an offence. I'm all for it. I wouldn't say it's an offence at all. Paul Pollard and Russell Warren, the umpires, by the way. Match referee Will Smith.
Someone's just defended out into the offside. Emilio Gay will have strike for the next over. 3 for 1.
Paul Pollard's following me around at the moment. He and I were both down at Taunton last week for that high-scoring draw. Worcestershire batted 200 overs.
That was ridiculous to watch.
Game. It was, you know what, it was riveting in its own way, but I think it shows, actually, many people perhaps had Warwickshire and Sussex, those two teams played last week, as amongst the teams that might be struggling, and people were also penciling in Worcestershire for almost automatic drop, but they showed a little bit of fight. There's a lot of quality in this division this year. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. Right, here's Fernando. Bit of shape. Opens a face. Don't think there's a fielder down at third, so there'll be a chase on. Just a couple added to the scorecard, so Gay is off the mark with 2.
I think as well with Warwickshire, the fact they announced a coaching change so close to the season starting, I think it's Ian Westwood who stepped in as first team coach, but there was a lot of change kind of in early to mid February that had a lot of county fans kind of scratching heads going, what's going on behind the scenes at Warwickshire, and they've done well to come out with a high scoring draw against Sussex.
Good shape from the man with Vish on the back of his shirt. Yeah, John Simpson in the runs again. Has there been a better signing in county cricket over the last couple of years than Jonathan Simpson down at Sussex?
I think pound for pound, maybe not. I mean, Fairview up this way would throw Mr. Bellingham into that mix.
They didn't take him from another county.
We did not know.
I'm talking about
county to county. No, I think you are on the mark there with John Simpson. As well, when you think about Sussex,
I'm thinking about them.
When just the maybe the instability and Paul Pollard braces, he didn't mince his words at certain points and was very open about the fact that Sussex needed strong leadership, and if they wanted to compete in Div 2, get out of Div 2 and get back to Division 1 where they feel they belong, they needed to have that strong, stable leadership at the top, and John Simpson has certainly provided that.
You sound like, what's her name? Is it Liz Truss? Strong and stable government.
We all know how that turned out.
It's good from Vish. Big smile on his face. Lots of encouragement from the Warwickshire fielders visiting side. I presume they popped up here yesterday. Not sure where they're staying. Not that it's that relevant, but there's a couple of hotel options, isn't there?
Yeah.
Here, depending on budgets. What have we got? 3 slips in. Backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg. And a bowler and a wicket keeper. Again, soft hands from Gate. That one's going to race away a little bit more quickly, I think. I think that's the first boundary, in fact, of the game. It was well played by Emilio Gate. Just dropping those hands, making sure they weren't gripping that bat too firmly. 4, and Fernando pulls the sweat towel out of his pocket. Shake of the head. Gets ready to go again. 9 for 1. Bit of wind blowing across the ground here. Some movement from the Durham flags that are atop their masts. That's better. Better from Fernando. Fancy footwork as well to end the over. 4 gone here. Remember, Durham having won the toss, decided they were going to bat. Alex Lees wandered out, and he wandered back in again inside the first over. Ethan Bamber with a wicket. Durham 9 for 1.
Yeah, just a quick drawback to early this week for these two. Durham looked like Colin Ackerman's twin centuries were going to be enough. He was ably supported by Graham Clark in the second innings. Josh Tunn came on 80th over, just before the second new ball. Just got it to reverse swing and quickly said, will have those points. Thank you very much. I think it was 4 wickets in 8 balls for him that really turned the tide and got Notts the win. That was a good-looking drive from McKinney. He was unfortunately picked out the fielder at extra cover. Alex Lees hit a 50 in the first innings. You know, as we mentioned, Emilio Gay picked up a pair, and you just look down that batting card, and some people got starts. There just wasn't enough consistency, you know, for Durham for their liking, and that's probably where it was undone. Then from Warwickshire, as mentioned, the high-scoring draw it looked destined to be that way from early on day 2. McKinney's solidly in behind this one.
Shout from the good doctor. Liam Norwell from Gloucestershire single-handedly kept us up. Yeah, I do remember that. Didn't Norwell, he'd not played all season and then picked up 10, 11 for, did he, in the final game?
It was against Hampshire down at the... What was it?
I think it was at Edgbaston, yeah.
And then unfortunately his career has been taken away due to injury.
It's a good shout for a single performance. I think I still reckon Simpson has done more over his time at Sussex and will do more.
Yeah, Warwickshire taking 14 points. I think that sees them 5th in the table at the minute. And then Durham picking up the 5. They are currently in 9th, with Yorkshire propping up the Div 1 table.
Yeah. Big welcome back to Div 1 cricket for Yorkshire last week, wasn't it, eh?
Just a bit. Sonny Baker, who made the move to Hampshire over from Somerset last year, picking up a fair few wickets there as McKinney runs this one through backward point. Should just be a couple. And it is. Stir him now into double figures. Was looking through this Warwickshire squad, Sam. It's got quite a nice balance of experience and youth, I would say. You've got Hamza Sheikh, who's been in the England under-19 setup. He's
very highly rated, isn't he?
He looks like he's going to be coming in at number 3. You've got the experience of Ed Barnard, you know, just one of those ones you can pencil in every year to have a really good season. Chase Simmons is just doing a lap down in front of us. He's not in today, but again, another highly rated prospect. Is McKinney, the first signs of naked aggression, flashed through cover to the boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. A lovely phrase as well, naked aggression. Looks already in decent touch, young McKinney. I know it's very early to say.
Yeah, you've got Taz Ali as well for Warwickshire, 18-year-old academy product. He was also capped England under-19s. Kai Smith, the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, he's going to be fun, isn't he?
He's 20-year-old, capped by the UAE.
Is he?
He is indeed. He was in there. He's a capped at under-19s and I think at first-class level for UAE side.
You have been doing your research, haven't you? Did he get 130 odd in the Metro Bank last year, Kai Smith, against Worcester? I think there was a game where they were in a bit of trouble and he pulled them out of it.
End of that over, 15 for 1.
Sam Blacklock marches in, ready to remove Rob Rush from the airwaves already. He's had enough downstairs, 5 overs in. That's Rush's quota for the season. Decent start this. Well, a decent recovery-ish. Having lost a wicket without scoring, we wondered it could put you under pressure as a batting side, particularly when you've elected to bat. I think the way the toss goes and what you're doing always puts that little bit of extra pressure on. But McKinney and Gay looking all right, put on 15 so far. It is Gay on strike. He's got 6 from 9. Fernando has 3 slips waiting.
Quick single.
Ooh, shy at the non-striker's end. Might have been close. It was a good call from Gay. Just
decisive.
Pushed it to the right, so knew the fielder would, at mid-on, would have to come around and get right around the ball. So, clever running.
That's something for me that is kind of it's a thing that's kind of become atypical of the Ryan Campbell side, is that you're looking to kind of rotate the strike and also just take those quick singles when they're there to just make sure the fielding side can't rest on their laurels. They've got to be active every single ball, as you should be in the field, but even more so when batters are looking to steal singles.
Played with a straight back by McKinney, back to mid-on. Ethan Bamber, who's bowling at the other end and does the fielding. Fizzes that one in to the gloves of Kai Smith behind the stumps. Smith just continuing to go through his warm-up routine there. Cricketers will be delighted with the way this season has started. Normally they're stood around, couple of jumpers on, Woolly hats. Oh, dead to listen. Dan Worrell moving to Surrey. Yeah, that's a decent shout. A very good signing. Again, solid from McKinney. I think he's back in the Surrey side as well this week. Taylor's dropped out. I mean, that Surrey side was already looking pretty strong. Difficult place to go, Chelmsford, and Surrey haven't won there for years and years. I think something like 2018. But 2 more strong sides. It's going to take a very strong side, I think, to stop Surrey making it 4 on the bounce. You can't really call it a 4-peat, can you?
No.
Sure,
4 in a row.
Someone will come up with something clever. Let's hope it doesn't happen, eh? McKinney on strike.
Essex showed signs last week that they could be looking to put a dent in those hopes.
Have they signed another bowler yet? I know Silverwood was staying very coy. He basically said, I don't want to say anything until it's actually happened. Because they, as good as a cricketer Noah Fane may well be, he's no Shardul Thakur. And I think Wesley said openly, didn't he, we were just a seamer light probably. We don't have the depth in the seam department. Simon Harmer bowled something like 80 overs in the first game of the season. 16 for 1 here. Continue just with that little trigger movement. Pushes it out. To the fielder at cover, just the 1 man in. At cover, they've all got jumpers on, despite the warmth. Hiding the numbers from me. I'll get to know who the Warwickshire players are. When it's your team, when it's a team you do regularly, you know players by their gait and by their movement. Done a fair bit of Middlesex. I can recognise Ethan Bamber, but not a team I've done much of, Warwickshire, actually.
Nah, similarly. I did in my research, I noted down players' name and I put the number right next to him, so I'm able to spot them. Oh, that way, that's a glorious shot.
Lovely shot. Check straight drive from McKinney. He's going to move into double figures. No need for that one to be chased by Ed Barnard, I believe it is. 20 for 1, 6 overs gone.
It's been a tidy start from McKinney, and Ryan Campbell, again, he's spoken about McKinney's youth, but he's not using it as an excuse. He's always making sure that he's partnered with experience. You know, he came into that one-day cup side last year, surrounded by the likes of Alex Lees, Michael Jones, who's now moved on to Lancashire. Scott Borthwick was in that one-day cup side, and I was there down for his maiden professional 100 down at Canterbury. And I don't know about you, but I just get this almost like sixth sense sometimes. You can just tell when a battle's on it. And the way McKinney was bludgeoning that Kent attack, sending it to all corners, I just had this gut feeling that it was going to be his day. Lo and behold, it was.
You're calling it early. He has played 2 lovely shots.
He's played 2 lovely shots.
Are you guaranteeing his century
today? I'm not going to guarantee anything, but he is looking in good touch. Mina Gay looking to replicate that one, but probably wants to stay away from ones hooping down the leg side.
I'm pretty sure that was a guarantee from you.
I'll put it this way, if we're talking in a couple hours about Ben McKinney reaching his first century of the season, I wouldn't absolutely be claiming it as a guarantee.
And rightly so.
That's how commentary works, right?
Yeah, of course it is. Abso-flaming-lutely, Rob Rush. You wintered well?
I did indeed, mate. I did indeed. I did miss the cricket. Gay just rides a little bit of extra bounce here.
You were off gallivanting with the boss, weren't you? Every time I tried to get my name down for a little bit of commentary, he said, oh no, Rob and I are just out of the country. I'll get back to you.
Been on my travels a bit over the winter.
Where did you two head off to?
So, went to Barcelona pretty much as soon as the season ended in November for a long weekend. That was nice. Then February went off to Malaga for a bit more Spanish sunshine.
Oh, beautiful. Speak a bit of Spanish? Got it in your locker?
Je ne comprende pas. And then went out to took the plunge and went over to the USA.
Oh, how was that?
In March. It was amazing. I'm a massive basketball fan.
Right.
And
who's your team?
Boston Celtics. So anyone who's listening who knows their basketball, you can get your Glory Hunter chance in now.
Oh, is that them? Is it?
They won the title last year. I've been a fan for the last 7-8 years.
Oh yeah.
It's always.
Were they bottom? Were they rubbish when you followed them, or were they also winning a title?
No, they weren't winning a title. They've definitely been an above average side for as long as I've followed them. As Gay pushes this one to backward point, but I've always wanted to get out there and watch a live basketball game because of the time differences, staying up till 3-4 a.m. every morning to watch basketball's not really feasible. So
I could watch a lot of basketball at the moment.
no,
I'm
you
not really
definitely
sleeping.
could. You definitely could, Sam. It definitely help with the night feeds. But yeah, just wanted to go out there and experience America for the first time, and it was great. Managed to head down to New York as well, which was another amazing experience. Ooh, power in that shot from Amino Gay, but well stopped by Ethan Bamber. So yeah, that was a great time over there in sort of the beginning of March for around 10 days or so.
They're getting into their cricket as well in the US.
They are indeed.
Liam Plunkett's big over there.
I was about to say, you stole it from me.
Oh, sorry, mate.
Liam Plunkett, Jason Roy's played some MLR cricket, I believe. You've got more and more players now going over there. They are really making a big go of trying to get cricket going in America, and it's great to see. Just unfortunately, it's only franchise stuff at the minute and not any of this glorious 4-day game. Speaking of glorious, Amino Gay. He moves himself onto 11 with a lovely shot through backward point that ends the over, only scoring shot from it, 24 for 1.
Yeah, he'll feel a little bit better about that game. It was his second boundary, the other one where he just opened the face of Fernando a couple of overs ago, but playing a shot like that, you just stand a little bit taller as a batter, don't you? You feel like your timing is there. So the stand is now up to 24. What's it? Just before 11:30, 11:27. Couple of shouts, and there's a Cavs fan, Stuart Lang, Pistons fan, the good doctor. These teams do mean something.
Pistons have had a very good year this year. Had a very good year. They're looking forward to some playoff basketball. So yeah. It's a great time of year for me for sport. You've got NBA winding down the regular season into the playoffs. County cricket's back. Football season winding down. Actually, less said about football sides, the better, I think, right now. Maybe not for you, but for me, certainly.
Here's Fernando. Just gone a bit leg side. Tickled around the corner. I think that's going to go all the way for 4. There was shout to catch it initially.
Fine leg I don't think had any idea where that was.
It was well wide of him and along the floor, but maybe it was uppish a little bit. McKinney with his third boundary. Decent strike rate as well. McKinney 17 from 21 balls. This partnership starting to build. That early breakthrough that Ethan Bamber got, sending Alex Lee, skipper, back into the pavilion. Feels like a long time ago. It was only 6 overs ago, but these two look quite comfortable as it stands. Famous last words.
Jinxed it now.
Got that one away. McKinney, you just wondered if he was going to leave that one alone. And I thought, no, it's wide enough. Maybe I'll play. Is it Dan Mousley at backward point? He had a good winter, didn't he?
I do like the look of Dan Mousley as an international prospect. I think he's going to have a very long international career. It's not quite ticked for him so far, but he's only played a handful of ODIs and T20s. So plenty of time for him to work on that. And also, lovely to watch him play some first-class cricket.
Jabbed into the leg side, straight to Ethan Bamber, in fact, the only fielder on that onside up in what would be the white ball ring. There's a deep square leg out for McKinney, a fine leg. Same basically if you're going to take on the pull shot. Although, third slip is popping out. I think that might well be Sam Hain, purely because of the floppy cap. I know he is a big fan of those. And he's going in at a catching mid-wicket, I would say. Definitely catching.
Yeah.
Left alone by McKinney.
I wonder if this was the thinking behind Alex Lee's decision at the toss to go bat first, because while the indications on the pitch seemed like bowl first, did they inspect it and think if we can get through that first half an hour, 45 hour, it'll start to be a few less demon balls in there that we can then capitalise off and get some runs flowing. Because as everyone watching this Durham side since Ryan Campbell took over knows, runs are key.
Solid from McKinney. I mean, I'd argue they're a pretty key facet of the game, even pre-Ryan Campbell. I'm not sure it's a novel idea.
It's
I'm not
even
sure Campbell's walked in and gone, right, lads, I'll tell you what's going to happen here. Runs. You ever heard of these little things called
runs? It's been
runs?
accentuated. It's definitely been accentuated since Ryan Campbell took over. hoping to get him on the broadcast at some point over the next 4 days. He loves to sit down and have a natter.
Just because of the shots that McKinney is playing, I argue he's a tad too straight here, Fernando. Anyway, 8 gone. He's bowled 4 of them. He's got 0 for 16. Durham are 28 for 1. What else have they got seam bowling wise? Taz Ali
and Michael Booth.
Booth's sharp, isn't he? He is a quick bowler.
Michael Booth ended up going to Durham University for
Has
some of
he?
his studies, so he's not too... He knows the area. Played a little bit for Surrey Seconds, I believe, as well. Not played a lot of first-class games, I believe, though. Only picked up 12 wickets, and thinking this is today his 6th first-class game. But a part of the key part of the Warwickshire attack is Ethan Bamber comes in for his 5th over. Do wonder maybe this over, maybe one more before we start seeing some bowling changes for Warwickshire.
Yeah, Bamber's capable of bowling very long spells. I think they'll look after Fernando. Oh, what's going on here? I think Al Davies trying to encourage fielders.
He's tinkering.
Good to see tinkering in the field. Just getting the angle right, is he?
Is he pushing around pushing around point, go a little bit more in front of square, trying to cut off that scoring area for Emilio Gay. Straight to line there. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, speaking to Ryan Campbell, he said that Emilio Gay had kind of set the standard almost for the batters over the winter with just his work ethic, how long he was in the nets for, how many balls he ended up hitting. Obviously, not indicative last week with his pair, but overall, everyone down at Northants was, I think, safe to say, gutted when the news came out that he was leaving, and then on the other side of the thing, everyone associated with Durham was quite enthused that he was making the trip up here. So, not quite clicked yet, but I don't think it'll be too long before it does. As that one is flicked away past the catching mid-wicket. They'll run the first one hard and then gently stroll the second.
Yeah, I mean, 2 brilliant signings, potentially, Gay and Rhodes. Very different, profile of players. Gay is an aggressive-ish top-order batter who's looking to build his career and push on and push for Test cricket honours, whereas Rhodes is very much an established all-rounder, but has got captaincy experience. He's just a very good county cricketer.
So Emilio wants to take the game to you almost. He doesn't want to let you as the bowler. He doesn't want to let the bowler dictate terms. He wants to play on his own game. And you mentioned Rhodes' captaincy experience. That might come in handy later on in the season as we move towards the One Day Cup. Maybe Alex Lees gets a bit of time off as club captain after maybe he goes all the way through to the One Day Cup and then gets a bit of time off. We'll have to wait and see for that one. But Rhodes wouldn't be a bad option. As that one zips past the outside edge and Smith will take it clean. We've got George Giselle making his way back from a lengthy net session, it looks like, down in front of us. Had a very good pre-season. This George Giselle, so much so that he has taken the number 1 spinner position from Callum Parkinson, but Ryan Campbell, I think for the first time that Campbell's been in charge of Durham, he's gone without a frontline spinner.
Here? Or
I think just generally. First time without a frontline spinner. That squirms away off the outside edge, and that will be 4 more runs to Video. Definitely not the most pretty looking shot from the ex-Northants batter, but he won't mind. It's an extra 4 to his total, and the batters are sharing the 17 score, and Durham are 34 for 1.
Yeah, not his most convincing shot of the morning. That cliche, Warwickshire won't mind that too much. They will. Ethan Bamber will be absolutely fuming, and so he should be. Any bowler would be. I think that might even, well, not that shot, but we are going to get the first change of bowling of the game. Fernando's going to come out of the attack. He took the new ball, the Sri Lankan left-arm seamer. 4 overs, 0 for 16, was maybe going a tad too straight. I think this is going to be Michael Booth. No, it's not. It's going to be Ed Barnard, in fact. I forgot all about him. What a wonderful cricketer Ed Barnard has been. Wonderful signing from Worcestershire a couple of years ago. For those who like fantasy cricket, very much good value all round.
He's a solid pick. 317 wickets, I believe, in first-class cricket for Ed Barnard. You mentioned Surrey looking like they are the team to be beaten.
They are.
Hampshire are doing their best.
It's so early. Go on. Unless you can tell me they're 5 or 6 down.
They are 2 down.
Okay.
Only 18 on the board, and Ollie Pope has been and gone at his fortress, which is the Oval.
There's Barnard. Straight away, line and length. He'll bowl wicket to wicket. McKinney is solid there. You need a lot of patience. This will be proper 4-day cricket, these two. Barnard and Ethan Bamber, both fine operators in the county championship. A couple of slips. Who's picked up the wicket, sorry?
I think Brad Wheel picked up the first one of Rory Burns.
The old Scotland international, Brad Wheel.
And I'm going to give you one guess as to who's picked up the other one. Come on.
Liam Dawson.
No, not this early. Come on.
Sonny Baker.
Nope.
Go.
Kyle Abbott.
Yeah. Is Baker playing? It'll be interesting to see how they use the bowlers.
Hampshire are unchanged from last week.
Because we've got so much cricket to play in these first 6, 7, 8 weeks where teams are playing
every week.
Friday to Monday, bang, day off, play some golf, travel on the Thursday. It's going to be a bit relentless. So teams are going to have to be careful. And Baker only made his first-class debut for the England Lions over the winter. So they're going to have to manage him. Fuller, push back at the bowler. He is sharp though, like properly, genuinely quick.
Had a very good pre-season for Hampshire, which has pushed him ahead of some of the other bowlers, like John Turner, who's actually joined Lancashire on a couple of games loan that was announced yesterday.
I think Northamptonshire would have absolutely hated that news. They'd have thought, we might get away. Oh, no Anderson for our game. Okay.
John Turner. Right.
Might be a bit easier. No. But then it's a challenge. Darren Lehman heading up there with his team. Great to see him over here coaching.
He'll be up here. He'll be up here for the blast later on.
He opens the face. McKinney, just a single. All the experience he's got as a coach. Brilliant to see someone like him come over for county cricket.
It's also nice to hear him talk so highly of the county game.
Oh, he loves it.
You know, Ryan Campbell as well. He absolutely loves it. But with all the ongoing cloudiness of the cricketing calendar, and there has been talks and reports of county games potentially the ones making way in terms of reducing the amount. It's nice to hear people who have the outside point of view, as Lehman and Campbell do, talk so positively about the game. And I think Campbell did an interview with Talk Sport, and he said county cricket is the crown jewel of cricket in this country, and it's where every top quality test player has been made, and that needs to be remembered.
It was like a finishing school, isn't it? Particularly for the Aussies still. They very much see that, and it's potentially what Fergus O'Neill is overdoing. There's plenty of people that think he will play some test cricket. Last ball, the 10th. Gay on strike. Drives it straight to Bamber at mid-on. It'll be no run. Just one off that first over. Good start from Ed Barnard. Durham have made their way to 35 for one. You're listening to Sam Dalling alongside my friend and co-commentator, Rob Rush. I put a weird emphasis.
The friend comes first rather than the co-commentator.
I put a weird emphasis on it as if it was fourth. It wasn't at all. 35 for one. I'm completely lost. We're here at the Banks Homes Riverside, loving life.
Are indeed. We'll have as always throughout the year, we'll keep you abreast of not only what's going on elsewhere in the county championship, but when the North East Premier League resumes.
Oh yeah. Bit early. We pre-seasons this weekend.
Yeah, pre-season, bit of pre-season work. But when the North East Premier League gets underway over the following weekends, when we're on commentary with you, whether it's me, Sam, Ash.
Oh, Ash, I forgot about him. Don't bring a downer on the day.
We'll no doubt keep you abreast. I think Ash is maybe moving away from the playing side of things this year.
He said that all of last year, wasn't he? He had a big birthday the other week, didn't he, Ash?
He did indeed.
Big 5-0. And it seems like yesterday he was racking up double hundreds in Durham's too. Now, what a man, Ash Thorpe.
I did put a message in our group chat that he better be tuning in from sunny Spain.
He'll be on holiday. He's on holiday, mate. He'll be on a sun lounger, loving life.
As he should be, but also should also be respecting the hard work being done by us too. McKinney's back to that one, called a no ball by the umpire. Extras gets its first working out of the game.
Nice turn of phrase.
Let's have a look. What else is going around County Championship? Essex are... I think they might have heard your bowlers' comments and taken them personally, Sam.
Have they?
Notts are 8 for 2
Okay.
at Trent Bridge. McKinney driving this one inside edge to mid-wicket. They now have Kyle Verena available after his exploits with Western Province came to an end last week. Similarly with David Bedingham joining Durham up here. As mentioned before, Surrey 18 for 2. Sussex against Somerset. Sussex batting first, 33 for 1.
Interesting. Who's out there?
Tom Haynes.
Oh, I like Tom Haynes.
That's my fantasy cricket. Off to a bad start. It's Lewis Gregory ripping back some timber.
The skipper.
Down at Hove.
Who's picked up the wickets for Essex at Trent Bridge?
Jamie Porter has both of them.
I like the fact there's been a Jamie Porter renaissance in the last season and 1 point however many days we are into this game, because Sam Cook has rightly taken all the headlines, and there was a point where Porter wasn't an automatic pick for Essex.
Driven by McKinney, but straight to the fielder. So Hamid and Slater have both been dismissed there. And Yorkshire against Worcestershire, final game in Div 1. Yorkshire racing towards the 50 partnership between their openers, Adam Lyth and Finley Bean. Yorkshire are 49 without loss.
Are Root and Brooke playing in this one? Or are they still...
I believe they are still yet to be made available by the ECB.
Fair enough.
Yorkshire will be hoping that changes pretty soon. Harry Brooke, obviously newly announced England's white ball captain, and in a nice turn of events, we mentioned Dan Mousley earlier about playing white ball cricket. It's nice to see someone do the reverse of what's become the norm. You know, we see a lot of cricketers turn to franchise cricket and kind of ditch the county scene behind, and Harry Brooke has gone, no. England comes first, and I'm willing to put franchise cricket on the back burner for that. So it's good to see for that one. As Bamba's in again to McKinney. Back defending it. Just that it runs off the no ball for that over. 37 for 1. Gloucestershire against Glamorgan. Gloucestershire are in to bat, and they are 32 without loss. Kent versus Middlesex. Kent don't have Keith Dudgeon for this week. He's injured.
Oh, Keith. He came recommended by Joe Root, didn't he?
I believe so. But Kent are not letting it affect them. Middlesex are 32 for 2 down at Canterbury. Lancashire against Northants. Lancashire are bowling, and Northants are 32 for 1. George Balderson picking up the early wicket at Old Trafford. And then last but not least,
driven by Gay. That's a lovely shot. He's just leant into it, over pitched by Barnard. Fielder at cover. Had no chance. Gay moves into the 20s.
Textbook.
It was lovely, that, wasn't it?
Textbook. And then last but not least, Leicestershire v Derbyshire. Leicestershire are 40 for 1.
Both sides had big wins last week, didn't they? Leicestershire and Derbyshire made quite light work of it.
They did indeed.
Wayne Madsen scoring hundreds again. What's he, 53 now? See, Ash Thorpe should not be hanging up his boots if Wayne Madsen is.
What's the County Championship saying? Death, taxes and Wayne Madsen hundreds?
Fair play to him. Skipper as well, isn't he? Taking on responsibility. Probably again. I assume he's done it before.
Yeah, he has. I think David Lloyd.
That's better from Emilio Gay. Better line. Better.
Yeah, Wayne Madsen definitely wasn't. He wasn't captain last year for Derbyshire, and I remember there being a statement that they were changing captains again. Wayne Madsen, I think, put his hand up and said, "I'll take charge."
41 for 1 here. Into the 12th over at the Banks Homes Riverside. Round the wicket, wide of the crease, Barnard angled in to the left-hand butt. Left-hander. A bit of fancy footwork, and then throws the ball to Fernando for a little bit of work. A little bit of ball shining that needs going on. Huge shouts from the Hampshire fielders. Hampshire? What am I talking about? Huge shouts from the Warwickshire fielders. That was a decent delivery from Barnard.
There'd have to be huge shouts from the Hampshire fielders to make their way all the way up from the oval up to here.
They're vociferous in their appeals, the Hampshire fielders. Okay, he's got 21. Flicked into the leg side, just a fraction too straight, but the field is almost set for the bad ball. Fielder just in front of square leg, had to break away from his conversation with the umpire. Now being sent out into the deep, but that conversation is continuing to go on as the fielder trots backwards.
Wonder what the conversation is like with square leg umpire at 11:45 on day one of the game.
It's one of those questions, the big questions you have to ask in your post-play interviews. Short, pulled, in front of square. The chase is on for that fielder who does well. They'll come back for two. He gets a round of applause from Barnard. Game moves on to 23. Durham on to 43. This partnership is worth, well, 43 because they were 0 for 1. 11:47 is the time. I feel like a talking clock. Beautiful sunshine up here in Chester Street. I tell you, it's this time of year because it still gets very cold overnight. So when I left my house this morning, about 6 a.m., it was only 1 degree. And then, so I had the jumpers on, got a bit of a fleece. Got here, I don't need all of that.
Yeah, everything just gets ditched. McKinney seems to have... I'm not sure it's as much him taking a step as bad. It's been very good bowling from Bambo that's maybe put a little bit of a break on his scoring. Opens the face nicely there, but finds backward point. Would you say that's gully there? Feels a bit more gully than backward point.
Do you think it's almost quite a short backward point?
Yeah.
It's a bit wide for gully. I'll go with whatever you want to say, Rob. They can't see, so they'll never know.
That's a dangerous comment to be making on commentary, Sam.
Well, I'll go with whatever you want, or they can't see.
Both. Bamber immediately asking his captain for some field changes. I think Al Davis is going to oblige here.
Yeah, he's going to come out himself, isn't he? Move to catching, maybe wicket straight. So Bamber, what's he into his 7th over? Might be his last. He can put it. To be fair, he could do 8-9 over spells.
Yeah, just the one slip now in. McKinney watchful. It's also a good test for McKinney, this, having to be watchful and, you know, as Ryan Campbell has constantly said, it's not going to be given to him, he's got to earn it, and this is definitely one of those periods where, as any county batter will tell you, you do just have to sit in at times. It's got the feel of one of those periods as the ground staff make their way down in front of us. He turns this one past square leg. Be another couple. He moves himself into the 20s.
They'd be a good band, wouldn't they? Look like they're getting ready for just discussing the terms of a reunion tour. They've got one youngster with them, so they obviously need a new frontliner or something like that. No, Vic's the front.
They're just eyeing up what they're just visualising what a sold out night here at Banks Homes Riverside would be like. Can he back to that one? again, just defending. You mentioned Northants would maybe be glad that Jim Anderson wasn't playing, and then they get hit with the news that John Turner joins on loan.
Yeah.
Jimmy Anderson gave John Turner his Lancashire cap this morning.
That's nice little touch. He seems genuinely keen to be involved, doesn't he, Jimmy Anderson? I think he's the type that will try and play for as long as he can. So let's hope he gets fit pretty soon. And there'll be plenty of opposition batters who would, well, maybe they wouldn't say so outwardly, but they'll be quite keen on him staying away from a cricket field for as long as possible. Right, Barnard is going to start around the wicket. What a brilliant moment for John Turner to receive his Lancs cap from Jimmy Anderson. Barnard around the wicket. Gay's on strike. He's got 23. Still does, as he's sitting in behind that one. As you said, Rob, this is just a proper period of red ball cricket. Early on, these two, 45 from 73 balls. Current run rate's 3.46. Still a long time remaining in the day, long time remaining in the game. No rush. Sun is shining. Ball still relatively new. Bowler's still relatively fresh. But some good early work from both Gay and McKinney. Second slip's coming out now. And I think the catching fielder in at extra cover. Extra cover just gets moved back a yard or two. And that is 2 straight. Tickled away. A gimme really for Emilio Gay. Just needed a little touch. Goes around the corner. Kai Smith's dive is despairing. I'm up to 49 for 1.
So it's just a gimme to a left-hander. Those types of deliveries, it's just like a practice shot. Just tickle around the corner and watch it go away to the boundary.
Better line, but met by a solid defence from Gay. One slip in then. Catches either side of the bat in front of square mid-wicket and cover. Here's Barnard. Has adjusted his line a little bit, but wide enough for Emilio Gay to leave that one alone. Is Cameron Green here yet for Gloucestershire, or is he a week or two away? I know that Bancroft arrived this
I believe
week.
he is a week or two away.
That's fun, isn't it? Cameron Green. They've done all right in their overseas signings the last couple of years, Gloucestershire, I tell thee. Oh, he was trying to leave that. Emilio Gay.
Lovely late hands, though, to bring up the 50 partnership between these two.
Yeah. 50 on the board. 53 for 1. It's taken just shy of an hour, 13.5 over, so a healthy run rate. Be interesting to see or to know if Gay was genuinely leaving that on, because you do get those where the batter leaves it alone, but actually it just comes off the face when it nips back, or if he did manipulate it down into the gap down there. There is a big gap as well. Gay's into the 30s as well. He's got 31. Been a decent start for him. He'll be looking to kick on, really try and make that big score, particularly after last week. Flicks that into leg side. Should just be 1. Do we call it last week, or is it still this week, isn't it? Because it was Friday.
Well, he was out.
Was he out on the Sunday?
He was out on the Sunday.
Okay.
So
well, it depends if your week starts on a Sunday.
Yeah,
For some people it does.
You've opened a whole new can of worms here, Sam.
Yeah, let's not go there. 14 gone, 54 for 1.
I think Cameron Green, for his stint at Gloucestershire, is playing as a batter only.
He is indeed.
Yeah,
not fit to bowl.
Cricket Australia just watching that workload ahead of the World Test Championship final, first and foremost, against South Africa, which David Bedingham may have a part to play in.
I don't think Green would be fit to bowl in that either, actually. I think he might be a bit further away from bowling. I could be wrong.
And then, obviously, the just a small matter of the urn to fight for over the coming winter.
Well, they had Bo Webster as well last year, didn't they, Gloucestershire, who's ended up...
See, Bo Webster's one of my favourite cricketers just for the fact he can switch between bowling pace and bowling spin. I'm not talking about Ollie Robinson in the last away Ashes. Bo Webster can...
So he does it properly.
Yeah, he does it. He does it properly, and Ethan Bamber, after a very lengthy opening stint, now gets to have a bit of a breather. Al Davies tapping one of his new signings on the shoulder and congratulating him for his early breakthrough, but also giving him a bit of a break, as Michael Booth is now going to join the attack from the Lumley end. Okay, watchful first up.
Which end would you bowl from?
Ooh.
What do you bowl?
Some filthy off spin.
Okay.
So I think, trying to base it on where Callum Parkinson and George Giselle have bowled most of their overs from, I think I'd go the Finkel end.
Okay.
Well, what about yourself? The same questions. What do you bowl and where would you bowl?
Absolutely rapid.
Blink and you miss it? Blink and you'll miss that shot from me to go racing to the boundary.
That's a lovely shot. We've seen a couple of those from Gate. Just leans into them. There was one that got him going, really, wasn't it? It was his second boundary of this innings. Looks in nice touch, Gate. Just over pitch from Booth. Got that little bit of extra pace, you can see. Ball went to the boundary a little bit quicker and more quickly than any of the other balls so far this morning. There'll be a happy dressing room, won't they? Up in the Durham lot right now. Be pretty pleased with the way it's gone.
Well, I imagine
Alex Lee's aside.
I was about to say, I imagine everyone bar one is probably pretty content. Okay, rocks onto the back foot, but straight to backward point. Show of character as much as anything to put that pair out of your mind, and obviously would have been a fair bit of chatter from the Warwickshire boys as he made his way out to the middle, knowing that he's not got a run, albeit only after one game, but still just anything the fielding side can do to put any sort of doubt in your mind, and Gay seems to have pushed it all away. So he pushes that one away from his stumps. Coming up towards the end of the first hour of the Rothesay County Championship from Banks Homes Riverside.
Best ball of the day, that, apart from the wicket. That pace, a little bit of extra pace. You can see Kai Smith is stood a bit further back than he was for Bamber. Zip. Not a tall man, Booth, is he, particularly? He's quite skiddy. I'm trying to think who he reminds me of. There's a little bit of Peter Siddle in his action.
Oh, I love Sids.
Just retired, isn't he?
He has indeed.
Yeah, I think he's cycling somewhere at the moment. He's on tour. I do see his social media. Loves a cycle.
Lovely bloke to chat to last year. No ball from Booth. That will take Durham into the 60s. Yeah, did Sid's welcome interview after it was announced that he was replacing Scott Bowen, and then he joined us.
He did come up, didn't he? Yeah.
Had a good hour with it. Had a good hour with us on the live stream last year. What makes cricket so great. Okay, turns that one around the corner. He fancies a bit more of the strike, and he will keep it. He moves himself to 37, and Durham is 61 for 1.
A decent career, Peter Siddle, didn't he?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I mean, an Ashes hat-trick isn't a bad one to have in there.
What are his numbers all in? Let's have a quick look. Peter Siddle, 40 years of age, just finished playing red ball cricket. It's Barnard. Takes his jumper off 7.92 first class wickets at 26s. Peter Siddle, 221 of those coming in test matches. Never took 10 for in a game. Surprises me. Still, I mean, if you add in his white ball wickets as well, another 264 of those, takes him well over 1,000. I can't do the math quickly enough. Something like 1,056 pro wickets.
We'll roll with that.
Right, what's Barnard going to do here? They've got 2 set batters. Alex Davis needs to think about this. 61 for 1. Okay, just onto the front foot really early there. Solid in defence.
I think Sids is taking up a coaching role, though, with his home state Victoria.
Wouldn't surprise me.
He was...
Has he done with all cricket now, or is he still playing T20? Don't know. Fair enough. We'll move on.
I just remember mentioning when he was here that he'd taken up some coaching roles with the Victoria Seconds. So seems like he's going to be in the game a while longer, and I think I'm a bit jealous of those young Victoria bowlers coming through the academy and getting able to work with Peter Siddle. It's not exactly a bad person to pick the brains of.
No, good man to have. Very good man.
Also, if you need a coffee recommendation.
Yeah, he loves his coffee. Loves his cycling. Loves cycling long distances. Solid in defence, this. And really okay. Good start to the over. Halfway through it from Barnard. 3 dots. Just the one slip in. Yeah, he cycles a long way. But it's all cricket. It seems to be trendy, right? Everyone loves their coffee. One of the cricketers down at Somerset's just opened a coffee shop outside the ground, alongside a rugby player. Good coffee as well. Need that here. Around the wicket. Driven, up-ish, not in complete control of that. Emilio Gay, not completely on balance. Dan Mosley, I think it is, doing the fielding there. Yeah, Scott Borthwick loves his coffee, doesn't he? Maybe he could
Badger loves his coffee.
Open up a coffee shop just outside the ground. Little coffee cart as you come in.
I think it just seeps through the squad, doesn't it?
Oh, are there others?
I think I mean I wouldn't be able to put names to it right now, but it seems like it's almost through like osmosis.
When I like a good coffee, I'm trying to cut down. I had a lot of coffee in recent months. I have a 6-month-old who is an absolute joy. She is a wonderful human. I love her to bits. Wish she'd sleep a little bit more. Although she did have a good night last night, so only a couple of weeks. So maybe we're out. Maybe now the county championship is back, he's going to sleep a bit more. Good over that. From Ed Barnard and Maiden. His first of the 4 he's bowled so far. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16 for him. Durham having been 0 for 1 when Alex Lees was in and then straight out. Last ball the first over, bowled by Ethan Bamber. Durham having won the toss. Lees himself calling correctly. He probably didn't call actually. Usually the away side would call and he just flipped the coin. So he flipped it beautifully.
He gave it a fair old...
Give it a good flip.
He did indeed.
Told it where to land and it did land positively for him. 61 for 1. I'll stop chatting absolute nonsense. Which I find difficult, Rob.
The best of us do, Sam. The best of us do. Fisher Fernando making his way back on after just a temporary visit to the away dressing room, which has been done up this year. Both dressing rooms have been...
Oh, have they?
They've been very nicely done up.
Well, what have they done to them?
Well, what haven't they done to them is probably a better question.
Does that mean you don't know?
Why you got to expose you like this? It's very modern now.
Okay. Very
modernised. I think players have got their own individual lockers now above. Kind of, it's all personalised now. Especially with the new women's squad that we've got here. They're going to be playing every single home game at Banks Homes Riverside.
Glorious. When do their games must start quite soon? Is it middle of a couple of weeks' time? I think I've got a
They finish.
Blaze game.
So the men's game, if it goes all 4 days against Yorkshire, will finish on the 21st of April.
Yeah.
And then the first women's home game will be the 23rd.
Yeah, so I'm doing a game on the 23rd down at Nottinghamshire, so that's the first game of the season.
So
excellent.
They're in the middle of their pre-season. They played Warwickshire women at Edgbaston yesterday in a friendly, coming up just short, 2-wicket defeat for the girls, but overall spirit seemed to be quite high in the camp. Danny Hazel and her coaching team getting ready to set up for what they hope is a season of success. And I tell you what, Susie Bates as a overseas is not exactly it's a decent one to have.
Yeah, she's cracking, isn't she? I remember interviewing her last year, actually, for a piece when New Zealand were on tour. Seems like a good human.
McKinney drops that one onto leg side, and he picks up his first run in a while. He'll move on to 21.
And it's great to see that, isn't it? Elise Perry has just signed for
the Hampshire. Alana King's going to Lancashire for the Vitality Blast.
That's fun, isn't it? What a spinner she is, particularly in white ball cricket. Always good to see a leggy. Yeah, Gay hasn't been down this end, actually, has he? He's just taking his guard. He's not face move yet.
He's not. He's got his first look of him here on 37. Brings out the drive. Doesn't quite time it and will just trickle its way to mid-off. These two have just looked organised.
Yes.
Looked organised, gone about their business. Settled well after the early loss. Now looking to go deep. Bat long. As that one zips past the outside edge. I feel like we've got to stop talking about how well these two are doing, because it seems like the very next ball just seems to be an absolute ripper. Last ball of the 17th over of the morning. It's driven but straight to mid-off by Amelia Gay. He remains 37, 62 for 1 here on the Durham Cricket live stream. Rob Rush alongside Sam Dalling for this game. I believe you're back up here next week, aren't you, for the visit of Yorkshire?
I am. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying up a couple of days with the family in between the two games. And then the mother-in-law is coming up as well, so we're going to we've got a B&B somewhere an Airbnb somewhere in Chester Street for the Easter weekend. So
very nice.
Family affair. So basically, I'm spending all my earnings on putting a roof over my family's head while on holiday. But no, my wife and I got a couple of days in a spa with our little one over in the break between the two games.
Very nice.
Quite nicely and welcome. It's very welcome that Newcastle United rearranged the game that was postponed from the Carabao Cup final for the Wednesday as well. So
to be fair, I'm surprised you waited an hour and 10 minutes to mention it, seeing as you're a avid fan.
Hey, I'm in cricket mode. Barnard's going to continue his fifth over. One slip, who's quite wide next to Kai Smith. McKinney leaves that one alone. A little bit of shape after the ball, I think, had passed the bat through to Kai Smith. And keep it there as a shout. Full round of Rothesay County Championship fixtures going on as well today. A few friendlies in the women's game as they gear up for their season, as Rob Rush was saying. 12 days till their season starts proper. Historic year it's going to be as well for women's cricket, as that's a bit of an inside edge from McKinney. Brings him a single down to final leg. He moves to 22. Okay, he's 37. He's back on strike. I wonder how Warwickshire are feeling right now. They had that success early. They'd have thought, okay, maybe we can pick up a couple of quick wickets here. Maybe the pitch is going to offer us a little bit. It looks a good pitch. Looks less green already after an hour or two in the sunshine. Ooh, that's an absolute beauty from Ed Barnard, and that is as good a ball as you can get without picking up the outside edge. Emilio Gay has followed that with his bat, just hasn't been able to get a tickle on it, and luckily for him. Knott's 40 for 3 now.
Sam Cook got in on the action?
That's a very good question. He has. Driven. Nice shot, but doesn't get past the fielder.
Very good fielding.
Bamba on the beautiful looking pitch and square edge. There's no rough. It looks lush, that outfield. Victor Main and his team, what a job they do. Ethan Bamba sprawling away to his right, having bowled an 7 over spell, 8 over spell.
For Photographers out to our right-hand side as well, getting their fix early.
Photo fix. Here's Barnard. Face open, straight to backward point. 0 runs. I thought about doing it. I don't know if I fancy being a photographer. It looks quite cool, doesn't it? If you get a good photo, that must be very satisfying.
I don't think I could commit full time to it. Don't think I could commit full time, but I don't mind snapping a few pictures. Especially the views from the balcony up here are incredible.
Oh, he's chased that one again, Emilio Gate. Just throws his head back. He's annoyed with himself. That's just a temptation with someone like Barnard at that pace. If he goes just back of a length, batter's thinking, okay, can I cut this? And twice he's followed it, and the ball's just moved away from him. Good over. Nothing fruitful from a Warwickshire perspective. Gay survives. Durham 63 for 1. We're 18 overs into this opening morning.
Yeah, as we mentioned right at the start, up towards Banadines and the Paul Collingwood and Don Robson Pavilion is where most of the fans and members have situated themselves for this opening session. Got the LNER, newly named LNER stand away to our right-hand side. That's gently picking up in population.
You would have travelled LNER on the way up yesterday?
Yes, I did indeed. From London King's Cross.
It's a lovely route, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful. Especially now you can get between King's Cross and Newcastle under 3 hours.
Oh, that's been that way for a while, mate. 2 hours 50. Beautiful. Michael
Booth resumes his battle with Ben McKinney.
You should try and get in on that sponsorship, actually. They could cover your train fares, couldn't they? Part of the deal. Travel first class, or are you...
I can't. Not with the rail prices.
Cheeky
in this
little
country.
Upgrade, though. Get yourself on the Seat Frog app. Bid for an upgrade. Oh, I'm a big fan of that.
Gives me an idea now.
Yeah, it's good fun. Once did it. Travelled back, and Middlesbrough, where they were in the Premier League when they had Patrick Bamford.
Oh, this is, 2016, 2017?
Oh, now you're testing me. But I remember they thought...
I think I remember Gaston Ramirez being...
Yeah, it was that. It was... Was it Karanka? Was he manager?
Yes.
But they thought they'd booked out the entire first-class carriage, and there'd been a miscommunication or a misbooking. A mess up, right, basically. But Joe Jordan was on the staff at Middlesbrough. Oh, he was fuming. Absolutely fuming at it. Jonathan Woodgate was there as well. They had Callum Chambers at that point too.
Ben McKinney opening the face, but well fielded. No chance of a quick single there. Gone back to the 2 slips for Booth. Following on from Bamber at the Lumley end. Does bring that extra pace that we've talked about. Slightly back of length this one, and McKinney pounces on it. Gently pushed through. Will be 2 down to the man at deep mid-wicket who's had to run all the way around from deep square leg. McKinney now 24 from 52.
Yeah, just picked up the 1 wicket in last week's draw. Did Michael Booth, 1 for 63 in the first wicket from 23.5 overs. Wicket was number 11, Jaden Seals.
Opens the face and was able to pick out the gap there. McKinney, he wasn't able to a couple of deliveries before. Yeah, Jaden Seals, I saw him pick up, I think it was Robbie Yates. No, it might have been Al Davis in the second innings. The ball just did not bounce at all. Davis was waiting for the bounce so he could get his bat on it, but just really stuck in the pitch and clattered him on the pad, and that was all she wrote for, I believe, Al Davis in the second innings down there. Some field tweaking going on as deep third comes up in his position as Amina Gay looked to turn that leg side but ended up squirting out into the offside, and 3 runs from that over, 66 for 1.
Booth through 3 overs, 0 for 11. Barnard just bowled that maiden, missed the outside edge of Gay a couple of times.
Sam Blacklock blessing us with our first guest of the season.
Oh, go on, who we got?
It's the head groundsman himself.
Oh, couldn't wait. Soon, he said, I'll be on this afternoon, so as soon as it's 12 o'clock, he's knocking on the door.
I said he couldn't wait. He would have been counting down the days himself till he could stick the guest headset on and impart his wisdom.
You can have the real headset. I'll take a break, let you go with Vic for a bit, and then I'll come in and take over. Largely, Rob, because I need to lose. So.
We've pitch 8. This one has been prepared for this game. I wonder if that one that we saw Ethan Bamber take a spawn on, the one more to the edge of the square on the right hand side, I wonder if that one's being prepped for next week against Yorkshire.
Yeah, it does look the most likely candidate, doesn't it? But good news, you can ask someone who knows better than me.
Exactly, we can get the answers.
Very shortly. I'm guessing. I haven't got access to Vic's spreadsheet.
Plenty of encouragement out there.
Yeah, just having to be patient here. Barnard's not conceded a run for a while, at least 9 balls.
Settled into a very nice rhythm from the Finkel end.
And actually for a fair while, it didn't look like the bowls were getting anything out of the pitch. It felt like it was going to be a really long day. And just that last over of Barnard, those couple of balls that went past Gaze outside edge. But McKinney is looking solid. Encouraging shouts from the Warwickshire fielders. Crowd just building a little bit as well. A few more coming in. Plenty would have been in as soon as the gates opened. They've been waiting all winter, just like Rob Rush, for this date. Had to wait another week because the Durham were away first. Good bit of work from Fernando. Gets down at mid-on. Probably saves a run there. Barnard looking for back-to-back maidens. Just building a little bit of pressure on Durham. Knock on the door, I suspect. He's very polite. First time he comes in, Vic. Give it a couple of games and he'll be marching in without that knock.
He'll be starting the live stream off before we know it.
We could continue with the knocking, Vic. That'd be ideal, please. Ooh, pushed past second slip. I think he was in control of that, Ben McKinney. It's run away to the boundary. Either way, Durham move on to 70. It won't be back-to-back maidens for Ed Barnard. McKinney has 29. Emilio Gay has 37. There's 20 overs gone. Rob Rush is going to stay on. I'm going to nip off. And Victor Main's going to jump in.
Leave Ian Westwood just taking a lap around the pitch away to our right hand side. I'll have a quick chat with Vishwa Fernando as for the first time of the 2025 season we can welcome in Durham head groundsman Vic Domain. It's Michael Booth, bowls the first bouncer of the morning. How have you gone over the winter, Vic?
Good afternoon, guys. Yeah, well, it's always a bonus to get through a winter and survive another winter when you get to my age. So yeah, it's been pretty good actually. We've had some decent weather this year as opposed to 12 months ago, and in a pretty decent position. So it's been a fairly easy winter this time.
Gaze on the back foot for that one. I imagine there's got to be an extra. Is there an extra sweet feeling of being on for the first game of the year, especially what happened 12 months ago?
Oh yeah, really always look forward to a new season. Always an exciting time to see what's going to happen, what's going to develop with the side, And it's great to be back out there with the sun shining and not worrying too much about pulling covers today.
Just pull them off once and you're done with it pretty much until the close.
I hope so.
So, your expertise, obviously, the pitches. This is pitch 8 this one's been playing on today?
Yeah, this is pitch 8, which is reasonably central for us. Pitch that I'm normally quite happy with. But you never quite know from season to season, and particularly being this early in the season, there are a lot of factors that can weigh on a pitch.
Oh, Emilio Gay, that's a lovely looking shot. Unfortunately, it won't reach the boundary. Very nicely stopped at extra cover.
So we're never quite sure. I mean, I'm the worst judge of a pitch going. People always come to me and say, "Oh, how's the pitch going to play?" And to be honest with you, I haven't got a clue. You just prepare it and in the normal way, and hope that it's going to play okay. But until we've had an hour's play, you're never absolutely sure.
Just to single out, I tried to sneak some info out of Ben last week about what kind of pitch was being prepared for this one. He was very tight-lipped. didn't give anything away.
No, I mean, Ben, all of us are the same. I mean, we just hope the pitch is gonna play well. Ben will be the same. He's preparing the nets, and he's hoping that his nets are going to play well and provide good practice for the guys. But we're never absolutely sure what's gonna happen.
Good over from Booth there, just a single, 71 for 1. You mentioned it's been better weather over the winter to help with preparation. What was the key thing for you guys over the winter, and has it changed from previous years?
Well, the big difference to last year was the fact that when the season finished, the end of last season, straight away we get the new grass seed into the ground to try and get growth for the start of the season. And this year the weather was kind, whereas last year immediately we put the seed down, it started raining and then didn't stop raining, so that seed that went in was actually drowned in water during the winter. And also when we got into this time last year, it was so cold that new grass, any new grass that was there, wasn't going to grow, because you need 8 degrees ground temperature for it to grow, otherwise it's just going to sit there. And I don't think we got 8 degrees last year until probably early June.
Ooh.
By which time we've played half of our season.
Yeah, so not a lot of improvement can be made.
No, whereas this season it's been dry through the winter. It's been reasonably warm. I mean, we're still getting cold mornings at the moment, but the days are meaning that the ground temperature is getting up. And so this season has just been a win-win situation for us. Whereas, hence, the ground now is looking, personally, I think the ground's looking in pretty good nick. The square looks pretty good. It's green. Whereas last season we had absolutely no grass on there.
I would echo those thoughts. As Rob Yates is into the attack, and Amelia Gay took us around the corner, and they'll pick up 3. No one round the corner for Gay there. He moved himself into the 40s. We were mentioning on comms, I think, just before you made your way over, that the pitch is kind of directly in front of us here. You've got the markings out. Is that the one that's going to be used for next week against Yorkshire? Yeah,
that's the Yorkshire pitch. It's these what we call back-to-back championship games, where you only get 1 or 2 days in between. I think we've got 3 for the Yorkshire one. They're very, very difficult to prepare. Or the second game is the Yorkshire game. Yeah. It's very difficult to prepare, because when the game is on, this game is on, we've got 4 days where basically we can do nothing to the pitch. We can't put any water on it. We can't,
because it's still part of the overall playing surface.
Yeah, absolutely. So your preparation time, when normally you would be watering, rolling, cutting, all those sorts of things to get a pitch ready, is
put on hold.
Yeah, we're not able to do it, so we have to do it early, which is great at this time of year, and we've been able to do that. So we're ahead of the game.
Ben McKinney, maybe a little bit pent up. He's been pegged down at one end for a while, normally by Ed Barnard, who's kind of pegged him back from scoring, but he doesn't look like he's going to take a back seat to Rob Yates here. So he launches in for his first boundary, and Ben moves himself into the 30s. .78 for one, just coming up to 12:30 on the opening morning. Can he push this one for no one? So basically, are you almost in a position where you're preparing two pitches at once?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the case. And yesterday, some of the players were saying to me, "Oh, the Yorkshire pitch looks a better pitch. Can we play on that tomorrow?" And I'm saying, well,
do you want to throw on under the bus for that one?
No, not at all.
Worth a shot.
I mean, you could have played on it easily. We could have played on it today, but then what are we going to play Yorkshire on in a week's time? And it probably would have been a little bit underprepared, but we could easily have played. But yeah, I mean, we've got to get through both games, and I wasn't sure about this pitch that we're playing on today. It looks scabby. It looks scabby and horrible, but my old boss at Trent Bridge always said to me, they're the ones you want to play on. They're the good pitches. It's these ones that look really good, like the Yorkshire pitch. They don't tend to play very well. Play on a scabby dog, he used to say.
Michael Booth continuing as a few of the Durham staff make their way down in front of us. It looks like George Izzo, after having a bat, is going to be rolling out his off spin. I think that is the ex-Warwickshire skipper Will Rhodes walking down as Michael Booth picks up the wicket that Warwickshire desperately wanted. There had been some pressure building up from Ed Barnard at the other end. Gay driving out loose one. You can see he's desperately unhappy with himself. He'd done so much good work for that 41. But the outside edge has been found, and Kai Smith takes a regulation catch with the gloves, and Warwickshire break open 78-run partnership.
From a Durham point of view, that's a great shame, because the lads didn't seem in a lot of trouble. If we could have got through to lunch one down, still if we can get through to lunch two down, I'd be reasonably pleased with that on the first morning.
Yeah. The prodigal son returns to the northeast. David Bedingham, after spending his winter in a lot warmer climate in South Africa, picked up a few extra appearances for the test side, played for his home county of Western Province in South Africa's domestic competitions, and played a role in the SA20 for Sunrisers Eastern Cape. He's back donning Durham whites.
And got a really good reception, didn't he?
Yeah. Finished last year as Div 1's leading run scorer. I think he was only about 50 or so runs away from overall leading the country with runs. Just seems to churn out 1K run seasons for fun. Does betters?
Very popular around the northeast.
Yeah, I think his presence was sorely missed down at Trent Bridge against Notts. It's
I'm sure it would have been
great for Ryan Campbell just to throw him back in at number 4, almost no questions asked. Maybe the only question is, do you want about 4 or do you want about 5? That's maybe the only question for betters. And welcome back, full straight, and a guy who's played a bunch of Test cricket now and just seems to scores runs for fun, does not need the second invitation.
Although, having said that, I think our number 4 down at Notts didn't do too badly in the game, did he?
Twin centuries aren't a bad way to kick off your season.
You'd be a bit upset to be dropped out of the position after scoring double centuries, wouldn't you? You may have said, I'll bat at 4 every day.
Yeah, Acker's not exactly off to a bad start. Looking to find a bit more settled role for him this year, because he started off the season at 3 and there were mixed returns. He had some good scores, but also some low ones, and I think Ryan Campbell kind of acknowledged it, that they just weren't able to quite figure out his best position, and looks like Ackerman's going to be settling in for a season in that firmly entrenched in that middle order, which many outside Durham view as a super strength almost when you look at the names on paper.
Unfortunately, cricket isn't played on paper.
Well, in a way, fortunately, it's otherwise Surrey would run away with the title year after year.
Yeah, I think it could be a big season for Colin. He's a very good player.
Yeah, he's got the responsibility this game as well of the de facto frontline spinner for the home side. No Trizell or Parkinson, as Bedders rocks off the back foot but unable to pierce the gap. But he's back in the runs in a Durham shirt. But that is a successful over for Warwickshire, breaking open that 78-run partnership between McKinney and Gay. 82 for 2 as we enter the final half an hour before lunch on day 1. So, when abouts would the process have started for these two pitches? When abouts are you and the team first getting it going? Is it as early as January, February?
I mean, that's a very interesting question. Normally, when we talk about starting pitches for matches, we talk about 10 days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks maximum at this time of year. Always need a little bit longer at either end of the season because the sun is not so hot. But I'm a great one for being ahead of the game. I hate playing catch up or thinking that I'm behind. So I get the situation where I think, well, any opportunity, let's get on and let's do things.
Yeah.
So these were probably actually started about 5 weeks ago, and they've been in preparation ever since.
Proactive rather than reactive.
Yeah, I mean, I hate being behind. Again, that was a big problem last season. We just, at this time of the season, we just couldn't get onto the ground. You couldn't get rollers out there. Last year we did no pre-season rolling at all, and that's a bad thing. You're never really going to get your pitches firm if you can't get on there. Whereas this season it's just been so much easier. So yeah, I'd say about 5 or 6 weeks these have been in prep.
Bingham just watchful from Rob Yates.
But then the great thing is that for all this pitch that we're playing on is very, very hard and appears very dry, it's really only the top 25-50 mil that are that dry. Down beneath there's still plenty of moisture from the winter, which will be helping to keep things together.
Just tucked away to the man who's in a very short mid-wicket. Just a one slip, as you can see, and then in outfield it looks like for Rob Yates. It'll just be that single from McKinney at the beginning of the over. 83 for 2. Is it still the same instructions from Ryan Campbell? Just produce the best pitch possible?
Yeah, I think so. Ryan never really asked for much in terms of the way the pitch is prepared. He lets us get on and do our job. We talk about it and how much grass do they want on the pitch and how dry they want it to be. But generally, he will say that he wants a good cricket wicket. What we don't want is these sort of pitches where the first side scores 700 and the second side scores 600, and then we shake hands and go home.
So basically not the pitch that was produced at Edgbaston last week.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure that's the case. I've spoken to a few people about that. I spoke to the Warwickshire guys yesterday when they came in for practice, and they said it was actually a pretty decent pitch, and that they just didn't get a bit of luck, or they didn't bowl particularly well on it. They felt they always had a chance. It wasn't a case of just running in and bowling with nothing, no reward there at all.
Just very good batting on a very good on a decent pitch.
Sometimes it goes like that. It's early season. Some of the players, for all they've been netting all winter, you need to get out on the grass, get bowling a batsman, and get into condition. I mean, bear in mind that I think most of the sides around at the moment have got injuries amongst their bowling staffs, and that's a bit of a worry at this point of the season. But yeah, sometimes it just goes that way.
Durham 2s are also currently in action against the University side. Durham Uni 123 all out in the first innings and a 336 for 8. Durham second were 369 all out in the first innings. So Durham Uni now currently have a lead of 90 runs with 2 wickets in hand. Bingham pushes this one out. So
that's a good effort from the uni.
Yeah,
good effort from the young boys to come back and.
Yeah, it's very easy to get disheartened and almost kind of let the second innings go the same way as the first.
Yeah, I don't know if their side is similar to the one that played here in the pre-season sort of warm-up, but they played particularly well here, particularly with the bat. I thought they batted very well.
I want to take you back to the Somerset game that we had here last year, the one that finished inside 2 days. Some brilliant bowling on display from both sides. Can you remember what your feeling was after that game in terms of the pitch? Were you happy with how it'd been? Were you happy with how the game played out on it?
No, I mean nobody wants games over in 2 days. There were a few mitigating factors to that. I think there was illness running through the Somerset side, which didn't help them. Obviously, they only batted 10 men in the second innings. I think they came up with 1 or 2 people with a stomach bug and maybe sitting on an air-conditioned coach for 7 or 8 hours coming up here. It spread through some of their players. But no, I mean to me, I like a match which is an even contest. I mean, hopefully you'd look for a result on the third afternoon after tea, but maybe that's asking for a bit too much. But I don't like to see either bat or ball totally dominant.
As Robbie Yates is going to come around the wicket to Ben McKinney. On the front foot, prodding into. So there's a man back now, kind of directly in front of us, wicket, long off. Saw McKinney try to hit out in Yates's first over, and
I wonder if he'll look for the sweep a little bit more.
rocks off the back foot here, and will pick out deep extra cover. He's a very. It's almost a bit more. It's an almost awkward shot for a 6'7", 6'7" batter to try and get down the sweep. I remember watching him down at Sussex when, I don't know if you'll believe this or not, but David Bellingham had a day out down at Sussex.
I remember it.
set a new club record for fastest one day 50, and Ben came in and tried to sweep, and it did look quite unnatural at that point, but no doubt he's worked on his game. Maybe Ash has got into his ear about a few things he was doing wrong.
Yeah, I think it's probably difficult for him playing at the Riverside, being so tall, because it's not the bounces the pitches. I mean, it's certainly not the oval. And quite often you have to jab down a little bit, and if you're jabbing down from that high, it's quite an effort.
Yeah.
But I noticed one shot this morning he played where he just hit the ball straight back down this end. Just looked effortless. He's obviously got a lot of quality.
Yeah, had some time with the England 19s during the middle of last year, then went away, as we mentioned earlier, with the Lions to Australia Winter. Picked up some good runs there, got a century. I think a decent lick as well, just maybe under a runner ball. As
he normally scores pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, striking it just over a runner ball this morning.
But I think the way he's played this morning is really good.
It shows the full range. Shows the full range of temperament. So that one is tossed up by Yates and just played out into the offside by the young batter. 86 for 2 as we enter the last 20 minutes before the lunch break on day 1. So what sort of work will you and the team be doing in that kind of in the lunch interval? Just the general sweeping?
Yeah, we're very limited in what we can do during the breaks. It's just sweep up any dust or whatever that's on the pitch, pick that up, remark the lines, and that's about all we can do. We'll put some water in the stump holes, which just I like to see when the bowlers hit the stumps that they come popping out, and water aids that. Plus also they shouldn't get broken when that happens. Possibly look at rolling the Yorkshire pitch or one of the other pitches in prep. This is one of the problems that we've got now, because with the addition of the Tier 1 ladies, we've got matches coming up all the time, so different pitches in preparation all the time. So we've got one just where the short mid wicket is stood at the moment, pitch 5, which is under preparation for the girls' first game, which is pretty soft, so that might get a roll.
Vishwa Fernando with the change of ends coming down from the Lumley end and immediately beats David Benningham's outside edge.
Did this lad play for Middlesex?
Vishwa?
Fernando, yeah.
Might have had a stint. He was definitely... I definitely remember him playing for us 2023. I think he was in county cricket as well last year for a stint. I think he was at Yorkshire partway through last year. He's got obviously some time at Warwickshire for the start of this year. Some extra information on that twos game that's going on at the racecourse. Will Fontaine Jackson scored a century against the men here for University. He's now 187 not out currently against the twos at the racecourse.
Yeah, he looked a good player.
Helmet being ran out. I wonder if... Looks like Rob Yates is going to go under the lid. If he's going offside or leg side. He's not going under the lid. He's coming
Close slip.
He's coming in a very close slip. So maybe he's going to try and pitch up a bit. Vishwa Fernando now coming around the wicket to Bellingham, and Bellingham meets him with the full face of the bat. A drive through extra cover for 4 runs.
Absolute class. Looked effortless, didn't it?
Just timed it seamlessly. Played a big role in turning around the T20 side as well. Last year did Bingham. Obviously got off to the shocker of the start that Durham did in the T20s, but he was parachuted in from the second game and fortunes turned around from there. Durham now 90 for 2. It's a partnership worth 12 between Bingham and McKinney. You mentioned before we segged off, you mentioned that we've now got the Tier 1s women's sides. Now got it's the extra job for you guys of double headers for the T20s. What has been the thought process going into behind those pitches as Bingham drives this one, but straight to the fielder for no run? Is it going to be just the same pitch for both games? Is there anything? There's nothing much else you can do, really, is there?
No. It has to be the same pitch for both games. Otherwise, you'd be looking at moving sight screens, moving boundaries, moving cameras, absolutely everything. So there's no way you could do that. So it's the same pitch for both games. We haven't had a discussion yet regarding what's required for T20s. But whatever it is, they will just go with the same pitch for both of the games. I mean, for us, it makes it quite a bit easier, because all of these additional fixtures that have come in, if they were standalone games, there'd be more and more pitches.
But the fact it's double headers,
yeah, it just makes it. I think we've got five double headers, which makes it fairly easy. The only thing that we will have to do then is we might have to bring the boundary in a little bit if the girls are playing second, or move it out if the men are playing second. But everything else stays exactly the same.
just a one slip for McKinney, who looks to punch this one off the back foot, and he does. Out to cover.
There's a lot of excitement around regarding that first ladies game. I think people are really looking forward to
100%
to welcoming the girls here and seeing how they go. But it seems there's going to be some strong sides around in that competition. There's some good signings just recently.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier with Sam. Elise Perry heading down to Hampshire.
Yeah, they're going to be strong.
Ilana King making her way over to Old Trafford and joining Lancashire.
And ourselves.
Yeah, Susie Bates signed and announced as an overseas for Durham women in their inaugural season. You'll be able to catch all of the ladies' homes games here at Banks Homes Riverside. Great work done by everyone involved, from the pitching process to everyone now in the front office, as that is slapped by Ben McKinney. Saw the length, rocks onto the back foot straight away and slapped right back past Rob Yates. 4 runs, he moves himself into the 40s. Yeah, great work done by everyone involved with the club in order to bring that idea to reality, and we're not far away from seeing it play out on the pitch. That's the end of, so over 6 from it, 96 for 2.
Scoreboard looks a little bit better now than it did at 11:05 this morning.
Yes.
Or even a couple of minutes past 11.
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
That was not the greatest start. We didn't really want that one.
No, we did not. Going back to this Yorkshire pitch that you are sort of preparing, but had to pause now while this game goes on, I can only imagine how much more? Is it much more of a frantic effort? Will it be for you guys next week between Tuesday and Thursday to get this pitch prepared? Or
No, it's pretty well done. It's pretty well done by now. It would just be a question of tidying it up, taking some grass off. We'll leave all the grass on during this game to protect it. Then we've got 3 days.
David Bingham is looking in the mood.
Now, I'm going to get a mention in here from my dear old friend who sat down in the chairs there, John Bland, whose biggest bugbear, and we hear about it time after time after time, is why do they not use a third man? Every time a ball goes down to third man, John will say, another one down to third man. That's 16 this morning.
Keeping his own little tally. That brings the 100 up for Durham.
He asked me to give him a mention, so there it is. He's not going to give me a wave, though.
Oh, I just did.
He did? Oh,
there we go.
He's listening.
Just not the right line or length you need to... I mean, I'm not sure there is a right line or length you can bowl to David Bingham, but hanging it outside his off stump when he crunched his first ball away for 4 is probably not the best. As that one now trickles down the leg side. Very good diving take from Kai Smith.
I don't think you've got a lot of margin for error with David. I think length is probably key. You over pitch a little bit and he drives you. You pitch short and he'll pull or cut.
It's just a very, very small margin that he gives you. And even when you think you've bowled a good ball, he could turn it into a bad one by sending you to the fence. He's just ridiculously talented. Again, down the leg side from Fernando.
Good crowding today.
Very good. North East are obviously passionate for their sport, and it's good to see it's not just for football. Very good turnout for the opening day of cricket here at Banks Homes Riverside. Better line there from Fernando. Is it similar at tea time in terms of just sweeping up the pitch as well after the afternoon session?
Again, just exactly the same. Nothing we can do until change of innings. Then the only difference then is a 7-minute roll. Normally the sides will say, the batting side get the choice, and they will say they want the heavy roller.
Would you say that's pretty common for batting sides to ask for the heavy roller?
Be very unusual for them to take the light roller, unless there was something really interesting happening in the game, like one side had got a particularly big lead or something. They might then
say, "Oh, we want to keep it."
Yeah, so going into the 4th innings, they might say for their second innings that they didn't want to use the heavy roller, but it'd be very unusual.
Bingham takes a single off the final ball. He'll retain the strike, and Durham 101 for 2 as we count down towards lunch on this glorious opening day of Rothesay County Championship cricket here in the North East. Captain Al Davies just having a word with the umpire about something.
What's for lunch, probably.
You'd imagine it'd be Yates and Fernando through to the break now.
It's interesting, isn't it? The spinner will have bowled five overs this morning.
Yeah.
Normally they get the
token.
Obligatory one.
The token over.
Yeah.
The clock normally ticks to 12:58, and Skip looks round at the seamers or they go, "Not me."
Yeah.
Not me.
And with Durham not playing a frontline spinner, maybe they've seen something different.
Yeah, Dan Mousley can also offer a spin option for the visitors, but Rob Yates is more than handy. It's just such a good cricketer to have in your team, one who can churn out runs at the top of the order, century last week against Sussex, averages just shy of 33 in first-class cricket, and then can also roll the arm over and do a job as Bellingham delicately turns that one away. He moves himself to 16.
Yeah, personally, I hope he bowls a lot of overs today, then we'll get an earlier finish. We'll get to the 96 quicker than if it's just bang, bang, bang with seamers.
Field now pushes out for McKinney, who's shown he's not afraid to take Yates on. Yeah, got a man at long off, a man on the slog sweep. Back on the boundaries, McKinney opens the face there. He's trying to get it past Vishwa Fernando there. It's man at deep point as well.
Skidding it onto him quite well, isn't he?
Yeah. Use of the feet there, and it'll just be gentle single for McKinney. Another over ticks by. I'd imagine this will be the last over for the break. So 31 in the opening session.
Yep, that's right on schedule. 32 a session. That's quite good.
Ethan Bamber trying to get that ball to do something in this final over. For the players will head upstairs for 40-minute break. How would you sum up this opening session, Vic? Obviously Warwickshire had the better start, but Durham have fought their way back.
Yeah, it's good interesting session. Brave decision from Durham to bat first.
There's the jabbing down you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and a positive decision. You're thinking if you get through to lunch 2 down, you're in a good position. I would say. The danger is you go to lunch 5 down and you're behind the game. But with the sun shining, the bowlers not really seeing a lot of positives from the pitch. One would hope that Durham could push on after the break.
You don't need to hide your allegiances here, Vic.
But on the other hand, I mean, Warwickshire may well be thinking, well, if we come back after the break and nip a couple of wickets in the first half an hour, it's a different story. So it's game on.
Yeah. Alex Lee's getting the rub of the green at the toss and deciding that Durham would have a bat this morning. He was then very promptly sent on his way by Ethan Bamber ripping his off stump out the ground. Mia Gay and Ben McKinney then got to work, putting together a partnership worth 78 runs and seemingly in control, and not a lot going on until Michael Booth was able to remove Emilio Gay with an edge that Kai Smith was able to hold on to. And then David Bellingham, South African international. Feels so good to say that after the last few years. South African international David Bellingham joining McKinney at the crease. Gentle stroll through for one. Clock strikes 1 o'clock. This will be the final 2 balls of the morning session. Good work from Ross and Stephen as always, making sure we're able to head out onto YouTube so you guys can see and hear us, see the action, listen to us commentate, or if you're bored of my voice, I wouldn't blame you for putting me on mute. Bellingham blocks
Sure,
back down the
nobody
ground.
would do that. They may have blocked me out. That's a different matter.
I don't think anyone could block you out of it. It's great having your insight. Glad to have it back for another season.
Always a pleasure to be up here.
Final ball of this morning's session, then, which, as Victor Main put it, is has been very evenly balanced between these two. As Vishwal Fernando is round the wicket. David Bellingham, who blocks it out into short cover. And the game is on. Durham go to lunch, 104 for 2. Warwickshire happy with their breakthrough in the first over. Made to wait for their second one. They'll be happy with the 2 scouts they've picked up, but they now have the more challenging task of removing Ben McKinney and David Bellingham from the middle. Fortunately for them, they can have a 40-minute lunch break to think about it, and we can have a 40-minute lunch break to have some food. Well, maybe not you. You've got to go work now.
I've got staff, they can do that.
We'll be back with you guys after the break.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside. Players are on their way back out to the middle after a spot of lunch here on day one of this Rothesay County Championship clash between Durham and Warwickshire. Durham, the hosts, having won the toss a couple of hours ago, elected to bat. Lost Alex Lees early. They've also lost Emilio Gay, but they're in a decent position at lunchtime. 104 for 2. Those two men on your screen, not the umpires. The two batters are Dave Bingham. He's making his first appearance of the season after a very fruitful winter in South Africa colours, playing domestic cricket over there as well. He's got 16. Ben McKinney has 43. He opened up. Warwickshire players are on their way out into the middle. I am Sam Dalling and I am alongside Rob Rush for this game. Hello again, Rob. You did a lap, did you? As is now traditional.
It's tradition for me, Sam, and Harry doing a lap of the ground after we've had our lunch.
Which way do you go down, round, clockwise, and always the same?
Yeah, pretty much always the same. I don't know who started the tradition. I don't know whether it was Sam or Harry that started it, but all I know is I just tagged along. So
did you?
I'll leave that to them two to fight out who started it.
Did you put the world to rights? Did you?
Honestly, mate, we got it all sorted out. So give us a couple of weeks and there'll be no negativity anywhere in the world. We've got it all sorted. Don't you worry.
That's a huge claim. Right, what are we going to see here? We're going to start off at the Finkel end here, which is where we are sat. Looks to me that's Ed Barnard. He's got his jumper on, but from the back of his head, yeah, that is Ed Barnard. So Ed Barnard is going to have a bowl. Ben McKinney is going to continue batting. There's one slip in. Let's see how we get on. Wide the crease. Good leave, good line. Good start all round. Plenty of county championship action going on around the country. We will keep you in touch with the best of it, to the best of our abilities. Naturally, our eyes are on what is in front of us. We'll keep an eye on the live chat too as well. Anyone wants to get in touch, any comments, we will...
I believe there's an email address as well.
Is there?
I believe so.
So high tech these days, aren't we?
Subtle nudge to Sam Blacklock upstairs.
Can they write to us? Do you reckon they would get here? We're here you and I are here for the Yorkshire game as well, aren't we?
We are indeed. So
if you wrote to us now...
You could get here for the start of the Yorkshire game.
Maybe. Or if you really want to get in touch...
Carrier pigeon.
You could send next day recorded delivery by 1 p.m. if you want to spend the... I was going to say £6.75.
I won't be refunding that postage.
It's far more than that. No. It's very, but if you want to get to us by tomorrow... Round the wicket. Barnard to McKinney, who's watchful as he was all morning, batted well. 43 from 84. A lot of noise around Ben McKinney at the moment, metaphorically. I don't think anyone is. I think he's got any headphones in. He's not playing any music in his ears. But yeah, get in touch. We like to hear from you. If it means I don't have to chat to Rob for a bit, all the better. The quiet fume.
That's a low blow.
I know.
That is a low blow.
Start as you mean to go on. As Ed Barnard is with 4 dots to start this second session. Anything around the country catch your eye? I mean, cricket-wise, don't need to go into politics or anything this early in day one.
I think we'll steer clear of the... I guess Hampshire having Surrey in a little bit of bother, I would say. Last I checked, Surrey lost a wicket 122 for 4, and the Oval in particular hasn't been a happy hunting ground for many teams, but Hampshire in particular have been on the back end of some bruising results down at the Oval, so they seem to be going better than normal. What's happened with Notts?
Are they 5 down?
They are indeed.
Not that
78 for 5.
Oh, Essex are a blooming good bowling side. It's probably their kind of pitch as well. That Essex seam attack, Trent Bridge.
It's just the trio of Porter, Cook, and Snater.
Good start that from Ed Barnard, right on the money to start this second session on day one. A maiden to begin. It's his second of 7. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 21 from Ed Barnard.
Yeah, Carl Verena now at the crease for Notts. I think he would have preferred to have come in with a few more runs on the board than 78 before he was at the crease. Surrey 125 for 4 now against Hampshire. Sussex are going pretty well down at Hove. I hope I haven't jinxed them, but
I hope you have.
they are 127 for 1. Lovely ground.
You sponsored, Rob Rush? You're doing an Ashthorpe, getting your drinks in display? He did that last year, didn't he?
Ash did a lot more than just get the drinks in shot, I'll tell you that much.
You've got a lot of liquid there, Rob Rush, actually. Talk us through that selection. For just the 4 drinks for you, is it?
Yeah, just a 4. Well, these 2 are empty, so these 2 don't count. Not feeling 100%, so just trying to keep fluids up. Yorkshire 103 for 1 now against Worcestershire. Lot of talk up in the press box as Ethan Bamber is in and David Bedingham greets him with the first boundary of the afternoon session. Open the face. And that was pretty much all he needed to do. Yeah, a lot of talk up in the press box about when Harry Brook and Joe Root might be made available by the ECB for Yorkshire. Is it as early as next week? Do they come make the trip to the Riverside?
I'm sure I've just read that Brook isn't around until May. It would make sense because that international calendar now for him, he would have played a lot anyway, but being white ball captain, he will miss very few games. And then there's a big 10 months or so that goes right through to next year's T20 World Cup. So I think he might get away without Brook. It'd be nice to see a bit of Root though, wouldn't it?
Oh, I would love to watch Joe Root. Add to the star power as Ethan Bamber looks for revenge and strays a little bit too straight, and David Bedingham was able to just clip him off the hip for 1.
Well, we should mention. We don't have to mention. We are going to mention, though, that Ben Stokes was out there bowling in the middle.
Was able to get a little bit of a closer look, as did our lap. Hayden Mustard, who's just working his way back from injury, hence why he's not playing for the 2s. Down at the race course was getting some keeping work in. Yeah, Ben Stokes out there with Graham Onions, Bunny, Sam Clark, S&C, Maestro, also.
That is the official title? S&C Maestro?
Yeah, just, I mean, it's probably a little bit more swanky than what he's actually called, so I hope he takes it and runs with it, to be honest. Ben McKinney turned into a bit of an S there by Bamber, but yeah, Sam Clark keeping a watchful eye on Stokes. I think I joked to them at media day last week or Clark joked that he's always going to keep Ben back. He's always going to keep him back from himself. So, yeah, I mean, he looked good. He was bowling pretty well. I mean, we had first row seats to the Ben Stokes bowling masterclass here last year against Somerset. Is yet to be seen. Bamber fires this one in down the leg side. Half appeal from Kai Smith, but quickly shut down. We'll wait to see if Stokes will pull on the Durham whites before the international summer gets underway. The odds are against him doing so at the minute, and Rob Key has also come out and said that it's highly unlikely Ben Stokes plays any white ball cricket in the immediate future, which I think is the sensible decision. McKinney turns this one away. Going down his runs? Yes, it is. Turned away very finely down the leg side. He moves himself to 47, and Bamber just struggling for line first thing after lunch.
It's like he's trying to bowl quite straight, though, because he's coming around the wicket, and there's a catching mid-wicket and a silly mid-on. You can just see that field setting there. There's the man in his line of sight. So there's obviously a plan here to McKinney, who's batting way over. Look at where he's batting. He's probably got his left foot outside off stump. I know he'll have a trigger.
That's a glorious looking drive from McKinney. He'll get 1. It'll be a second for him. He moves himself to 49. Going better than he managed down at Notts last week, which will be pleasing for everyone involved. A bit of an expensive over from Bamber first up. Durham able to get some runs going after lunch. 115 for 2.
Reckon we can tempt him onto the live stream, Ben Stokes?
See, I think you've got the bigger pull power than I do, mate.
No, mate. You've got an entourage. Imagine if that happened. I think it would be pretty terrible airtime, not because of Ben Stokes, but because you and I would both have no idea what to say. We'd just be fanning.
Yeah.
We'd just be mouths open, trying to sound semi-sensible, which we struggle to do in front of each other, let alone in front of the England captain, England Test captain, anyway. But he's always welcome. That invitation is an open invite.
Ben Stokes can walk in and he can take over the live stream if he wanted.
Unlike Victor Main, he doesn't need to knock on the door either before he enters. Here's Barnard. Jumper is off. Benningham's on strike. And Benningham, I know it's only early. I was out there. I had a little break where you were on with Vic. Sat outside. And you just watch Benningham. And he's just a cut above county cricket. Too good for it. Centrally contracted by South Africa, I think Sam was saying that.
He has just picked up a South African central contract, their latest batch.
So what? He's got the World Test Championship at Lords coming up.
He does. I believe that falls in between some T20 games. So, unfortunately for Durham and their fans, he will
It's a nice
miss.
shot on the back foot. Gets in between a gap of 3 players. Just pick up a couple.
He will miss some games during that blast period, because I think there's talks of South Africa trying to organise a warm-up test or a warm-up game as well, which obviously he would be, you'd assume, called away for as well. But that's why Ryan Campbell, Marcus North and everyone involved in that front office on the business side, on the cricketing side, trying to make those signings like your Will Rhodes help pick up the slack.
Fuller, speed into the pads, tries to turn it leg side. No appeal. Sliding down 117 for 2.
So
what's the overseas situation, Rob? Fill us in.
So Brendan Doggett has just signed. He flew over last week. He's making his debut this week. He's around for this game and 3 more. For the back end of the season, for the One Day Cup and for 7 games of the One Day Cup, I assume, and the back end of the Rothesay County Championship, Neil Wagner will return.
The unbreakable cricketer that Durham
that Durham broke.
That'll be good fun.
He will return, which I think everyone is delighted about. Said it a few times last year. Wags, I think, basically went up in the dressing room and said that he'd loved his time at the club and wanted to return. And obviously Marcus North and Ryan Campbell love that sort of approach. So seemed a pretty straightforward decision to bring him back. He will also provide a perfect sort of mentor, if you will, for James Mento. Able to pass on those tricks. Daniel Hogg, Luke Robinson, Stanley McAlinden, all the young bowlers that Durham seem to just grow out of nowhere almost. Just the fast bowling production line at Durham seems to never end.
It's quite special, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's the back end of the season. That's red ball mainly covered. Obviously David Bedingham is just slotted in as the other overseas. And then for the T20 Blast, I believe it's Zach Folks who's joined
okay. Yeah.
as Kiwi overseas bowler. I believe he is around for the majority of the Blast campaign. So
beautiful.
that is the state of Durham's men's overseas for the 2025 season. Obviously, we'll wait and see if there are any developments that need to happen due to injuries.
Just as exciting as Susie Bates arriving as the women's overseas.
Absolutely.
One of probably the best, definitely one of the best female cricketers of her generation. Susie Bates, so much international experience. That'll be an absolute cracking signing. It is a cracking signing. 117 for 2, 34 overs gone here.
McKinney has his first 50 of the season. It's been a very patient innings. Even though it's only taken 93 balls, he's had to show his patience. Ed Barnard, just before lunch, had him a little bit under pressure, just tying him up for runs. Wasn't able to cut away and be loose. Saw his opportunity off Rob Yates to let loose a little bit and catch up, and he has done, and brings up his 50 very shortly after lunch here. His first of the season. He'll be looking to kick on and make it a big one. Don't be playing at those ones, Bedingham. Just looking to cut that one away through backward point. And to be fair to him, there is a big gap there in backward point if he wants to do it. But Bamber able to extract some movement. I think you always look at right-left combos, and rotating the strike is one of the first things that comes to mind. I think these two if they do that, could be quite annoying for Warwickshire in this part of the game.
It's good for me from Bamba. Surprised Rob Yates bowled so much before lunch.
Maybe the amount of overs, yeah. I'm not surprised he did bowl before lunch, but maybe Bingham gets this one away. It's a chase. Fielder very well executed diving stop there, and he saves 2 runs. How many did he bowl? 6?
5, not
5.
13.
So maybe Warwickshire, well, they were looking for a breakthrough because Gay and McKinney had seemingly got on top of the bowlers and looked to be pretty comfortable until Michael Booth dismissed Emilio Gay.
Dismoved. I prefer that.
Dismoved. Getting my tongue tied here. Yeah, I was expecting maybe 2 or 3 before lunch. 5's a little bit on the higher side for what you expect on day 1 before lunch, but maybe Alex Davies just wanted to try something new. Period. Just before lunch, and I don't think it'll be too surprising if we saw Rob Yates again in this afternoon session. 2 full. You cannot bowl there to David Bingham. He moves himself to 29, 124 for 2.
Yeah, lovely shot. Doesn't need to run. He plays that. It's almost like a little jab, isn't it, from underneath him. Doesn't need to follow through. It's just all timing. Glorious. Moves him on to 29. McKinney just reached 50 if you are just joining us. Over 1,000 of you on the live stream now. 124 for 2, as Rob was just saying. 35 gone in the day so far, so a minimum of 61 remaining. They're about right for over 8.
32 in a session.
Spot on. Bob on. Barnard around the wicket. Deep square leg is out. In front of the square, almost a deep mid-wicket. And fine leg. Outside off stump. McKinney defends. 94 balls he's faced now.
So you know how I was running through the scores in Div 1 and I said
yes.
I hoped I hadn't jinxed Sussex.
Oh, yeah.
And you said I hope I had jinxed Sussex.
I do remember that bit too, yeah.
Yeah, I think I jinxed Sussex.
Okay, so what's the score now?
It was 131 for 1.
Yeah, now it's 8.
134 for 4.
Is it really? Wow. Turned in to the leg side, straight to the fielder there at short mid-wicket though. So
Hughes and Clark gone on 49. And Tom Alsop has just fallen second ball to Lewis Gregory. Dwayne Pretorius.
Miguel Pretorius.
Is it Miguel? My bad.
That's
Miguel
right.
Pretorius, who also played some cricket up here in the northeast.
He did. Not as successfully as he has done down at Somerset,
No,
I have to say.
he's been very good down at Somerset.
So
Is that a full season overseas for Somerset?
Leg side, misses out on that one. Yes, I believe he is there for the whole year. He got himself into the South African Test squad as well over the winter on the back of his performances last summer. Very strong summer he had. And to be honest, no one down there had really heard of him but before he arrived. But he's done very well. He bats a bit as well. So you go one of two ways, and you either pick up someone, a couple of players on short stints, or you try and get some maybe not quite in that very top bracket, but is going to be around the whole season. Turned into the leg side. 4-0 run. Sam Blacklock is here, removing all bar one of Rob Rush's. Yeah, he's a messy lad, is Rob Rush. I try and teach him, but got a telling off there, Rob. That's one strike, mate. One strike.
Give him mutiny in the Durham media
So
box.
did Miggy Pretorius take 2 wickets then? Did he?
I believe so. Yes. He did indeed. Lewis Gregory has 2. Pretorius has the other 2. It has brought your favourite...
John Simpson.
It has brought your favourite to the crease, though.
Big 100 last week against Warwickshire as well for John Simpson.
Off the mark very quickly.
He's a good player, John Simpson. This is good from Barnard. Looking to complete a second maiden in a row.
Sending a couple of fielders back out for this last ball to McKinney.
Push to cover, 2 maidens in a row. It's 2 o'clock. It's 124 for 2. McKinney has 50 of them. Dave Beddingham has 29 of them. 2 batters out are Alex Lees and Emilio Gay. And there's a much tidier looking desk from Rob Rush. They are. Smile for the camera, Rob Rush. Can see you now. All those bottles you had lined up. Although, having said that, I've got...
You're
I've got
lucky.
2.
Like I
I've
say,
got 2.
yours are in shot as well. So
Yeah, but it's all right. Mine are blank.
Like I say,
not
yours are hid.
But I'll be fine on the BBC because mine aren't branded. You're just angling for those sponsorship deals, aren't you?
Who wouldn't be?
LNER.
Who wouldn't be?
Need a official water supplier of Rob Rush. Official energy. I'm more of a Carabao man myself.
I thought you might be a Carabao. Very successful. Round. Ooh! If there's one batter you do not want to drop, it is David Beddingham. That is a massive chance for Warwickshire. A genuine edge. A little bit of extra bounce from Ethan Bamber, who has settled back in after lunch. Dismissed the captain, Alex Lees, at the end of his first over. Should have 2. Should have David Beddingham in his back pocket. Kai Smith, unfortunately, for Warwickshire, not able to hold on to the catch, and Beddingham gets another life.
Yeah, that'll frustrate the bowler because that's what he's been working away since lunch and before lunch for. Got a couple of decent deliveries at Beddingham in the previous over, and I want to try and give the benefit of the doubt to the keeper. I can't really. I know he's diving away to his right.
That's the only thing he's diving.
But that is routine, really.
Yeah.
At this level of cricket, you expect those to be taken. You need those to be taken, particularly when you're bowling at a player of this quality.
So as well as there's a misfield there at short mid-wicket, so Beddingham's able to move himself to 30. So as well, you just know that would have been a thing on Warwickshire's mind, is that if we get an opportunity, or if we get opportunities, we need to take them. And none of them are much bigger than removing Durham's best batter from the middle.
Yeah, on 29. We'll keep an eye on how many that costs. Stephen Bamber and Alex Davis and Kai Smith in particular will be hoping not many. Only time will tell. I was going to sing there. I was going to sing for the first time this season.
A few more members have popped their heads in during the lunch break, and they'll be very happy to see a wonderful cover drive from Ben McKinney.
I'm happy. You're happy. Durham fans are happy. I just like good cricket, right? Ethan Bamber less happy. I don't know if he does tick. You know, a lot of fast bowlers tick. They chunt on. I don't know if Ethan Bamber is that type.
That brings up the 50 partnership as well between McKinney and Beddingham. McKinney has 21 of them and Beddingham 30. So you think that drop there at the start of the over, partnership on around about the 40s. There was a no ball there as well called as McKinney flicks that one in the air and just outside the despairing attempt of short mid-wicket. Run 3 for 2. Stuff's starting to happen out there. 2 opportunities there for Warwickshire in the over. Genuine opportunities. One a regulation drop by Kai Smith and the other one just out of the despairing diving attempt of short mid-wicket.
Yeah, promising signs though for Warwickshire. They'll be buoyed by that. They'll be both buoyed and disappointed. Oh, Ethan Bamber, when he collects his cap after this ball, will wander away, dismayed. Rob Rush has left the com box in protest. End of the over. It's a good one from Ethan Bamber. It might not look it in the scorecard because he's conceded 7 runs, but he really ought to have the wicket of David Bedingham, who is still there on 30. He should have been walking off on 29. And Durham 133 for 2. Rob Rush is back. His protest was short-lived. Look at that. Glorious scenes here at the Banks Homes Riverside. If you're close by and fancy popping in, why not? Over the weekend, I think kids' holidays start as of, well, what time's do they have a bell? I don't know if you have a bell at school still, but about 3:30. Kids are on holidays for a couple of weeks, and we've got plenty of championship cricket. Saturday, Sunday, Monday too, and then next week against Yorkshire. So that's a good way to whittle away a little bit of the holidays. Here's Barnard. Bellingham defending it back to Bamber. Immediately goes to work on the ball. This is good from Bamber and Barnard. 2 very experienced cricketers. Yes, Bamber's only 26, but he's played a fair bit of red ball cricket. Barnard's been brilliant since he signed from Worcestershire a couple of seasons ago. Solid from Bellingham. I'm trying to think when Barnard went up there. I know it's because in 2020, I remember watching Worcestershire, not really thinking much about it, but I think their bowling attack was Pennington, Tongue, Barnard, maybe Joe Leach. So they're very different side now, Worcestershire.
Yeah, Jack Haynes in the batting lineup as well.
Jack Haynes in the batting lineup as well. Can't remember if I think Cola Cadmore had gone to Yorkshire by then. A lovely club, Worcestershire.
Lovely ground. Yet to get to Worcestershire. I need to get myself down there.
They are, so Durham are there end of the month, is it? Is it a couple of, this home game Yorkshire, then a trip down to Worcestershire?
Believe it is.
Sadly, John Curtis, one of the famous members of the press pack down at Worcestershire, passed away on the eve of the season. A lovely man, always made the press box so welcoming, known by many. There's a lot of football in his time as well. Just a hugely welcoming human being. One of those guys everyone's got a story about. The most famous one probably being that after England beat Argentina in the 2002 World Cup, not sure if you were alive at that point.
What month?
Rob Rush.
What month of 2002?
Oh, it would have been in the summer, June, July.
No, I was not.
So before you were born, Rob Rush, England beat Argentina. David Beckham scored a penalty, and John Curtis, who was working as an England journalist at the time, pushed on the back foot to mid-on, got on the Argentina team bus by mistake afterwards. And they chucked him out. They only realised after they'd left, I think, and they chucked him off not very far down the line. But I don't think it was deliberate on his part, but it always makes me chuckle, that story. Anyway, rest in peace, John and Curtis. But hopefully I'll get down there for a day or two when Durham are at Worcestershire. It's a bit close to home for me, actually.
Yeah, got the home game. Got this home game against Warwickshire, next week against Yorkshire. And it's a trip down to Worcestershire as Ed Barnard completes his 3rd maiden in a row. Very good figures for him. 10 overs, 4 maidens, none for 23.
Very good.
And then Worcestershire are up here, the final home game of the year for Durham in September. We don't have to think about that right now. We're in April.
You clearly are thinking about
we
it,
can enjoy what April has to offer us for county cricket. It's just so good to be back.
And Barnard looks to me like he's decided that maybe the jumper is, I don't know, he's going to keep his jumper. Is he getting some strapping on the finger or something? Bit of a drink. Someone's running something out to him. Maybe getting a plaster or something on that. He was on the left hand, it looked like they were doing, so not his bowling hand.
Yeah, he's got some strapping on his left thumb that we can see. Conveniently perched himself down at. Fine leg, which to McKinney from the Lumley end is that the fine leg is right down in front of us. Having a bit of a drink and a bit of a chat.
Life's good down there by the looks of things.
Yeah, Surrey are in deeper trouble still at the Oval. Brad Wheels getting in on the act at 129 for 5. Dan Lawrence gone for just 6. down there.
They'll still win by an innings.
Watch them still do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a leave of absence, Sam. I hope you don't mind.
I'm absolutely gutted, Rob, I have to say.
Yeah, you sound it as well.
Yeah, I am. It's genuinely gutted. Where are you off to?
I'm off for a bit of a break, if you don't mind.
Oh, excellent. We've got an upgrade. Good news. Hopefully that's rushed done from the day. It'll hit me at some point, I reckon, in a gentle, jokey way. Bamber is in. Rob Rush is departing. And for the first time this season, we've got a professional cricketer and also a commentator. Hello, Emily Windsor. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. What a beautiful day.
Bit weird, isn't it? April and the sun shining. I'm not so sure about it myself.
Yeah, when I moved up here from the south, that was not the April first game of the county championship I was expecting at all. But we're very lucky.
Yeah, we don't mind it at all. Durham 134 for 2. We'll talk a bit about that move as well. I'm intrigued by it. I'm also intrigued by Ethan Bamber, who is into Beddingham. Did you see the dropped catch? Did you see the chance?
Do you know, I didn't. I was en route.
You were en route. You were behind. On 29, little edge behind. The keeper was diving away to the right, trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, it was a tough one, but
You can't be dropping a player as Beddingham's class either.
No, you can't, really. They have, sadly.
And as a fielder, when you know, and they're still here, however many, every run, your heart's in your mouth.
Edged.
Dropped.
I think that is dropped. I was trying to work out if it carried.
That did carry to his left.
And that's quite regulation, really, for a slip fielder. He's fielding in at his second slip, Rob Yates there, I think. He's quite wide. It was to his left, but a decent height. Expect that to be caught. Yeah,
he's sort of at second slip, isn't he? And it's almost gone where first slip would stand. But as you said, really comfortable height to his left. You'd expect them to be taking them 9 out of 10, but that's 2 lives he's had now.
29-30, Ethan Bamber will be hoping he gives another chance on 31. He'll be praying someone in his team holds on to one, because these are big. Beddingham is too good a player to put down.
Bamber, though, is a good signing, I think, for Warwickshire coming up from Middlesex. I think I always see him in the county championship. Do well with the ball, skillful bowler, creates chances as we've seen. Good signing for Warwickshire, but he'll be gutted.
Do you know him at all? I don't. He doesn't strike me as the character that would be like fiery and annoyed, but do you think he's a chunterer?
I've met him a couple of times off the field, and off the field he's one of the nicest guys. But I feel like you can't be a fast bowler and not have a bit about you, surely.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Steve Kirby was the nicest guy. Is the nicest guy off the field, on the field.
You got to step over the line and got to be competitive. As we got Barnard in and bowls to McKinney, and that's pushed beautifully through the offside. Hit the middle of his bat, flies across the square, and 4 more runs to him. He moved to 61, and he's playing beautifully here.
It's good to watch, isn't he? He really is. Like someone of his height, he's playing with a child's bat or something. It's like you have to lead, but he manages to make it look elegant. See a lot of tall players, and it's like they're bending over, really struggling, but he is elegant,
effortless, and that's a sign when a player's playing well. Obviously, he's faced 107 deliveries now, but that wasn't a bad length delivery. He's just pushed through that offside. It's Barnard right arm round the wicket in again. That's pushed to extra cover, be no run. Big stride down the pitch as well. As a bowler, to be bowling to McKinney, surely your length's got to change quite a bit, because that stride.
Yeah, he's probably double the length of who's the shortest player on it? If someone like Scott Borthwick was batting with him, he's like standing on Borthwick's toes with that front foot. Yeah,
when I stand up next to him, I feel like I have to look up a long way again. Neck strain.
Even I do. And I'm tall.
Barnard scurries in again, and again pushed to mid-off. Will be no run.
It's weird because I'm now going to quiz the commentator, which is not what normally happens. But how's the move been? Because it's a long old move as well. Couldn't really have been further, right?
Yeah, no, it couldn't, but I've loved it. Everyone sort of said what a family feel club it was up here, and how nice people are up in the north compared to the south, and I believe every minute of it. And yeah, a great group of players that have come together and really excited for the season ahead. There's Barnard to McKinney. That's pushed back down the pitch again. No run. But yeah, as I said, the group that we've pulled together as Durham women, most of them have come from Northern Diamonds, and then there's a few of us from outside. So myself, Maddie Villiers, Mia Rogers, and Lauren Filer. Maddie and Lauren Filer, obviously massive signings. I'm very excited to see them.
As you are.
Me less so. Don't worry about me. Those two have international rights by their names, and
Well,
when I see them in the nets, they are quality. Barnard in, pushed back down the pitch off the back foot this time from McKinney.
would you be hiding from Lauren if you dropped that kind of chance off her bowling?
Do you know what? I don't know what she's like on a cricket field when you drop a catch, to be fair. I feel like I'm more hiding when I have to face her in the nets because it's so
she's
quick.
sharp, isn't she?
Yeah, in the indoor school, she was up here for a few weeks. And yeah, she was bowling off about 19 yards. She's doing the classic fast bowler
yeah,
thing.
they
Couldn't
like-
fit their run up in, bowling way too far down and too quickly. Barnard to McKinney, and that's pushed to extra cover. We no run.
Yeah, it's like if you can't fit your run up in, just shorten your run up. You don't need to shorten the pitch. It's 22
Make it
yards.
harder for
is-
me.
Exactly.
And
I'm
I
on
genuinely,
your side.
yeah, and I genuinely think she's one of the quickest bowlers, if not the quickest bowler in the world game at the moment. So, yeah, a massive signing for Durham to see her out there. And yeah, I'm glad she's on my team in terms of don't have to face her in a game,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it does sometimes mean you have to face her more in the nets, which I'm not quite happy about. But
You just say to come on, Lauren, we're trying to manage our fast bowlers' workload here. You don't need to bowl. Just bowl a bit of gentle off spin.
I'm hoping she's going to be one of those bowlers that prefers to bowl in the middle than the
Yeah.
nets.
Ethan Bamber's going to continue. He's got 1 wicket to his name. He really ought to have a couple. Can he get Bingham? 30s. Bamber's had him dropped on 29 by the keeper, Kai Smith. And over later, he's had him dropped by Rob Yates. He is the only slip. He is really second slip. And that's quite common, actually, isn't it? That when you've only got 1 slip in, first slip becomes second, and the keeper and the slip try and cover that area between them.
Yeah, absolutely. An interesting field, though. I think, obviously, shows the way the wicket's playing. It looks like an absolute belter wicket. They just got that catcher in front as well at mid-wicket for Bingham, but a lot of spread field.
I just don't know where you bowl him. There's often that catcher in at mid-wicket. It's only my second year up here at Durham, and in a completely different context. Sadly, I'm not on the playing staff yet. I've just found everyone so friendly and welcoming. I mean, I know what the North East is like because my family heritage is from up here, but you just almost get off the train or into taxi and everyone just wants to give you a hug and check that you're okay.
Sometimes
It's
too
lovely.
much.
Yeah. I think when you're used to, if you've been in London for a lot or down south where everyone just turns their noses up at each other.
Getting each other's way.
Pushed off the back foot. They think about a single. They don't take one. It was struck too firmly. Still 138 for 2. Who had the longer trip then, you or Lauren, do you reckon?
Lawrence Bristol. I know my
Yeah.
exact mileage. It's
Oh, God.
336 miles.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to look. Let's look at.
Yeah,
let's
do.
look at
It's
how
a
far
beauty.
Bristol is from here, and then we can. I don't know exactly.
So
in
were
Bristol
you
where
down
she
in
was.
Southampton?
I was Portsmouth.
Portsmouth, okay.
Oh, Bristol's
sorry, I've-
238.
Yeah, half the distance with a bit of fudged maths. Good thing I'm not calculating Duckworth Lewis at any point, just to single out to Deep Square. Have I insulted you by saying you live in Southampton
Yeah.
then as someone from Portsmouth?
I nearly
I'm
actually got up
yeah.
and left.
Well, don't. I've just managed to chase Rob Rush out, finally.
No, that is the biggest insult.
Yeah,
but
I know.
fortunately, football club wise, hopefully we're going to be in the same league next year because Southampton have been so poor in the Premiership.
They haven't had a good season, have they?
I think it's the record worst or something,
At the
which is so.
moment.
I'm so pleased to tell everyone that.
Nothing better than a football fan's bitterness. I'm exactly the same.
Tell you what, it's hitting the middle of McKinney's bat, isn't it? Although that's gone to the fielder.
He's a good player. Rob and I were talking. There's a bit of noise around him at the moment. Everyone seems to have picked up over. I think he got to get 100 for Lions over the winter.
In Australia, yeah.
He's a good player. Helps when your skipper, the test skipper, sees you every week as well. Around the wicket, Bamber. Solid from McKinney. Ended the over. Just the one off it. 139 for 2. 41 gone.
I feel like you've got a lot going for yourself when you're tall, left-handed. Just looks so natural at the crease. Looks a natural athlete. And I mean the selectors, I'm sure, will be watching and looking how he grows. But hopefully he gets a bit of time in the middle here for Durham and just over the course of the next few games and just accumulate some runs. I think obviously he's clearly got a lot of potential, but I think when players are young, it's important as well before they step up into that international side, getting some mileage under their belt, batting tough situations. As Barnard continues from the media centre end. Defended by Bingham.
Well, it's the beauty of playing red ball cricket. I think it was Mark. I was listening to the Wisdom podcast on the way up, and Mark Butcher was saying they were talking about Banton for obvious reasons, but he was just saying in the context of a young player, he hopes that not many take that early decision to go white ball only, because otherwise you don't get the chance to bat for a couple of hours, even if you're not going to necessarily make red ball your main format.
That's defended again. A little bit of nip back, a bit of excitement from the slips and the wicketkeeper.
You just need to learn how to bat, be in tricky situations, have different pitches that aren't just belters designed for you to hit 4s and 6s on. Just makes you more rounded as a cricketer. When was the last time Barnard? Oh, he did concede a run in his last over. Okay. Been frugal since lunch though.
Crafty bowler as he's in defence again from Bingham. Big stride down the pitch.
He was a good signing for Warwickshire a year or two ago, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Barnard, maybe even 3. Has he done a couple of summers since he left Worcestershire?
Warwickshire doing well here, I think, to restrict these two though. I think these last couple of overs, not letting them get away. They haven't scored boundaries. They've obviously got fielders out on the boundary here. 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg side behind square for Bingham, but those fielders in tight are stopping the rotation of the strike. And that's pushed to one of those at mid-wicket.
They've just let themselves down with that last 5%, those 2 catches. Otherwise, it would have been perfect, right? That would have been the plan. Not let them score freely. Because there was a point this morning where Gay and McKinney were scoring quite freely. And then Bingham came in and started playing the way that he can. Since lunch, it's been a different story, but if you find Benningham's outside edge twice, I don't know how many times I'll say that over the next hour or two.
Barnard in again. That's pushed nicely out to deep square. There is a single. He moves to 32 and 140 for 2 Durham. So it's interesting. I was going to say, I always find this, that overseas players, when they play, get dropped more. We actually had a joke. So I played with Susie Bates, who's
what a signing.
Yeah, what a signing. She's such a good human as well. So I played with her for 3 years at Hampshire.
Okay.
And honestly, I kid you not, she got dropped so many times. Like, I'd hit one straight to the fielder, caught out. She would get dropped, and I just think it's that extra pressure sometimes. As that's pushed again in defence by McKinney. That is on that catch. Like, you know that he's a world-class player. And at a professional level, it shouldn't come into your brain, like, when the ball's coming to you. But I feel like sometimes it does. Oh, here he is. The boss. I feel like I need to be subbed out now.
No, absolutely not. You stay on with the boss. You've only just come on and Emily Windsor.
I feel the pressure then.
Well, it's part of the process. He texted me and said, "Right, he's going to come. This is part of another test." We had Ryan Campbell wander in to the back of the box, so I will make way. I'm going to signal to Ross.
Lovely. Bamber's going to continue as expected, as we're joined alongside Ryan Campbell. Happy with the start?
Hello, Emily. How are you?
I'm good.
I am happy. It's a beautiful day up here at the northeast. The sun's out. Plenty of people here to watch the first day at home.
So we've got Bamber charging in, and that's pushed again in defence.
And look, at the end of the day, you win the toss and decide to bat. You know, I guess the pressure's on you to make sure something's happening in the game, and you're forcing it along. So, you know, after the first over, we lost Alex Lees, which obviously is a big out for us. But I think since then we've looked pretty comfortable, and blokes is rotating well and looking to score with pretty defensive fields. Let's be honest.
I'm glad you said that, because I said that a minute ago. As Bamber in, and that's pushed beautifully down the ground. That's one of the shots of the day by Bingham. You can't drop him twice. He will make you pay. 144 for 2, Durham.
Yeah, he's come back in pretty good spirits, Dave, after a bit of a tough winter. Obviously Test cricket is bloody tough, and, playing India and, he's had some good tests of his technique, which he's found really interesting.
He's bound, but in again. And is that him gone? No. Bit of movement, caught low by the keeper.
There seems to be there's been more movement after lunch than what we saw before lunch, really, which is a bit strange. But, look, if you're looking at it overall, we're still got over 50, overs in the day, and you know that we're going to try and score at a reasonable rate. That's just the way we play, and, with Ollie Robinson and Ackerman and these guys after these two, hopefully we can get to stumps and
that's pushed in defence on the offside.
Be in a pretty solid position to force some issues on day 2.
With the way and the style you play, it's obviously well renowned. You take the positive option, you're quite aggressive. Do you find teams generally set more defensive fields to you because of that?
Well, we have noticed that. We did notice that last year especially, but the thing for us is that once you drop on, especially here at Chesterley Street, it's a big ground. It's 65-metre boundaries on every side.
Bamber, right arm in again, back down the pitch.
So what we find that we feel that if opposition put boundary riders, deep point, deep square, suddenly you got 3 or 4 out, you can rotate the strike a lot easier, and it's a very hard place to defend. We find that in the T20. If, we have a pretty solid, similar size ground in our T20. So, once the field's spread, it's very hard to stop twos, and we just have to make sure that we hit and run and work hard.
Bamber in again. That's played beautifully through mid-wicket. There is a fielder at deep square who's charging round, but he may as well save his legs. 4 more runs to Bingham. He will move to 40. And they score 148 for 2.
And that's a great example of it. They've got a deep square, but he's not going to, once you get it through the field, if you get the good angle and stuff, it's, Vic's got the place looking in immaculate touch, let me say. They've had probably one of the driest winters we've had for a long time, and the grass has grown beautifully. The square looks magnificent. We had massive issues last year. I felt so sorry for Vic all year. He was, trying to find pitches with enough grass coverage, to give us enough bounce and carry and life in what he wanted to do. So this year, everything's looking fantastic. I know it's only day 1. I'm sure we'll
I'd
get
be worried if it wasn't now.
Yeah.
Do you think, out of interest, the women playing out here is going to make it harder for pitch preparation as Barnard, a new bowler?
I don't think so, because I feel that we have won a lot of wickets. Our square is quite massive, but also, again, I'm going to try and say this the nicest way, so Emily, don't jump on me. You guys generally don't scuff up wickets and don't, cause too much damage to them. So I feel that they're going to bounce back quite fast. Yeah. And, I know
you're going to damage them for us then. I'm going to throw it back onto you.
Exactly. That's what more you'd worry about.
Into McKinney, defended again.
But, the T20 games, for instance, I felt that, generally we've always played one T20 game and then moved pitches because, we think, well, we should use everything. But last year we found that if we kept reusing the same one, we knew what we were getting.
Yeah.
And so I actually feel that, when we play our double headers, it's going to be great for us because, if there is a little bit of life early, then, we'll find out.
Round the wicket to McKinney, played to mid-wicket, no run.
And, if it's a really good wicket, we'll see you guys smashing it everywhere and we'll know, okay, this is a pretty good strip. Let's go for it.
Well, I think those days are going to be great for the club.
Can't wait.
Hopefully get big crowds in. And I think we've come together nicely. I think, well, speaking from the playing group, got some good relationships with the guys already. And
it's the excitement level when you guys walked in the door. I'm not just saying that. I've said it the whole time.
That's played by McKinney to mid-wicket.
There was a feeling that it was going to be a really good step in the right direction for our club. but the way it's all worked out, it's been absolutely phenomenal, to be honest. You know, we train, you know, for people listening, there's been times throughout the winter that we share all the nets all the time, and, you know, Wednesdays was 2 nets for us, 3 nets for you sort of stuff, and it was, you know, having conversations and watching you guys go about it.
Round the wicket to McKinney again, play to mid-on this time, will be no run.
And yeah, I think it's gone really, really well. Going to Zimbabwe was fantastic. You know, that week sort of crossover where we could all, you know, catch up and have a beer. And, you know, I know I'm a bit old school. I'm old. We all know that. But there's something still special about sitting around a campfire, so to speak, having a beer or a Coke or whatever you want to do, but just chatting and getting to know each other. And I just loved it.
Barnard to McKinney again, and that's nipped back, got up a little bit, gone through to the keeper who hasn't taken it cleanly. That's a dot ball to finish the over. Maiden over from Barnard, putting a bit of pressure onto McKinney. He's still there, importantly, for Durham. Yeah, I feel like that was great, and I think, I mean, it's credit to the guys. Obviously, I imagine at times it must be quite tough because you're used to just having you guys here and us coming in, having to share facilities and stuff. But
I got to admit, there were times this year when I was planning, and, you know, I'm a bit of a make sure everything's out of the way a month in advance so everyone knows where they're at and all this. And then all of a sudden
Danny,
when were you guys going to use that sort of stuff? Okay, no worries. I'll move, and we have to go in the afternoons a couple of times, which is something different. It's like, I honestly believe that it's just been seamlessly, and all credit goes to the Durham staff and, you know, Marcus North, and, you know, the rooms have been done. You guys have got your upgrades in the away room. So, although I've told them, I'm sorry, but
oh no,
one of our secrets is that the away change rooms, they don't have heaters out the front.
Oh no.
So if you watch on our side, this time of year it's usually so cold, and then our heaters are on, and the opposition always don't have a heater.
So they're now not allowed
they
heaters.
sit there and they go in there, and I'm thinking, we might have to give you ladies your...
Change of bowling booth with extra pace bowls to Bingham, who pulls that one away sweetly to the boundary. He moves to 44, and you can't bowl there.
So this is the big test for us, and probably the bigger test for Warwickshire, if you're a Warwickshire fan, that if you're going into a situation where, okay, we're just going to hold tight, we're going to play ring fields and see if we can sort of pressure batters out. Once you get into that 40, 50 over mark and it hasn't quite worked, and then suddenly there's 2 set batters, by the time you want to put boundary riders out, it can go really, really poorly for you.
Booth to Bingham again, this time down the leg side. I think this will be signalled leg byes by the umpire. Yep, but 4 more to the total, and that's 8 runs off 2 balls already.
Well, so that's the thing. So suddenly your good ball gets defended, but you get a single from it because there used to be a point, but now he's out. And then all of a sudden a couple get clipped away, or, you know, you get reward for a good outfield and hit a good shot, and that's 4. So suddenly you're going at 6s, and it's suddenly you look up at the scoreboard and you think, oh, where's that gone? It's snipped away. I'm hoping that's what's going to happen, let me tell you.
That's credit to the batters, isn't it? Like, they've got to ride those tough periods and then cash in later. Booth in again, and that's got up a little bit. Play and miss from Bingham.
I reckon if I'm sitting in the Warwickshire's camp, I'm thinking, well, there's been enough here that we've gone past the bat. We've created chances. We've got to take those. So there's a little bit in the wicket for us. So we just got to keep trucking and keep stacking them up.
That's good. I have to ask as well, like, for the listeners, like, selection going into this game. Obviously, you've got your internationals coming in. That must have been tough job with the selection group. There's Booth in again, and that's a play and miss again outside the off stump.
Yeah, I get told very often that I've got the easiest job in the world. Days like yesterday aren't the easiest jobs in the world. It's, you know, we understand that what we're trying to build here is a very strong squad that can cover all circumstances, but, you know, sometimes people are going to get squeezed out, and you know, the fact that Graham Clark got left out today, who batted beautifully in Nottingham.
Booth in again, that's pushed out to deep square. He's off the mark.
I'll be honest that he was 60 odd and he's 2 balls away from getting through to the second new ball, which I reckon would have almost got us home, because the way the game was going, the new ball with a short boundary, we scored fast, and that would have got us away from knots and probably almost safe. I was thinking, I was hoping that he'd get through that and go on, make 100, but then there was another little part of me sitting in my ear going, what are we going to do with Clark if he makes 100? Someone's got to go for betting him. They're the tough ones, and we know that Clark gives his absolute everything for this club.
Booth, right arm over, left alone by McKinney.
And so what can I say? All I can say is that, you've done everything you can. Means you're the next batter.
Yeah.
If we do have an injury or someone's out of form, you have to be the next one. And then you see Scotty Borthwick make 200 for our second team yesterday, and you go, well, we're in good shape. But they're the headaches we want. We need to be a great club. And, so these guys, they're not always going to be batting under pressure of selection, but you know what I mean. You as a player, you understand that, you know how to read the room. That, I got to do well. And, George Drizzle, so unlucky to be left out. We generally always play a spinner, and, just felt that the wicket, that Vic's put together here, I'll be honest, we're trialling something. It's the driest wicket we've ever had here. He's never gone below 30% moisture in it.
Barnard to Bedingham, who just works out to deep square for a single.
And again, that's a reflection of how good the spring has sort of been, that he can get it down to 23%, which we're hoping days 3 and 4 does start to go a little bit up and down, which we just felt 4 fast bowlers, especially tall fast bowlers, if we keep pounding the wicket, that might be the best way for us to take 20 wickets.
So you're expecting it to go up and down rather than, as it's dry, rather than spin.
Yeah, because I feel that the grass is going to stay.
Barnard in, that's driven but not timed by McKinney.
The live grass that we've got on it should keep it together. So, look, it may spin a bit later, and hopefully it does, and that means Colin Ackerman might have to play a role, but we just felt, we ummed and ahed a lot, let me tell you. Like, these are the conversations we've had. In fact, Marcus North, our director of cricket, was supposed to be in a meeting yesterday, and he pulled out of the meeting because he knew how important everything was going on. So
Barnard in again, defended.
But the thing for us is, I think what we're trying to create here is an atmosphere that we don't panic under any circumstances. You know what? We would have loved to win the first game. We would have loved to draw the game, but we didn't.
Yep.
And so it's very easy if you lose that first game. Oh, we've got to change this. We've got to change that. What do I do with Colin Ackerman? He's just hit 200s. And then I had to go have a conversation with him and say, Ackers, you got about 6, mate. You can't bat 4 this day.
How did that go out of interest?
No. Well,
can I ask that?
Yeah, he's such a good guy.
Barnard round the wicket again, played to mid-wicket.
I guess the easy one again could have been, okay, Colin, you're going to bat 5, and Ollie Robinson, you're going to bat 6. But then my conversation, and that came up, but my conversations were, hang on a minute, Ollie Robinson has averaged pretty much 50 for us at number 5 for 2.5 years. So we can't just suddenly get excited and go, okay, Colin, you're going to go in front of him as well. But they're the tough questions that, you get asked. And then you got to, if you stay true to your values and say, look, this is us.
Yeah.
This is how we're going to set up. Originally, this is how we were going to set up. Colin was always going to bat 6. Will Rhodes was always going to bat 7. Emilio Gay's come in at number 3. That's how we're going to do. If it doesn't work, then we'll have another look at it.
Yep.
But you need 2 or 3, maybe 4 games to work out if it's working or not.
Out of interest as well, did Hogg's performance in the 2s, as that's pushed into the offside, they think about a quick single, but the answer's no. Did that earlier in the week? Obviously, he's come back from a bit of an injury. He bowled really well, picked up, I think, 4 wickets, didn't he? Did that put another spanner in the works when you're going for selection?
And to be honest, that wasn't as big a spanner in the works, because Hoggy, we knew, was coming back from injury. So basically we just had to find out when he was fit and ready to go, because he, along with Sam Connors, along with Paul Coughlin, along with Lukey Robinson, along with James Mento, I'm sorry if I've missed anyone there, but our rotation of fast bowlers has to be very clear, and what we're trying to do with us to get through these first 7 rounds, where, you know, it's back-to-back cricket. It's a lot of overs, especially, you know, at Knots. The lads 35 overs.
I don't know how you boys do that. I can't lie.
It was a lot of bowling. So, you know, that worries us, of course. So, you know, we have to be very careful. You know, you got a guy like Matthew Potts who could be playing for England, and, you know, I've no doubt the ECB dudes are on their phone, buddy, telling us enough's enough for him.
Booth round the wicket to McKinney. That's dropped into the onside. He moves to 63.
So, yeah, so the hog one was, you know, if we play him in this 3-day game, how much does he get through? How is he pulled up? And the facts were he bowled beautifully and pulled up fresh as a daisy. So, you know, that was the one where we go, okay, is it hog or drizzle?
Yeah.
How are we going to go about it? What do you think is best? And, you know, the conversation we had, we might be wrong, you know, but we might be right. We're hoping we're right. But the thing for me also was, if we pick 4 quicks, I wanted to make sure that Alex understood that he's still free to do whatever he wants on the morning of the first day.
Yeah.
I'm an Aussie. I want to bat first all the time. I want to bat first, make plenty, and then control the game.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go at him and, you know, put pressure on from a bowling point of view. And then day 4, hopefully, is going to be tough work for whoever's batting last. So, yeah, and that's what you saw this morning. Alex was very confident to say, yep, we're going to bat.
Booth to Bedingham, driven to mid on, will be no run.
Even with 4 quicks, we're gonna bat first. We're gonna bat first, and then we'll see what happens, because, you know, we still feel, like I said originally, we feel that the quicks are gonna hit the deck so hard and produce opportunities for us.
I suppose you got a variety in that attack as well. Although they're all sharp bowlers, they all offer something slightly different.
Slightly different skill sets, which you know, I'm really looking forward to watching Brendan Doggett go about his work.
That's pushed into the offside, come through for a quick single. McKinney has to get his skates on, but makes it comfortably. 160 for 2 Durham.
I'll be honest, I've been asking him a million questions about the World Test Championship and what squad they're going to have, the Aussie. I need to find out the info about the Aussies.
Nice to have a fellow Aussie in the dressing room.
Yeah, so good. We're getting another one on the ground staff, to be honest, another West Australian coming. So we're starting to outnumber you English.
3, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, that's true.
We can't have you overpower us just yet.
Well, I know I'm going to get a million questions about the Ashes at some point.
Into McKinney, left alone outside the off stump. 2 slips are in now to McKinney.
So that is my ultimate test. It's like having my 2 wonderful children, my son and my daughter, and when people ask who's my favourite. So you can't have your favourite. But when the Ashes are on, of course I'm barracking for Australia, but I hope 5 of our Durham lads gets picked. And then I'm going to have to barrack for those 5. Yeah. Or if they're playing, whoever gets picked on the day. But
it's one of those, you want those boys to do well but lose.
Pretty much. Because I think it's going to be a 3-1 to Australia.
Do you?
Yes. You guys are kidding yourselves. You're not a very good cricket team. Not very good at all. Don't win.
161 for 2 Durham.
I've got to cop it now. I've got Stokes sitting over there. He's probably listening.
How much does he, though, like we were talking earlier about the talent McKinney has, and obviously there's a lot of noise around him at the moment. The value of him, watching him play here, does that make a difference, England captain or not?
I have no doubt that's why Bryden Cast is playing for England. Like, he knows what they're great mates. He sees the talent. I think there's no doubt that, you know, having your England captain, who's got obviously such a vocal voice, such a loud voice in the selection conversations of England cricket, you know, if he sees something in his own ranks, he's going to go, you know what, this kid's special. It's the same that he did with Shoaib Bashir. Apparently he saw that on YouTube or, you know, one of the
stream.
MV Play streams that we had. He was very quick to say, have a look at this kid, like his shape can do well in India, could do well in Australia, and, you know, and that's how that he identified him. So, you know, I know that Ben also went to Abu Dhabi to do a bit of coaching, actually, and recovering from his hamstring with the Lions and some of the young bowlers. But Ben McKinney was there as one of the batters as well. So, I've no doubt that Stokesy spent some more time with Ben to get to know him, because I think there's, this is something that I'm pretty big on. There's one thing is the player, the talent, because I reckon, let's be honest, at this level, everyone's got talent.
Yeah.
Then you got that little bit extra that is unbelievable, but then it's the brain matter that makes the difference between good and great players.
Spin into the attack then, Ali.
I'm really looking forward to this kid bowling, to be honest. I've watched him a lot on the streams and leading in, and I'm always excited when a young leg spinner gets an opportunity to bowl.
Bowled at
Bowls
a nice
quite
pace.
fast. Yeah, he bowls quite fast, a bit more white ballish, but he'll find his way.
See, charges in. That's shorter, and that's played into the onside by Bingham. There's a bit of space out there, so they'll probably come back for the second. Ben McKinney's long strides between the wickets, about 3 steps. Bingham moves to 49, 163 for 2. What qualities then do you think McKinney has? Why is there a lot of noise about him?
Well, I think his ball striking ability is something right up England's method at the moment. That's how they like to be scoring fast, and he's a big boy at 6'7" or whatever, still growing apparently.
Ali in again. That's pushed up to mid-on, and that will be Benningham's first 50 of the year for Durham. Comes off 88 balls. Nice loud applause from this Durham crowd and his teammates on the balcony. Casual with his bat lift. I'm sure there's many more to come. A good start for him.
Very good start. Just has looked in control. Given a couple of opportunities that Warwickshire haven't taken, and he's probably not one of those people that you want to give too many chances to, because as we saw last year, his scoring ability is quite phenomenal, really.
Ben McKinney, the left-hander, will face up. Just looked out to the boundary there. There is a fielder deep. He's driven down the ground. Mid-off will come round.
I've got to admit, I'm interested to see how Ben plays this young kid, because Ben, if you have noticed, likes to play spin off the back foot, and which is quite weird in my opinion for someone so tall that he doesn't want to just use his reach, but that's the way he does it. And with a guy like Ali who bowls quite fast, if he continues to go back, it could be some interesting things going to happen here.
Are these things you talk to him about, though, or do you just leave them to it?
I think in the modern world, it's easy for a coach to say, "Oh, no, that's your game. You do whatever you want." But I think that's a bit of a get out. You do have to have conversations. For me, I ask him those questions. I talk about his trigger. Ben goes from having a trigger to suddenly not having a trigger. Now, I don't care if he has one or doesn't have one. What I care about is, why is he having one and then not having one?
Yeah.
And what's going through his mind? Is that because he's suddenly drifting away, or he's not confident? So that, to me, is more important, those sort of questions. And, Will Gidmans, who's our batting coach, he's the one that, will spend lots of time with Ben as well and talk through this. Ben Stokes plays a lot of spin off the back foot. I don't know if that's where he's picked it up, but he just feels more comfortable, because I think he's also thinking, well, if a spinner misses, I'm going to put him into next week out on the
I
leg
would
side.
if I had those levers. If I had that stride and that levers, I think, or I'd be running at every ball, I think.
Yeah, it's got to be an advantage, I'm sure. But
There's got the pace of Booth to continue to Bingham. That's played into the onside. Out to deep square for a single.
yeah, so getting back to Ben, so why should he be the next Test opener? In the end of the day, his ball striking ability is quite phenomenal. Can he do this in Australia on bouncier wickets? He's just shown that in the Lions too, that he seems to have gone pretty well down there. And it doesn't swing as much in Australia. So, when he gets in trouble, I think he goes fishing in the corridor a little bit. But
Booth to McKinney, and that's played back a cry, catch it, just didn't carry. Tough chance for the bowler. And they come through for a quick single. He's on to 65.
But I think the other thing for England, and again, I'm trying to read between the lines now, so don't take this as gospel, but I think what they've been very good at is, with Stokes and McCullum in their era, is they look at a talented kid and think, does he fit into our structure and can he make us a better team? He might not be the finished product now, but we're going to help him get to the finished product down the line.
Booth to Bedingham. That's pushed into the onside to backward point.
And I think that's why Jacob Bethel got his opportunity and has done
he
pretty
took
well.
That, didn't
yeah.
he?
And you look at some of the young fast bowlers, Atkinson, obviously Cast has come in. They've looked at Tongue, they've looked at Hull, they've looked at Stone and Pennington and all these sort of not household names, so to speak, in county cricket, but they have the assets, what they're looking for, the pace, the height, all that sort of stuff. So
168 for 2 then, as that's cut beautifully by Bedingham. Bit of width, too short, and he's not going to miss out. That's 4 runs to him, and he moves to 56.
And again, like the one thing that I'd say to add to that is that they can't overlook the skillful bowler, the Sam Cook, the Porters from Essex. Those guys are unbelievable.
Would they be effective in Australia though?
Well, that's the question. Like when I look at Sam Cook, what he did in the Lions tours, he seemed to be still quite effective. Didn't go at a high scoring rate, took wickets.
So that's pushed into the offside. Good running. Quick single. Fielders just on their heels. Bedingham gets up the other end. 57 he moves to.
So is it, though, a horses for courses thing where why couldn't Sam Cook play in England, for instance? But then if you go to Australia, you don't take Sam Cook.
Yep.
See, I'm not against any of that. I think you've done that with Wokes. People talk about Jimmy Anderson being a great and is everywhere. But everyone, if you kind of first thought, you would think, England for sure. You got to bowl Jimmy in England. But he did so well everywhere else.
Yeah.
So that's probably, not a question. But you can have some of those bowlers that, just do well in certain places and go, let's just go with it. It's 5 tests in Australia. If he's not playing those 5 tests, so be it. But against India, if there's a little bit of, weather around, a bit of nibble in the wicket, some swinging skies, why wouldn't you play a guy like Sam Cook?
Scores 173 for 2. I think we're going to have a little change. You stay, Ryan, and we'll hand over.
Hello, big man. Welcome back to the Northeast, you traitor.
There we go. First time.
Moved away from us, didn't you?
Yeah, just can't get rid of me now. They just keep coming back. Bedingham, 57 off 94. McKinney, 65 off 131. Just to finish up on Ben, before I want to ask you a couple other things. How impressed have you been with the maturity of this knock? Because there's been times where Ed Barnard's had him not pinned. Well, I don't know if you would use pinned, but he tied him up for runs, wasn't able to play his natural game. But then we saw Rob Yates come on and he looked to be aggressive. He's picked his moments. He's shown a cool head. How impressed are you with this maturity from someone who's not even 22 yet?
Yeah, I'll add to that. If anyone had seen Ben having his throwdowns yesterday and today, you wouldn't have picked him to make a run ever. In fact, you wouldn't even think this kid was even good enough to play because he's had some issues in the nets at the moment. But I think that is an ever showing sign of his maturity. That in the past, I would have lost him for a couple of weeks. Like he just literally would drift off and he wouldn't have the answers to his game. But look, I know now I am going to sound old, but that is the growing up and learning about the game and, understanding what you need to do to piece together a first-class career. And that's the beauty of Ben, and that's what he's doing. We have to give him the opportunities to learn on the job, because there's still, you know, when you look at your cricket team, you got to look at your players and think 80% of them aren't the finished product. So you're still going to have, you know, even the best, they're still going to be learning and trying to get better, but most of them aren't even close to being where you want them to be. And, you know, you just got to give an arm around them at times, or, you know, a few brief words occasionally. You know, and hopefully they follow their path. And, you know, at the end of the day, every time he does this, it'll register to him, all right, remember that day I wasn't feeling great against Warwickshire, but I found a way. I got through my first 20 balls, and then I started, you know, he hit one cover drive, and I thought, ooh, here we go.
The jabs down on that one to keep out just the one single there. Very tidy start from Ali, 174 for 2. The family club, the aspect of it being a family club. Have you always been a big believer that the dressing room has to be as tight-knit as possible in order to get the best results on the pitch? Because it seems like that has played almost as big a role in our success over the last 2-3 years.
100%. You need to create an environment that players can play their role their way. And everyone's different, everyone's unique. Every character that you have, it's unique, and you don't want to suppress anyone. So, you know, you're trying to create that environment that everyone can fit in, everyone can speak when they need to speak, and not going to be scared or driven down, so to speak. But also an environment where you can be challenged. Okay, so if I want to challenge someone, or if someone wants to challenge me about something, or a style of play, or something's going on that you don't like, I can't just pretend that I've created this great environment and then just go, oh yeah, no, then let me lose it.
You can't just block it out yourself.
So yeah, that's your hope, and it's very easy when you have good people, and I think we're lucky enough. And again, this is being a bit parochial, and I am parochial now because I live up here, and the Northeast manages to have great friendly people. And you know, a big chunk of our guys are obviously from the Northeast, and those values are really important. And, you know, we're hopefully surrounding, you've got an outsider like me as an Aussie, but, you know, Graham Onions, Will Gidman, Alan Walker, they're all proud Northeasterners. You know, it's why we find so important, you know, Scotty Borthwick not selected today. This year we've changed his contract from being the captain to a player coach, because we know he wants to be a coach, but also we know how important he is to the club.
Yeah.
And you know, we want the next generation to learn and understand what's important to our club. And you know, someone like Scott, who's made a double 100 in the seconds today,
it was seeing him pretty well.
Yeah, but again, it's not really about his batting. You know, yes, it is, because he wants to get back in the first team, and we'll give him every opportunity. But more importantly, it's about how those younger kids...
Looking at everyone else in the seconds.
You know, you look at that team yesterday, Robbie Bowman is a kid that could play a heap of games. Luke Symington's an amazing young player that's coming through. We saw Stan McAlinden and Dan Hogg and those sort of guys. James Mento's in that team. So they need a bit of a leader.
Big shout and given. Full and straight from Booth, and Bedingham got given 2 lives. His third one is been taken from him. LBW for 58. Warwickshire have their first bowling bonus point, and Bedingham's knock comes down on 58.
It's a bummer that. It's almost out of the blue, really. It was very full. Looks like the old Yorker, so to speak. Struck him on the toe. Didn't have to go far to the stumps, really. So good innings comes to an end, and just when I felt that just starting to pick up a bit of momentum in our batting innings, that we lose a wicket, but this bloke coming in now is a guy that we know loves to score and score fast.
Breaks open a partnership, I believe, worth 96 between McKinney and Bingham. And it does indeed bring about a pocket rocket, I think it's safe to say, Ollie Robinson. Although he's not quite had the impact over the last handful of county games that he certainly would like. I think he mentioned it to TalkSport that he's not picked up the runs that he wanted to. So when you've got a player like Ollie, who we saw in his first year, can destroy bowling attacks on his own, but he's going through a little bit of a dip. Is it the arm around the shoulder for him, or is it for Ollie specifically? Is it the arm around the shoulder, or is it the trust your work, trust your process, get in the nets, and it'll come good eventually?
It is, because to start with, you got to put the arm around the shoulder and say, "Hey, mate, you're good. What's going on?" And then see if his mind's clear, so to speak. But then, Ollie's obviously as a wicket keeper. You also, and I'm saying that from being a former wicket keeper, but you get to study the game from a really good vantage point, and you get to pick up on a lot of things and technical things and
off the mark straight away.
And to him, he is very knowledgeable about the game. So he actually came to me and spoke to me, and then Will Gibman as well, about his contact point. And he felt he was a bit out in front of himself. And, when he's playing well, he hits the ball so nicely under his eyes and things like that. So that's easy for a coach. You go, hey, yeah, mate, yeah, I agree 100%. That's
off
cool.
You go.
Yeah, but yeah, those things are important, that players are understanding their own games, and we can't help you once you're out there. So sometimes you are going to have to pick apart your own game and go, I'm just not hitting them well. Or, am I watching the ball or whatever? So, you have to be your own batting coach, and I have no doubt that Ollie, it'll come with a rush. It will. It's the way he's batting in the nets and stuff. He's hitting the ball as well as he ever has. So, for me, I'm not really too concerned about where he's at.
Going to start up here against Ali after picking up the single off the last ball of the previous over. Decisively on the front foot there. These two do provide a quite amusing height difference. This has got to be the biggest one in the squad, surely? Or does Dan Hogg? Is Dan Hogg taller than Ben?
I think Dan has just gone back in front of Ben. Or it's either that or the other way around, because both of them are still growing.
Short and Robinson able to puncture the offside.
So I think it's Dan who's just put on another inch, which is scary because he's bloody tall as it is. But yeah, I would have thought these two it's up there.
Changing the field, McKinney's going to have someone directly in his line of sight. Very short mid-off.
Although I did feel really nice over in the nets today, seeing the Warwickshire coaches, the Westy and Matty Walker. They're my height. Like, it's all these tall coaches, tall people, It was just nice to have a chat and be
at
eye level with everyone.
not having to crank your neck and look up at these giants. And he plays this one. 176 for 3. Overseas, obviously we've got Dogger in for the next 4 weeks. I spoke to you at media. You said you're looking forward to for the fans to see how he goes. Picked up 2 more overseas for other parts of the season. We'll start with Zach Fawkes, who's here for the T20 campaign.
I thought you were going to say Susie Bates. It was like that's a bloody good get for Durham. I was so excited when I heard that was happening.
It is a fantastic signing. It'll be great to see her here at Banks Homes Riverside. Every single ladies' home game here, of course, for the inaugural season. As Ali finishes his 3rd over to McKinney, who's on the front foot, and just a single from it, 176 for 3. So with Zach, when did those conversations start? Is it you and Marcus like it always is, going and looking and identifying, or just talk us through that behind the scenes process for bringing Zach on board for the Blast?
So basically what we look at first is what our skill set is and what we need filling, basically. And we were very quick to find out that Big Ben Dwarshus had already signed with Worcester. So he was obviously our first thoughts. But before that, unfortunately, there was, Scotty Boland, the conversations around him coming for a time was going to be first. And that was going to include some of the T20 Blast, because at the time Australia weren't qualified for the Test Championship. So unfortunately, that takes a bit of time. And during that time,
Robinson, lovely shot through the offside, long chase, and the ball will win it. Robinson has his first boundary of the innings.
And during that time, Ben Dwarshus signed with Worcester. So, we knew that we needed a bowler who could also hit a few, which was important for us down in that lower order. So, that was the skill set. And so then, Marcus and I and, the other coaches, we all get around the table and start to, float ideas and, we get analyst information and of who's going well and whatever. And those sort of conversations went on. And then you probably have a list of 3 or 4 that you think, okay, we
can make a real run at.
Let's have a crack at these. Remembering that you now have American Major League going on. You've got obviously other counties chasing people and wanting guys as well. So when Zach agreed that, he had heard about Durham and had heard we were such a great club because he plays with Neil Wagner. So we had some inside info around that, or he's mates with Neil Wagner, one of the two. So, yeah, we were really excited. But then we also had to just sort of delay that a little bit because New Zealand, we then got to go look at through all the New Zealand's tours and all everything they've got. So you're trying to weigh everything up. I will say getting overseas professionals is harder and harder because there's so many T20 tournaments around the world. To get people for red ball cricket, for instance, Brendan Doggart, to get he can't get a visa in the country. He's on the brink of playing for Australia, but part of the visa process, you've got to play 20 T20 games, even though it's not here for T20. It's frustrating. But that's part of it. He's actually played 19, and he missed a game because he got put on standby for the Australian Test team, and missed the Adelaide
T20
game,
which would have qualified him.
So we could have had him for longer, but now he can only be here for a month. It's the same with Fergus O'Neill at Nottingham.
Yeah.
So we can bring him in for a month, but it's bloody tough. We're hoping that Brendan gets picked for the World Test Championship. That'd be awesome if he did that, because that keeps him here for a while.
That is a beauty.
There's a little bit of nibble in this wicket still, huh?
Yeah, definitely. That is a beauty from Michael Booth. 182 for 3 at the end of the 53rd over.
So all in all, we're very excited about Zach, 22, 23 years of age, in New Zealand's best T20 lineup, and let's not beat around the bush here. New Zealand have a bloody good T20 team.
Very good.
So we're excited with his skill set and looking forward to getting him here. And the other T20 player hopefully will be sorted soon as well.
Interesting. And the other overseas that we have confirmed for the men's side, Wags is back.
Yes. Hopefully we can't break him this time.
Hopefully he is the unbreakable bowler, and that rings true. Was that just as simple as he wanted to come back? He was available. Everything kind of lined up easier to bring Wags back.
Yeah, look, he only played one game of red ball cricket for us, but he also played some 50 over stuff.
Played in the One Day Cup.
But just made such a good impression of good bloke, helped out our youngsters so much.
Just tick the boxes.
Ticked so many boxes. And again, that back half of the season is really tough.
Pots,
because
going to be away.
There's going to be all that sort of stuff, but then to try and get someone, mate, is so hard because there's tours coming on for all different countries, and Australian players won't be released because they're going to start going into their season, and they don't want them playing. So yeah, it's a tough one, but like I say, it was a bit of a no-brainer for us that we knew we could bring him back for a big portion of the games. It also gave him a period off where he's just won the Plunket Shield with Northern Districts.
That was a bit of time off to rest, recuperate.
Recuperate, come back, come here, and then play the rest of the season, which would be really good for us.
I imagine being a left arm quick, got James Mento just making stride after stride. That's got to be such a great sounding board for Mento to have a guy as Robinson cuts this one backward point region. He moves himself to 12.
Yeah,
straying on the line, straying on the wrong line and length, and Robinson able to punish it.
100%. That's the thing about good pros. They add something to your clubhouse, and we're very, very big on that. Peter Siddle, for the time that he was here, it's like, again, probably not where he wanted to be as a bowler. Had probably run out a bit of puff by that stage. But mate, what he added to us, only went at 2 and over wherever he played. Didn't matter how flat it was. Kept picking up wickets for us, but then added so much to the dressing room and teaching some of our young quicks, which is really, really important.
One ball left in this over from Ali. Fizzed in, and Robinson able to defend it out. 187 for 3. Unfortunately, injuries are part and parcel of the game. As much as we don't like to talk about it. Is there much of an update on from when you last spoke on the likes of, I know you mentioned Paul Coughlin last week. He obviously pulled up fine to play down at Notts. Unfortunate to miss out here. Still no Sam Connors. Carsey still making his way back. Is there any real updates on those guys?
Yep. So Coughlin, we got up for the first game, knowing that Doggett wasn't going to be here and would be here for game 2. So we knew that we could then rest him for this game and make sure he's ready for Yorkshire if required. So he's going along nicely. We're happy with where he's at.
Lovely looking shot, but Vishwa Fernando is ready to cut that off.
Yeah, so Coggers is in. I've got a board in my office with all the injured guys and the fit guys.
He's moved his way off.
He's off the injured list. He's into the good part of town. So he's good to go. Sam Connors batted today. He was in the nets earlier, which is
shot. And it'll be 4 as well. Just gets on top. I mean, it helps when you're 6'7", 6'8", or whatever Ben is, but he just gets on top of any sort of bounce there is.
Hits on the top of the bounce, doesn't he? That's a beautiful cricket shot. Sam, and again, people listening probably think, oh, well, he's a bowler.
Why is he batting?
But when you're coming back from a side strain, it's really important. When you start batting, it's a great sign of where you're at. And he'll start bowling next week, late next week, and I feel he'll get up to speed quite quickly. Lukey Robinson is another one who played in the second team today in this 3 games, pretty much as a fielder, to be honest. But he took his first strides. He started here, hurt his groin while we were in Zimbabwe, and he's started on his road to recovery, so to speak, return to bowl. I wouldn't be surprised, we're hoping in a week and a half's time, he'll start playing second team cricket. So that's some really good stuff. Bryden Cass is going along nicely. Again, recovering so much from...
I think McKinney, maybe that last shot, he's taking a chunk out the bottom of his bat.
Yeah, he snapped a bat there. That happens.
I don't think Grey Nakes will be too happy with him.
No, but the coach will be happy because I get a new fielding bat. Or a new bat for my son.
Who's that running out there, Driz?
That'd be Drizzle, yeah. With a few more bats. £1,000 a pop.
Which one would you like, sir? That's the one.
Bit heavy for me, though. Yeah, so those guys recover. Bryden Cass, again, foot injury that we've known. He's had those issues before, and they've done some real work to try and fix it. I'm pretty sure in saying that he started bowling yesterday, but again, will be. He won't be rushed back, of course. I think his first match will be against Zimbabwe for England. But then does he play a game for us before that to test everything out?
To get loose.
That'll be an interesting one that we'll wait and hear from. But, yeah, fingers crossed he's tried, for people that don't quite understand. So if you can imagine your front foot as a bowler, every time he lands and pushes forward, it basically is cutting through his front toe. And no matter what he does, how much stuff we put on it,
it just keeps on.
Just keeps hacking it away. You're talking about coming in, when he takes his boot off, it's like a pool of blood. So the pain that he's going through must be horrific.
Especially for a bloke that bowls 90 plus mile an hour and
landing at his feet.
He's not short either. He's 6'4", 6'5".
So I think England have got a lot of things going on with him, with new orthotics and new boots and new all sorts, different socks, different everything. Oh no!
And Ollie Robinson looked like he was maybe gearing up for some runs, but again, another wicket seemingly out of nowhere, just hitting one straight through the air, and I think it's Taz Ali at extra cover just picking one out straight out the air, and Robinson's got to go for 12 off just 14 deliveries, 192 for 4.
Yeah, disappointing that. It's looked like a wide half volley that he generally would hit through the offside for 4.
It's not a bad bloke to bring in at number 6, though.
Oh. Let's hope he can play and miss it a couple.
I'm genuinely curious to this. How do you turn to him last week? After last week, batting him at 4, twin tons, how do you turn around to him and say, you're going to bat 6, mate?
Yeah, that was yesterday. I was talking that through Emily. It wasn't a great day yesterday for me. I had a few.
Yeah, you got to bear all the bad news.
The facts are that he understands that originally that's how we were going to set up, and he's 34 years of age now. He's a mature professional. He understood. He said, "Yeah, no worries. I'll do what I need to do." Let's hope he can get back in and push on and make another big score.
We touched on the injuries there. Luke is someone that he seems to have had a lot of rotten luck with injuries.
Yeah,
I remember watching him. I think he made his T20 debut here against Leicestershire.
Yep,
first year that you coached, and he picked up a wicket, and you could just tell that there was that the excitement was justified. How do you guys keep him like in good spirits? Obviously, Sam Clark and Susan Dale, they do a great job of making sure the guy's going through their rehab properly. But for a young guy as well, who's trying to make his way, he's trying to put his mark on things. How do you sort of relay the fact that there's a bigger picture that needs to be looked at?
Look, again, it's just making sure we look after the human first. You know, he has last year, he landed on his knee and somehow split the tendon all the way through or something that, you know, put him out for the whole summer. You know, this year, after we were in Zimbabwe, we were there, we had trained. We'd gone to the gym afterwards. He wasn't even lifting any heavy weights. He was literally just doing a light sort of thing. Popped the groin, which is, you know, something you wouldn't think of happening either, because he is probably one of the, if not the fittest guy we have in our squad. So, look, it's disappointing, but also, unfortunately, that's fast bowling. You know, fast bowlers are always going to have their fair share of battles and niggles, and particularly if you're trying to charge in and bowl as fast as he wants to bowl.
Mr. Rough with the smooth.
I guess the disappointing thing for us is that everything that's happened to him actually hasn't been in bowling. It's been all these other things, fielding or gym or something. He doesn't generally hurt himself when he bowls.
Ackerman authoritatively forward.
So yeah, well, look, you just got to keep him up and keep him going. You know, he's generally got a smile on his face, Lukey, and you know, making sure we're touching base with him, see how he's going, and every little win for him is really important. That, you know, we make sure of that. That, you know, we understand he's going well, and you know, he understands that, and the whole. He's one of those guys, everyone loves him. So, and he's got the whole squad around him, helping him out.
Just praying for that bit of good luck.
At the end of the day, yeah, you know, that's the thing. We all need it, especially as a sportsman. You just to be fit and healthy, and like I say, is literally the fittest. Him and Callum Parks and the two guys that generally win the 2K time trials all the time, and just somehow got to keep him, get him on the park, get him bowling.
Looks like we're going to have a change at the Lumley end. Vishwa Fernando, who's no stranger to these parts after playing a couple of games at the back end of the 2023 season. He's going to rejoin the attack, replacing Michael Booth. We've mentioned, and we always will, that there's big international summers. We are very blessed to be in a position where we have players that are going to be considered for international selection. On the fast bowling lineup, obviously Potsy's a huge part for us, and he's massive in England's plans. What communication has there been from England at the start of the season about his availability? Has it been very open? Has it just been, we'll tell you when he needs a break? What can you say about that communication?
The conversations are always there, and we always have it. You know, Neil Colleen is the bowling coach for England, who's is a Durham lad. So
because we know if we gave Potsy the choice, Potsy would never come off the field, would never miss a game, would just bowl until literally he couldn't bowl anymore.
Yeah, that is true. And so the thing for us is we also understand that, you know, like all of our fast bowlers, they can't play every game. That's the sad truth about it. So, you know, we have a plan for him. He'll miss a couple of games here and there. And then if he gets called up for England, then so be it. That's, you know, they're the hopes. You know, our job is to make England players. And, you know, of course, we would love for all our guys to be playing for us all the time, but that doesn't that's not how it works.
Yeah.
So, you know, for us, whatever happens with Potsy, we know that when we get him, we're going to have a guy who gives us 110%. And, you know, we'll see how it goes. It's one of those things, mate. We could just, if you get frustrated with it, it's going to drive you nuts. So for me, it's just, okay.
He's here, great.
He's like a player. He's one of my player cards, and then I just flick the deck whatever way we go, and then no, he's not playing this game. We flick him off, and if he's gone, he's gone.
Fernando around the wicket to Ackerman. He's asking for some field changes. Quite very active. He's very active. I mean, I guess that comes with all the experience he's got. He knows exactly what he wants.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have a deep square, so he can maybe bowl a bouncer or two to Ackers. Third man comes up.
So football in the morning is still going as strong as ever.
Geez, they'd all sit in the corner and cry if you didn't let them play football before the start. Oldies have had a good start to the season compared to the youngies.
Been any additions to the oldie squad over the winter, especially with the new additions as well?
Well, yeah. So Will Rhodes has added to the oldies massively. I had to put in a rule this week that each team has to have one of our international signings, overseas players, because if the oldies have both of them, and Bettingham and Doggett aren't football players, that's for sure. The teams get very lopsided very quickly.
Well, Ben, he's in Sutton's academy, he's probably going to count for about half the youngies team.
Well, he thinks that. Talks a good game, Ben, on the football field.
Third man's now going back after just a couple balls. Ackers off the back foot, beats the man at cover, and they'll come through comfortably for a second. 196 for 4. Durham move towards 200 as we move towards tea on day 1 here at Banks Homes Riverside. What was the with Will Rhodes joining us? So obviously we've got the Will Rhodes Derby here. So Warwickshire having a bit of fun with that on social media. What was there much conversation about how you were going to slot him in, where you were going to slot him in? I mean, I don't think that. Let me rephrase that. Where were the conversations about where you're going to fit him in this lineup? Because obviously he's coming from Warwickshire, where he's batted at the top, almost exclusively for them. But then, obviously, he's got his bowling prowess that you guys want to make advantage of as well. So,
yeah, look.
What was that? What were those conversations like with him?
We were very upfront about where he could fit in, and also if he could fit into our white ball team as well. That this is how we saw him. The facts are that we were getting Emilio Gay. He knew that. We also had to make sure that we have space for Ben McKinney. There's no point us going, and I know before everyone gets on social media and abuses the coach, we are very mindful of our Northeast products, and we'll give them every opportunity to, prosper and a pathway. And hence, in the conversations was, well, Ben McKinney, he's going to play. We didn't know that Ben McKinney was going to have such a big Lions tour, and someone might talk about him in a different sense. But we had to give him a spot to be a chance to play in. And again, if he hadn't have finished last season as well, then that could have been different as well. So, at the end of the day, Will was weighing up what he wanted. His family also wanted from up here and wanted to come back. So, yeah, mate, we feel we're a club on the rise and going places. And if you want to win stuff, again, Warwickshire probably said the same to him. He's a valuable player to them as a leader and as a batter and all-rounder. So, yeah, so we felt strongly that he could make us better. We felt strongly that we could make him better as a player. I felt that he still hasn't got to anywhere near his high point of his career so far. So, where he fitted in, that was always going to be a shuffle of the deck. And, we probably weren't 100% sure where he was going to go. So, those conversations, like I say, we were very comfortable with it. We were very upfront, and, his decision to come here was exciting for us, as was Emilio Gay's. I think Emilio had a pair, his first pair ever in his career in Nottingham, but I think you only had to watch about 20 minutes of his innings here. You can see how good a player he is.
Most definitely.
And we're excited for him. As everyone keeps talking about Ben McKinney in the Test sense, I'll talk just equally about Emilio Gay. I think he could play Test cricket tomorrow. I think he's that good. So I'll be interested to see where he ends up as well. If he can, stack up some big scores for us, there will come a time where England will need a traditional opening batter. I have no doubt about it.
197 for 4. McKinney 73 off 150. Ackerman just getting his innings moving with 2 off 11. Well, thank you very much for your time, Camber. It's always appreciated you joining the live streaming and having a lovely chat.
Pleasure, mate. Good to be back, and hopefully we'll cross paths a lot more this year.
100%. So Sam Dalling will end his break in a not too distant future, he says, hopefully. Fernando coming over the wicket to Ben McKinney. Got a jab down on that one to keep that one out. Well, it feels like it's been a while since it was me and you on ASM.
It's been ages, but I've been sat listening to you and Cam, but I didn't want to interrupt, so I thought just in case he had to go back and do his day job, I'd speak in with that. But I know how much you enjoy talking to him, so I was just sat there listening. I didn't really want to interrupt. But yeah, good hour he's done, easy. Lovely.
Honestly, I think we made the joke up upstairs that we could probably just leave Cambo to do the live stream all by himself, and we wouldn't really miss a beat. It's such an easy bloke to talk to, and it's great that he's willing to articulate those points for us and be as open as he does, because a lot of head coaches might want to keep some of that stuff hidden away, and no, I don't want to give you all my wisdom and my tips and tricks, but it's great that we're able to get a insight behind the scenes as to what makes this club tick and what makes Cambo tick. He squirts that one away for another single. He'll move to 74.
I wondered if he'd bring Gay into that conversation. I know he really, really likes him as a top order batter. I think he said it last year, didn't he? Actually, the reason Gay wants to move did move from Northants is because he's got Test aspirations, and he's still very young. Actually, he's been around a few years, Emilio Gay, but early 20s, plenty of time. As Durham have got here. Ackerman at 6, eh? Not a bad batting line up that.
No, it's not. I mean, Robinson will be disappointed not to. It looked like he was off to a good start and looked as if he was going to get some runs underneath him this innings, but fortunately not able to capitalise, and you could see it as he was walking off, was very disappointed with himself.
Yeah, decent pitch. He'd have seen this as a chance, but his time will come. Enjoying McKinney there, actually. Sat there relaxing upstairs, not working, listening to you. Joyful.
I must admit, I went up to the balcony when it was you and Emily. I had you in my AirPods and just watching from the balcony. It's such a great view.
Is it windy up there?
No, not particularly. No.
Okay.
It's a lovely, lovely view. Like, I think summers are shining a bit more than it is at the moment, although it's still lovely weather for cricket.
Well, when you go inside, Rob, the sun goes away, doesn't it? I'm enjoying this lad as well. I've not seen much of him. Bowls at good pace for a spinner. Taz Ali. Couple of spinners. Yates, we've got for 11 overs of spin already.
Dan Mousley's not been called upon yet either.
I've been pulled up on that. Apparently it's Mosley. I had a message.
Oh,
Dan Mosley.
Dan Mosley.
I'm happy to...
Mosley,
oblige.
Mousley.
Mosley. First slip in. Fielders at silly mid on, silly mid off. Flicked. Past that fielder at mid wicket. Just one though down the ground in outfield, I think is what they would call this. Long on, long off. Well, it's right-hander now, so it's going to change all around.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a new batter as well, Ackerman. Just 2 from 13 balls so far. Twin hundreds last week, so he's in decent nick.
Because a twin centuries is not... There are worse ways to kick off your season.
There are. There are better ways, I guess. Marginally. Still, decent start. Pushed. Mid-off's relatively deep, but that was hit hard enough. So there won't be a run. You're right, the sun has popped away. I went to there's clouds in the sky. And I'm not going to say it's gloomier because we are sat behind tinted windows here, which doesn't help. Could open the window, couldn't we? I might open the window actually in a second. Bit of fresh air.
Stephen in our tech box next door is I think vetoed your
Don't open the
decision
window.
there.
I don't know. I'm being told off for something. Turned into the leg side to mid wicket, no run.
Maybe he's not vetoed it.
Oh, there's no tint on the window is what he was trying to tell me. We've got there in the end. It's my bad.
First day teething problems, that's what we'll put it down to.
They're very sensitive, these mics, aren't they? Oh, beautiful. There we go. Bit of fresh air. 199 for 4. Last ball, the 60th over. Loads of you on the live stream. 1200. Decent cricket. This good pitch. Bit in it for both batter and bowler. Set up nicely, this. Very even right now.
Mm.
There will be one there because lead off became long off a couple of balls ago. And the generous round of applause. The kind of round of applause that I miss over the winter because the cricket crowd is very, very knowledgeable. Never miss a landmark. And the landmark they're currently applauding is Durham's 200, which has come up in exactly 60 overs, which makes the run rate 3.33 recurring.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire will be quite happy that Bellingham's drops didn't cost them too much. I mean, 29 runs is still 29 more than they would like.
In relative terms.
But David Bellingham has the ability to score double hundreds, so they were quite happy they're able to get rid of him. And then Ollie Robinson is someone who, while he's not in the best of form right now, can still score very quickly, very freely. So they'd have been happy to see the back of him. Ben McKinney, though, has set his stall out. He set his stall out today. I mentioned it to...
What's he selling?
Oh, I don't know. I have to...
What would Ben McKinney sell? That's a question you should have asked Ryan Campbell. If he was to run a market stall, what would Ben McKinney sell? Those are the real questions, Rob.
That has been noted for next time. That's looped up and it's going to run away for 4 over the slips cordon.
Yeah,
Colin Ackerman did not know a lot about that.
No, he was looking over towards that gap between fine leg and deep square leg, and it was almost like he was trying to swivel and chip it in that direction, almost 45, and he just got a top edge. Had no control over it whatsoever.
Three more overs after this one before the tea break, if my maths is correct.
Your maths is correct. 32. Just a reminder, just to make it really confusing for everyone. Days 1 to 3, we play until there's 32 overs remaining. So lunch is fixed time, 1 o'clock. Then we play until there's 32 overs remaining for tea, and then we finish it off after tea. Day 4, that changes. Tea becomes a fixed time, 3:40. All of that goes out of the window if we have any sort of rain or sprinklers go on in the play.
I trust Vic and his ground stuff. I don't think we're going to have sprinklers going off.
Wouldn't get that here.
Proper club.
We're claiming that as a moral victory, as long as no sprinklers.
Oh, here we go. Bringing out all the trigger phrases on day 1 here, Sam.
Yeah, why not? The cliches have been hidden away all
Might as well
winter.
dust off the cobwebs. Lovely. Simply lovely from Colin Ackerman. And you'll get the reward for it as well.
You an F1 fan?
I am indeed. That is Max Verstappen's favourite quote.
I figured you must be. I only known that. I've never watched an F1 race in my life, but I have started watching Drive to Survive recently. Which is how I know that quote. I had you down as an F1 fan.
Put triple header. Going to Bahrain this weekend. Then they finish it off with Saudi Arabia next weekend. Hectic life in the F1 calendar, but Colin Ackerman is worried about getting his forward defence up, not where 20 cars are going vroom vroom. Told you an 8 for 4. 3 overs left until a 20-minute break.
You done much F1 work?
I've managed to work on all 3 of the races so far.
What, as in?
Just doing some highlights work, not live at the circuits, unfortunately.
Okay.
But hopefully that will change in the near future.
Oh. Cambo's already warned you about disappearing. They've allowed you back this time, but if you...
I don't think it's Cam I need to worry about, it's Sam.
If you
Sam's what I need to be worried about.
If you decide you've got a better option and then don't come crawling back again. Taz Ali's going to continue. 7 overs, 0 for 16 for him. He's going to bowl Ben McKinney, who's got 75 from 100.
At this phrase, you need to be worried about not being let back in.
Tickled round the corner. Nice looking shot. Didn't really need to get... Well, he needs to put no power on it whatsoever. It's that speed at which Ali bowls. He got his line wrong. Fielder at slip. Realised what was happening quite earlier and came round as quickly as he could, but he couldn't do anything about it. All that has resulted in a boundary and Ben McKinney moving on to 79.
Yeah, it's not the first time he's played that shot. He's just, like you say, just using the pace of the ball, knowing where the fielders are at, knowing that tickle around the corner is on. It's a very profitable one. I'm surprised Warwickshire haven't thought about maybe putting in a short fine leg, maybe just to stop it, as McKinney now cuts this one away.
It's very fine, that. But Fernando's going to come around. They're going to come back for 2, though. He'll move into the 80s. Two overs left after this one, then, until tea. Durham will be keen not to lose another wicket before that break.
Sounded very good. I thought McKinney had maybe charged, but
he's hit that one. Tries to catch it. He struck it pretty well. It's not quite a long off, but it's almost a 2/3 back off. That makes no sense whatsoever. I think people know what I mean, though. Anyway, it was hit.
it's caught between. He's in the middle.
He was in between. They took a single to him. It bounced good 10 so yards before him, so it wasn't really a catching opportunity.
Is that Ed Barnard doing some stretches?
At mid-wicket, yeah, I think you're right. Colin Ackerman just opens the face, runs it into the offside. Picks up one more. Last ball of over 62. Coming up. McKinney 82. Durham 216 for 4. A bold. Kept a touch low, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, just a little bit. That sort of over those kind of atypical of what Cambo wants from his batters. There wasn't a lot of risks taken in that over. We still managed to come away with 8 runs from it. You know, just gently putting that pressure back onto the bowlers as we come towards the interval, and Durham obviously now looking towards 250 as a first batting bonus point. Looking to pick that up at some point after the interval, but still looking to score without being overly aggressive or throwing away wickets or giving chances away. It's kind of one of the, if you're going to describe what Ryan Campbell has brought to this side, it's one of the things I would point out in his 3 years in charge. Start of his 3rd year now. Fernando around the wicket to Ackerman.
Do you think Warwickshire will be quite happy with their work? Do you think they'll realise this is a pretty good pitch and actually to have Durham 4 down by this stage is actually a decent
I think so,
return?
especially as we mentioned, you know, they shouldn't have really dropped Bingham twice when they did, so the fact they were able to create another opportunity to do so and get him out on a pitch that, as you say, looks like it's going to turn out to be pretty good. I think they will be happy, especially the fact they lost the toss. Obviously, in an ideal world, they'd have Durham all out by now and they'd be batting themselves, but they've not let the run rate go. It's sort of stabilised at 3.3 to 3.6 throughout the majority of the day. I think Alex Davis will be very happy indeed with what he's seen from his bowlers, but still got one more session of the day to play after this. What I like about Davis's captaincy as well, he's been proactive with his field placings in general. He's not sort of waited for nothing to happen and then change. He's listened to his bowlers. He's recognised what the pitch is doing, and he's looked to put fielders in different places to try and bring up some chances. Ackerman plays this one off the back foot. Beats the dive at mid-off. He moves himself to 16. And Durham at 220 for 4.
Finds the gaps so well, doesn't he, Ackerman?
Just Mr. Reliable.
Didn't need to overhit that. As soon as it was past mid-off. Gave mid-off, or the mid-off thought he had a chance.
The temptation was there. He's almost just like toying with us, like, Steffi, stop, go on. Ah, too late. Sorry, mate. The F1 chat was not popular with the boss.
Who's the boss? Sam?
Yeah, it was not popular.
You're not a fan?
He is not a fan.
I know. I've never watched a race. The actual documentary is quite exciting because they make it about the characters, and it seems there's some likeable and less likeable characters within F1, and they obviously don't all get on, which I think is quite fun. But no, I don't think I'd watch a race like the 2-minute highlights you get in an episode. Anyway.
McKinney back down the ground. He will retain strike for the final over before the tea break. 222 for 4 here at Banks Homes Riverside on this opening day of cricket in the North East for 2025. Rob Rush and Sam Dalling. Had Emily Windsor join us.
We did.
Had Ryan Campbell join us.
We did.
We had Vic join us as well.
Oh, yeah. So we did. Oh, change of bowling. This is going to be Dan Mosley, I think, just before.
So the token over of spin before lunch becomes the token over of spin before tea.
Yeah, though, is it a token over a spin when you've had two? When he's your
Yeah,
third
exactly.
spinner?
It's his third spinner, so I would argue that point becomes invalid.
You made it.
I do that a lot. You should notice this.
Contradicting yourself.
Yes.
Have you seen that Johnny Bairstow is out?
I have seen that Johnny Bairstow is out.
Do you think he liked the decision he got?
I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark that he didn't.
Yeah. Interesting that. It's going to cost him some cash, I think.
Ooh, it's that bad.
I think so. Maybe some points. We'll ask him. You can ask him after.
What, next week?
Yeah.
I'm not sure Johnny will want to talk to me.
We'll leave that to you, the Michael Parkinson of Durham cricket. Mosley, short and hit hard.
Dealt with.
Over the top of mid-off. That's exactly what Emily Windsor actually was chatting about. Ryan Campbell and her, if you missed it, were talking about how Ben McKinney actually quite likes to play spin off the back foot, which you might think is initially unusual for someone who's got a big stride and can get to the pitch of the ball. But he's just sat waiting for that ball. And Mosley, it was a loosener. It was too short. And McKinney, probably on any score, is going to put that away when he's already on 83. Well, happy days. Short again, this time behind point. It's beaten the fielder initially. I think they'll come back for a couple. It's beaten point, but there was a deep extra cover hiding behind the, I don't know what you call them, the bits between the windows. I couldn't see him is what I'm trying to say, Robert.
Sorry, mate. I thought I'd just let you. I'll let you finish your thought.
Will Goodman striding with purpose around the boundary. Always goes places with purpose, actually, doesn't he, Will Goodman?
Doesn't do anything by halves.
Been on the slinger, I think, half the day. This is better from Mosley. Couple of short balls, really, to get himself loosened up. Anyway, 2 balls left until tea. That one's a fraction short, gets away with it. Only running about 11 minutes over the scheduled session time, so not too bad. Pushed to mid on. Over is called, as is tea. 228 before. Everyone will go in and have a drink of whatever they fancy a drink of for 20 minutes. Durham are in a decent position. Warwickshire will feel they've done okay too. David Benningham given a couple of lifelines in the session, made them pay a little bit, but only to the tune of 29 runs. Colin Ackerman, twin centuries last week, dropped down to bat at 6 this week. He's 17 unbeaten. Ben McKinney, who's been out there for the entire game so far, has 89 from 167. Myself, Sam Dalling and Rob Rush will be back with you in about 20 minutes.
Welcome back to Banks Homes Riverside for this final session of day one of the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Warwickshire. Durham currently sitting 228 for 4 after Alex Lees elected to bat first. He was sent back at the beginning of at the end of the first over by Ethan Bamber. Beautiful delivery, ripped out his off stump. Amelia Gay and Ben McKinney put together a 78-run partnership before Amelia Gay was removed by Michael Booth. First of two scouts for South African. David Bellingham came in. First ball was hit for 4 and looked like that was going to be the tail of the tape. He was dropped twice, 29 and 30. Thought those were going to be 2 drops that Warwickshire were going to rue for the rest of the day, but Michael Booth eventually got his man after Bellingham made his way to 58, and then Ollie Robinson just looked like he got himself going, but unfortunately hit one straight to Taz Ali at extra cover. He departed for 12. So Colin Ackerman's out there, and he will take strike after tea, 17 off 30, but Sam, the innings of the day is undoubtedly Durham's number 9.
He's batted beautifully. I don't want to say too much, Rob, because of where he's at, because of cursing it, etc. But he has played right from the very beginning a wonderful knock, a very mature knock, actually. He's been out there for 2 sessions. The way that everyone talks about the modern game and run rates and scoring rates, 2 sessions, some might say, well, that's enough time to get to 3 figures. But it hasn't been that kind of day. It hasn't been that kind of pitch, bowling attack. It's just not been needed. He's done exactly what's necessary, and he's done it brilliantly.
He's having his bat check there. Spliced open his original bat at the toe end to run out and get a new one. Umpire checking that's all good. Don't want any penalties. For that, it was a bit lackadaisical coming out after the tea break. It's meant to be back playing by now, but players still just making their way out to the middle. So it's going to be Colin Ackerman on strike first. It's going to be Vishwal Fernando from the lovely end to kick us off. 32 overs to be bowled this evening. 16 overs until that second new ball is available for Warwickshire to take, should they want to.
I'd imagine they'll take it pretty sharpish.
I would imagine they take it as soon as it becomes available. There has seemed to be a little bit... Durham seems to be able just to get a little bit more on top towards that tea break. So I think Warwickshire are looking for... Look for some assistance for that second new ball. Just going to be the one slip to start for Vishwa Fernando. 350 first-class wickets for the experienced Sri Lankan. He's going to get us started bowling to Colin Ackerman. And it's a solid forward defence to get us started. Lovely looking shot. Nicely stopped by... Is that Ethan Bamber down there?
Yes. I think it is.
I like your authoritativness in that decision there,
Well,
Sam.
I think sometimes if you say things convincingly enough...
People will follow.
Yeah, my wife often does that. She's brilliant at it. I love her. She says things with such conviction. I'm like, do you actually know? No. I admire her. Yeah, still tea everywhere else. There'll be some long old afternoon sessions, haven't there, at various places?
Mm.
Spinners not being bowled as much as up here.
Ackerman gets the scoring moving after T with a single out to mid-wicket.
It might be a bit harsh, but I think Warwickshire might have wanted and expected a bit more from Fernando. Overseas signing. All that experience. I don't know how he did play last week, didn't he?
He did indeed. You might have chosen the wrong time to mention that, Sam.
Oh, really? Why? Fill me in.
McKinney digs out his first ball today. The big boss man and Vishwa Fernando are very good friends.
I'm sure he's a lovely man. He's obviously a fine bowler. I'm just saying.
I fear your P45 maybe being written as we speak.
That's all right. I can live with that. Who'd have thought me out of the building before you, Aaron?
I think if Sam had his way, I don't think I would have been allowed back in.
Well, I assume you're paying for all these holidays you're taking him on in order to continue getting work. Is that the way it works?
Sure, definitely. And on that note, I'll bring in Emily Windsor.
Yeah, that's right. Get a real commentator in. 229 for 4. 65 gone. 31 left in the day. Ackerman's got 18. McKinney's got 89. Emily Winter's back. Hello.
I feel like I've saved the bromance here by coming in and just interrupting that little disagreement.
I don't know if it was a disagreement. I just think Rob's scared to give an opinion in front of his boss. And that was it. That was it.
You're not scared, though.
I tell you what, the bromance really is between Ryan Campbell and Rob Rush. You just see him, he's like putty. As soon as he hears Ryan Campbell's on, he runs up. It's lovely to listen to those two.
Is that why I got the boot?
Yeah, probably is. you did well to stay on for so long, I reckon. Rob Rush, when he can hear, he's got these Campbell senses he can hear. They're lovely to listen to together. Right, here's Taz Ali. Bowling at Ackerman, who's got 18.
Where do we think the game's at then?
I don't know.
I can't decide. I feel like this is a big session. I feel like it's going to go in favour of one way or the other if Warwickshire pick up a few wickets.
I don't think they'd have been massively disappointed, particularly because they then went and got Bedingham. If Bedingham had been not out at tea, they'd be going, okay. Swept. Shout of catch. And they have picked up a wicket. It's a brilliant catch by that man, Fernando. He's in the action, in the game, not taking wickets with ball in hand, but taking a catch down at deep square leg. We were talking about Warwickshire potentially thinking they're in a good position if they can take up a couple of quick wickets. Well, they picked up that of Colin Ackerman. He's wandering off for 18.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, isn't it, for Warwickshire? Ackerman off the back of 2 fantastic innings in Nottingham. Unfortunately, he has to go. And to be honest, he did quite well out there to pick that one man out in the deep. Obviously, sweeping the leg spinner. And he was just there, poised. Good catch over his shoulder. But unfortunately, Ackerman has to go.
Yeah, and they'll be delighted with that. Twin hundreds last week as well. A man in decent touch. I like it, though. I mean, you've become indoctrinated into the Durham way already, this positive brand of cricket. I know that's like the modern cricketing way as well, but I think Ryan Campbell is, and Marcus North are very much the architects of that, the Durham way. Yeah,
and he talked a lot about that, and I think it's a good way to go. And it doesn't necessarily have to be reckless, is it? I think there's a lot of talk about this positive way. Is it the right way? But it's just about the language you use, and I guess it takes the fear out of the batters. You want them to be taking the positive option, but that fine balance between positive and aggressive. But I tell you what, Will Rhodes walking out against his old team, that's something that I'm dreading.
Oh, yeah. When do you have to do it? I don't know the fixtures off by heart.
Later in the season.
Okay.
But
yeah. Strange feeling.
Tough, I imagine. Strange feeling out there. Old teammates. Theoretically, they're the ones that know you well because they bowl at you in the nets all the time.
Yeah, and also you know that they're going to have a conversation about you, right, beforehand, because they might go, right, well, let's just blank them. Just to try and play a few mind games. Maybe Will Rhodes turned up this morning, tried to see all his old mates, and they all pretended that they'd never met him before. So Peter Schmeichel and Gary Neville, very famously, in the tunnel the Manchester derby, which Michael was on the blue side. Neville just ignored him in the dressing room. It's just those little mind games. Cricket is very much a mental sport, I'm sure.
It is definitely mental. And Rhodes as well didn't have probably the game he liked down in Nottingham.
No.
So we want to make his mark at this home ground.
He's a fine player though, Will Rhodes, all-rounder. In at 7, that is the mark of a very good batting lineup. I think he was batting at 4 for Warwickshire. I'm just going to check that out last year. Anyway, left-hander on strike. Successfully faces his first ball. So what have we got? Sort of this in outfield, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep backward point. One slip in. I'd maybe like to see them be a tad more aggressive at the new batter, particularly given who it is. Just get someone else in his line of sight. I don't know.
I feel like though sometimes against spin and in outfield can be aggressive, especially that deep point, because they're probably going to want him to drive to get that slip of Alex Davies in play. But they clearly have a catch in mid-wicket in to try and put some pressure on. Oh, bowled him.
He's bowled him. Has he taken his off stump? I think he has. Will Rhodes is under pressure. Will have to wander off. 2 in the over. Great start for Warwickshire after tea.
Yeah, disappointing for Will Rhodes against his home team. You can see that slow walk back, looking down at the ground. I have to rewatch that delivery, but just hit the top of off stump, just played down the wrong line. And he'll be very disappointed. And all of a sudden, Durham find himself in a bit of bother here.
He fizzes it through, doesn't he?
Yeah, he bowls flat and quick, but big wicket and 229 for 6. 2 wickets in over. Game changing potentially that for Warwickshire after tea.
Massively. Because it felt even, didn't it? Until that point, you went, okay, 4 down. Couple of set batters. So Durham are probably more pleased, but only just and only because of those set batters. But it can change so quickly. And it changed probably more quickly than any of us had imagined, really. What a brilliant over this is from Ali, and it's brought Ben Rain, who is the first of Durham's... Well, I suppose, no, Will Rhodes is an all-rounder. But he's the first of Durham's frontline bowlers who also bats. Who we got? Ben Rain, Matt Potts, Brendan Doggett, and Daniel Hogg. So they bat all the way down. They bat really deep. Yeah, they'll be under a little bit of pressure now. They'll feel it. Very different dressing room, I suspect, when you lose a couple of quick wickets. A couple of people in the back scrambling around, trying to stick some pads on quickly.
And McKinney becomes even more key here, doesn't he? He's still at the non-strikers end, play beautifully for his 89. Important. I guess Ben Rain works with him here, builds a bit of pressure, or puts a bit of pressure back onto Warwickshire. Left-hander after left-hander, Durham. Which is a good thing against a leg spinner, usually.
Oh, and that was a chance. There's a leg slip in. I don't know if it didn't quite carry. Heads in hands. Ali is on the floor. Ben Rain is off the mark with 4 runs. Durham had lost a couple of wickets in the over, a couple of big wickets as well. Colin Ackerman and then Will Rhodes against his former county, against the county he used to captain. So Durham 2-3-3 for 6, 66 overs gone.
Do you know what? That's a great way to get off the mark for me. As a batter, right, sometimes, do you know, like, everyone says you want to absolutely smash it through the covers for 4 off the middle. I sometimes love just, like, nicking it and teasing them and sending it, and then it makes the bowler more angry. I mean, that's more of the way that I get off the mark, nicking it through the slips rather than smacking it through the covers. But sometimes it's about, I'll just laugh if that happens.
Do you like making bowlers angry?
Yeah.
Is that part of your game plan?
Yeah.
Well, it depends. Who gets angriest and go on? Who have you faced?
As a bowler, who gets angriest? Katie George gets quite angry at Warwickshire. So does Izzy Wong, actually. There's Fernando into McKinney. That's worked nice out to a deep square. But Warwickshire will be happy with this now. I imagine we're going to see a bit more pressure put on Ben Rain. And they're going to enjoy McKinney being up the other end. He's on to 90 now. 234 for 6.
What have we got? 13, a ball shy of 14 overs until that second new ball is available, and things will feel very different. There's times in games where you think, okay, a team is just waiting for that new ball to come, right? They don't want to put too much through the legs of their premier frontline bowlers, but actually now this ball might start to swing around a little bit for Fernando. He'll be buoyed by that catch as well in the game.
Yeah, and sometimes a couple of wickets and you got a bit of momentum as he bowls him. Ben Rain has to go for 4, and Warwickshire have really put the foot on the pedal after tea, and they've picked up 3 quick wickets, and Durham are in trouble here. Ben Rain has to go for 4, and Fernando picks up a wicket.
Huge smile on his face now, Fernando, hasn't it? And huge smile on the faces of all Warwickshire players. I expect that balcony is a very different place. They'd be buzzing up there, and the Warwickshire fans. I've seen a few Warwickshire shirts knocking around as well. What have we had? 3 wickets in the space of
2 overs.
8 balls, yeah, and probably even less than that. I can't remember which ball of the previous over. I will check. I'm stalling, basically, is what I'm doing. So it's the second ball of the previous over. So 3 wickets in 7 balls. That potentially is game-changing on a good pitch.
234 for 7. And Matt Potts comes to the crease, as you said. I'm sure when you lose 3 wickets that quickly, he's scurrying to put on his pads and get ready. But it's important that he switches on, and a player of his class, he gives me calm vibes in the dressing room.
Does he? Well, I was just thinking there's every chance he could have been asleep 10 minutes ago. You know what quick bowlers are like. Feet up. Maybe not on day one, but he certainly wouldn't have been thinking, I'll be batting in the next 7 balls.
No, absolutely not. But again, Potts now has a job to do alongside McKinney. And Warwickshire have their tails up, which sometimes can be hard to overcome, but they've got to ride this wave.
I was thinking about what Potts did last year. I was having a quick look at his numbers, and I remembered he got 149 unbeaten, and I think that was against Warwickshire. I think that was quite early in the season, maybe pretty much this time last year. Might have been the second game. Wasn't there a really high-scoring game, I think? Someone, Rob Rush or Sam Blacklock, will tell me via text, but I reckon that's against Warwickshire. Not that that means anything at all in the context of today's game, but you know what it's like on cricket comms. People like bringing up that sort of thing.
2 slips, leg slip, a catcher in mid-wicket, and the rest ring fielders. Just a 1 fielder out in the deep on the leg side. Durham under pressure then. As Fernando left arm round the wicket to Potts, bowls and leaves that alone outside the off stump. Just rehearses the shot. Remark your guard, the nervous jitters when you get off the mark. McKinney just unfazed at the other end.
I'd be just saying to him, any chance someone can stay with me? I don't want to run out of partners here. I'm stranded. It's not quite that dire yet, but it's shifted around a bit.
Interesting tactic going round the wicket straight away to Potts, and that's pushed up to mid-on. Will be no run. Good crowd in today for the first game of the County Championship at Durham.
You looking forward to playing your games here?
Yeah. Do you know, I've never played here.
Have you not?
Nope.
Probably a relief, wasn't it? You don't want to go on that coach journey.
I've come up once.
Yeah, I didn't.
And do you know where they took us? They went south-north, so even further.
Okay, yeah, just what you needed.
Left arm round to Potts in defence again. Will be no run.
Nice ground, but
We won,
you've
so.
okay, that makes it a little bit easier when you've done 350 miles or something.
234 for 7 then. Durham just lost 3 quick wickets after tea. McKinney still there on 90. Fernando, Warwickshire's overseas, has picked up the 1 wicket so far, but took a catch off the leg spinner. Fired up, left arm over the wicket now. It's a change of angle, bowls, and that's a play and miss. He's gone for a booming drive, Potts. He misses. End of the over. There's one run from it, and a wicket.
And a huge smile from Fernando. I like that. I've just seen that on the live stream. Always good to see a fast bowler smile. Good stuff from Fernando. He's been involved. Took that catch, as you were saying. Took that wicket. McKinney now on 90 from 170 balls. You'd be hard pushed to imagine he was only 20 and playing in what can't be more than a dozen first-class games Ben McKinney's played at. Played real class so far in this game. I don't want to say. I said to Rob, he was asking, how good exactly 12 games actually. He said, how good an innings has it been? I don't really want to say too much because you get into the territory of not wanting to put that curse on people. He's got a man in his eye line, silly mid off. Otherwise, very much an outfield. Just allows him to bunt that ball down the ground for one. I'm fascinated by the conversation you and Ryan Campbell were having about the way he played spin. And then the way you said, well, perhaps just sitting on the back foot with those big long levers. He can just smash anything. And then Dan Mosley came on just before tea and he did just that. It's like he can put it anywhere he wants. It just sits in that position.
I'm always envious of people with levers and a big stride. I just think, like, judging length, this must be so great. But I would be worried, because I had a bigger stride, that I'd stand back onto my stumps.
Yeah, there is
if
that
you think,
danger.
like, you go forward a little bit more. So surely, like, one stride of his is basically stood on the stumps. He does bowl a nice pace, doesn't he, Ali?
It's nice to watch. He picked up wickets last week. I was having a look for Orfa. They got some.
How old is he?
Only 18.
Yeah.
They got a good mixture between, let's say, young and old, more youth and experience. Let's call it.
Nicely put, that.
Yeah.
We've done that before.
Cut away. Still not off the mark yet, Potts. Yeah, people like we call Rob Yates pretty experienced now. I suppose he's been around 3 or 4 years. Obvious names: Al Davis, Sam Hain, Barnard. Mousley's still very young. Kai Smith, Ali. I'm missing out Hamza Sheikh as well. You know what? I've not seen much of him live, but there's a lot of people talk very highly of him as well. I look forward to watching him bat.
It'd be interesting to see where this goes to now. As you said, how this innings of McKinney is absolutely crucial to Durham.
Still not off the mark. This is good from Ali.
But is it, I always say, like, you never know in the context of the game. You need to see Warwickshire bat, really. Like, if they talk about it, it looks like a good pitch. It's not doing all sorts, but there's enough in it, isn't it? A few are beating the bat. Obviously, Durham choosing to go with no spinner as well.
Which is very rare. In fact, it's never happened before in the Campbell era. He's a big advocate. I remember when he first came in, end of the over, 2-3-5 for 7, he was saying, look, I absolutely want to play a frontline spinner. And people went, frontline spinners don't really do very well at Chester Street, do they? And I think he actually, put together a PowerPoint or got a spreadsheet, got someone to crunch the numbers. Maybe he crunched the numbers for him, did it himself. I don't know what his capabilities are. But basically he proved, what a lot of people look at is teams go, oh yeah, but you don't play a spinner, and then we get a part-time spinner, and so they don't take as many wickets, and then the averages are inflated. But he said when you play a frontline spinner at Chester Street, they actually do very well. So it's unusual for either Callum Parkinson or George Drizzle to play. Got Ackerman.
Does he bowl much?
Yeah, a little bit.
Into McKinney. He finds backward point.
He bowled a little bit last week. Drizzle played in that as well. Bowls more in white ball cricket. Is he not the T20 world record holder or something weird? At one point, yeah, I'm pretty sure he is. I think he took 7 for, yeah.
Definitely need more
Hang
context for this.
It's unusual. It's unusual.
Fernando, left arm over the wicket to left-handed McKinney. That's a slower ball, and he's punched it down the ground. Dug that out well at his feet and just comes through for a single.
Yeah, you won't find it given I searched T20 World Cup. That's not, but 7 for 18 he took.
Wow.
For Leicestershire against Warwickshire back in 2019.
Well, there you go. It's got success.
So there you go. Exactly.
236 for 7. Potts yet to get off the mark for his 9 deliveries.
He's probably a bit better bowler than Rob Yates, but in that that's how often you would use him. But you might have to bowl a fair bit.
He's in, and that's pushed, and he is off the mark. Out to a deep square. They're running the first one hard. They come back for 2. 238 for 7. Loud applause when you get off your mark here. It's funny how different grounds have unique crowds and they celebrate certain things. And I was like, earlier, Ollie Robinson cut one away for 4. Beautiful shot. But this clap was seriously extended. And I was like, have they met like a milestone
Yeah,
in their
yeah.
innings? But no, it was just a lovely shot for 4, and I was like,
Okay.
this is a great crowd to bat with.
Yeah, it's funny that cricket crowds are amazing at picking up any form of milestone. Like, they get there before the
Yeah.
scoreboard. If there's a 50 partnership or something like that, but then you're right. I was chatting to Sophie Luff about it. I don't know when it was. Doesn't really matter. But she loves Taunton because they love a 2.
Yeah.
Like if you run 2 in Taunton, they go absolutely
Better than a
bananas.
6.
Yeah, exactly.
This is another ground for running, though, isn't it? Big
Oh, yeah.
playing surface. It's lush and green at the moment. There's Potts defends into the offside.
It's a beauty, isn't it? This ground.
It is. It's got a bit of everything, isn't it? Like, you look to our right from the commentary box, you got the castle over the river.
I think there's going to be a hotel down the other end
Yeah,
at some point, right?
I think so.
Down the Lumley end.
Slow walk back from Fernando, shining that ball into its 69th over. As he's into Potts off the back foot, plays it back down the pitch.
What's your day-to-day look like then as a pro cricketer? What's life been like?
My day has been very different. It's not been a pro cricketer day. So
Okay.
part of my role is I'm a physio, part of the physio team.
Okay.
So, yeah, I've basically, when I was down south, I worked in the NHS
Yeah, I
still as a
remember that.
physio.
Yeah, I saw that.
So when I came up here, like, it's obviously really important for me to continue that because life after cricket, I see that as a place I want to go. So luckily got a bit of a role and just done some tidying of the physio room,
Nice,
organising, make use of the time.
We should get Rob Rush doing that. Just get you on comms as well.
And we'll
and get
send
Rob,
him up
yeah,
there.
Rob can tidy the physio room.
Yeah. And
Sam will make that happen. Don't worry. He'll be listening upstairs.
yeah. But it's tidied now. So done some good organising.
Excellent.
And then there's a bit of here. Pretty chilled day, to be honest. We train again on Sunday.
Okay.
So be in for that. But I'm actually covering the boys' academy physio tomorrow,
Ah, nice.
which will be good.
Oh, that's fun. Okay. Cut off the back foot by McKinney. Just a single though, down to Fernando at deep points. You've got 3 roles then. So you player, physio and commentator.
Yeah, not good at either
No.
though. One of those.
Oh,
Spread myself thinly.
No,
and
I
then
think that's unfair. Very good at all.
try.
Busy then. Very busy.
I prefer that.
Yeah.
I'm not a sit still person.
Okay. Noted. Push to short extra cover. Yeah, that makes sense then.
How frustrating will this be for McKinney, do you think? You're in your 90s and they're just clearly going to, as soon as he's on strike, the field literally all just spreads and goes, yep, we'll have one. We'll bowl at the other end, please.
It's a good test of temperament though. It's what we were talking about earlier. This is what red ball cricket does. You know, you can be going so well, but actually all of a sudden you lose 3 quick wickets and you don't get much of the strike, and you actually have to just stand there and keep your concentration even though you're not doing much.
He looks pretty cool, doesn't he, at the
he
moment?
does.
I'll say he's sat on his bat, but his bat's too small, really.
Well, it looks like he's almost going to just lean over and that bat's going to give way, doesn't it, on that left shoulder? Yeah, I don't think he'll be... I expect his dad will be more nervous. I was here for his maiden first-class 100 last year against Nottinghamshire. I think he made 120 odd, and his dad said he sat over there, sits over there in front of Bannatynes and hadn't moved for the whole innings. One of those guys. I like that. Cricket superstition. Can't move.
Your parents are always worse. Honestly, my dad sometimes doesn't watch. He gets so nervous. And I'm like, or like, say I get out cheaply, like they're devastated of an evening. And I'm like, over it. Do you know, like, honestly.
Tiptoeing around
Yeah.
you. Whereas you having to try and console him. So you have to say, okay.
It's all right. I'll be fine. Cricket's one of those. It's up and down. It's when
Feel-
they can't watch because like it makes them nervous. I'm like, why do I play then?
Field had spread there for that ball because they were trying to give Potts the strike, but he can only flick it back to the bowler. So end of the over, 70 gone, 10 to that second new ball, 2-3-9 for 7. Will they get up much? Your parents, presumably they're still south-based?
Yeah, they've come up a bit for longer breaks. Yeah, it's a part of the country, to be honest, they've not seen really before because obviously haven't had anything specific to
Yeah.
bring them up here. But when they came up and like looked at places with me, and when I came and visited the club, they were pleasantly surprised at how beautiful it was, and so was I. The beaches are stunning.
Just a bit cold, but you get everyone to that.
Do you know what? It's been. Yeah. I've actually had good weather since I'm up here, and I'm not just saying that. You know, the old cliches of commentators talk about weather, but I've been definitely rains less. Definitely rains.
Yeah, they don't
less.
lose many days up here to rain actually.
But even the winter, rains so much less. It does.
Speak to Vic about the winter before.
That's driven by McKinney, but he picks one fielder at mid-off.
But I walked in to Vic this morning and said, "Oh, you've had a decent winter." He said, "Oh yeah." He's loved it because they lost the first game of the season. It was the Hampshire game actually. They lost it, just so much rain, even though it didn't actually rain. I don't think on 3 and 4. But yeah, it sounds like it's been a pretty good winter, and it is beautiful up here. A lot of my family from this part of the world, up Alnwick coastline, glorious.
Left arm over into McKinney. He's driven. He's got a hand on that Fernando, but that's got to hurt. He's hit that hard. Puts it behind his back. It's one of those. Don't rub it.
Yeah, don't show any pain. Just hold it there. Luckily, it's his non-bowling hand. The thing is with cricket balls, they are blooming hard, and then that's stating the obvious, but it's a strange game in that sense.
Lucky it's 70. Well, going into 71 overs old, so it should be a little bit softer. It's the new balls that when the coaches get, I always hate it. They get a hard ball out the bag to do fielding with, and I'm like, come on, be a bit nicer. That's defended. Tight over this by Fernando. Field is very spread. Sort of got an in-between fielder at mid-off. So happy for him to take the single. Deep cover. Deep third, deep fine, deep square. The only catching position is first slip and mid-wicket. High backlift of McKinney. He cuts that away down to third. That races away. That's 4 runs. Beautiful shot by McKinney. He'll move to 97. 178 deliveries he's faced so far. 243 for 7. My mum's clearly listening. She just texted me to say that when she came up last time, she only saw a paint pot and didn't go and see the country because she was helping me paint my house.
So there was you painting this glorious picture of how your mum and dad come up and you can actually just had them working every day.
Yeah, I forgot about that. The time before they had a look.
That's good to get to feel at home, right? So they're doing important parental work there.
McKinney on 97 then as Fernando in the defends back down the pitch.
And are you pretty local to here? If you come in?
Yeah, just down the road.
Beautiful. Nice little commute.
Nice location. Sort of in between Durham and Newcastle as well, which is good.
Spent much time in Newcastle? Good city. Yeah,
been up in a bit of both. I like Durham for like the coffee shops and the walks.
Is Durham very trendy now, coffee shop wise?
Yeah.
Is it? It wasn't. I was a student there, but we're talking about 15 plus years ago. Maybe we'll have to have a look around.
Fernando in again. That's on leg stump line and defended back down the pitch. The end of the over. 4 runs from it. 243 for 7. McKinney 97 not out on pots with him on 2.
Because when I drive up for the 4, so I live a couple of hours away, so 4-day games, I'm always wanting a coffee around here. I just can't. Not in Chesterley Street.
There's a new coffee shop that's good.
Oh, okay. We need to talk about this.
We do.
Yeah, because I've had to.
I was actually telling Bingham about it when he arrived.
Okay, because I've been going as I won't name where I've been having my coffee from near the ground.
Is it going to offend me?
I don't think it'll offend you. I just they're probably not listening, but I've had to wild bean it because I couldn't find a proper coffee shop.
No, there's a new good one.
Oh, okay.
You'll be sorted. Trust me.
Excellent news. I have a 6-month-old little girl, and sleep is difficult to come by right now. We're in one of those phases, so the caffeine is very much required.
What's the conversation about here? Captain and senior bowler, is it? Talking about coming on to bowl?
Yeah, I think it's about we've been thinking about Barnard coming back on for a while now. Fernando's just been called up. He was at deep square leg, so they're just trying to avoid giving Potts the single. He's on 2 from 18, and Barnard is almost certainly returning to bowl. I think that's what that conversation was.
Oh,
Bit of turn. He's trying to jab it into the leg side. Bit of bat, bit of pad. Into his 12th over, Ali. 2 for 30. He changed the game, really. Couple of wickets in and over. Durham have been struggling for runs. Can't have put on more than 10 or 11 since tea, and we're in the 10th over. They lost 3 wickets. Brilliant start to this session. Too short. Let's get past Ethan Bamber. Fast bowler's dived that, really. A bit of an old school fast bowler's that. It was struck pretty well. It wasn't a great delivery. And Matthew Potts moves on to 6.
Yeah, that's those moments, though, I think, as a batter. Like, you get that first one away, you hit it out the middle, and if Bamber had stopped that and you don't get the reward, you're then like, oh, it's frustrating. So I think Bamber will be disappointed because, as you said, they were piling on the pressure. They weren't scoring. They've taken wickets, but gets Potts up and running.
This time Bamber does do the fielding.
And you get how he played that next shot. It was positive, big stride down the ground, meets the ball. As a batter, you just need that feeling of getting that first one away.
Can't get that one away. Approaching their first batting bonus point. Which, at this stage of the season, it's like, oh, why are people talking about bonus points? They don't really matter. Trust me, they do matter.
Yeah, they do.
Come September, you don't want to have left any bonus points out there.
It's funny, isn't it? You, as you said, at this time of the year, you're like, September, those last games, they feel so far away. But it's actually, you always talk about the early season games when you reflect, often are the ones that make the difference, or like in the middle where you come back and there's that little lull. Field spread.
Last ball of the 72nd. Happy to give Potts a strike, and Potts is happy to take the strike. Just drops that into the leg side. Kai Smith, the keeper, comes round. I don't know why I said keeper in a really weird way there. Comes round 248 for 7. 72 gone. 24 left today. What is it? 10 to 5. Decent over 8. Probably slightly behind.
Warwickshire with 2 bonus points. Do you know what? I think it says over 8. Does that say plus 2?
Yeah, I was just trying to strain my eye. So they're ahead, aren't they?
They've bowled, Ali for a first innings has bowled 12 overs. Bowled very tightly, just gone for 2.9 runs an over, which I think, again, it's rare for a leg spinner, isn't it? So they tend to be more expensive, but I think the nature that he bowls, where he bowls quicker, flatter, he's pretty consistent as well.
Yeah, and Rob Yates bowled 5 overs before him, actually came on first before lunch. So they've had 17 overs of spin already. Which maybe is an early sign that not picking a frontline spinner for Durham might come into it.
Maybe. I think the seam attack, though, is very different. I'd say if you look at the Durham seamers, probably a bit more pace, generally, overall tall, quick bowlers, like Hoggy hits the deck hard.
Watched him take 5 for last year, bowled beautifully.
He's high potential, isn't he?
Yeah, they're already talking about him. Looking forward to seeing Doggett as well.
Barnard then into the attack. We saw him warming up. He strides in and pots the fence.
What's he bowled? 14. So Bamber's bowled 13. Relatively expensive Bamber. Picked up that first wicket. Alex Lee's bowled in the first over of the day without scoring, but he's gone at 4.54 in his 13 overs Bamber. Barnard's into his 15th.
That's rare for Bamber as well, isn't it? He's usually like that economical bowler.
Boo's picked up 3 wickets. 3.5 an over, but to be honest, that's what he's there for. Boo, he's a wicket taker. Bit quicker.
Barnard in, off the back foot by Potts. Again, no run. 1 slip, though. That shows you as well, doesn't it? It's a new batter, or newish batter. He's faced 26 deliveries now, but the fact they've only got 1 slip shows that obviously it's an older ball. It's not going to shape, and there's not much lateral movement. Yeah. So the way that they're trying to get wickets is to squeeze in front of the bat. Expect that to change when the new ball comes available. Barnard charges in again. Defends Potts. Solid in that. That's like a textbook defence.
He works very hard on his batting. Would want to be regarded as a genuine all-rounder, Matthew Potts. I'm so aware of not calling him Matty. I made that mistake earlier. He's definitely not a Matty.
Did he tell you that?
I was told.
Oh.
I don't know. I doubt he heard or is bothered by what I say, but I was picked up. Rob Rush and Sam Blacklock like he's not Matty. Okay.
That's driven back down the ground, fielded off his own bowling. He'll jog back to the mark. Umpire has a little word. I wonder what he's saying there.
I always wonder these conversations between umpires and players.
Is he
Is
just
something-
having a friendly conversation, or is he bothered about something?
Follow through, or is where he's landing?
Up in the pill,
Bit of
half
inside
a
edge,
pill.
wasn't it?
Potts just looks up to the sky and rehearses his shot. McKinney at the other end, look, he's having a bat. He's not facing enough balls, clearly, 180.
Do you do a lot of shadow batting?
I think I do early in my innings.
Okay.
It's one of those, but I'd sort of do it subconsciously.
Do a lot of shadow batting at home, or just walking around the supermarket, things like that? You always
Just
one of them. And the sound effect. Yeah, you definitely do, Emily Windsor.
so that's pushed him in. No, this is where I give away all my secrets.
Oh.
So I used to live down south with Charlie Dean and another cricketer, Charlotte Taylor. And I've got like a full length mirror in my dressing room, in my room. And like I just have a bat like next to it.
In your dressing room. I'm very posh.
No, I don't have a dressing room. And honestly, my bedroom just turned into the shadow batting room. Like quite often I'll be like trying to go to sleep and Charlie Dean would just be in the mirror like telling me about her new batting technique, just facing up, shadow batting. So yeah, I still have a full length mirror in my new house and a bat, but I haven't shadow batted as much.
Haven't got Charlie Dean
No, I haven't
around.
got her to analyse my technique or
Okay.
suggest new things. So maybe when she comes up to stay, we'll have to do a little technique session. Roll back the ears.
I don't think you'd be a professional cricketer if you didn't shadow bat. I like the fact people are keeping you awake because they're using your room. Got to be Emily's room to shadow bat.
Well, I was the only one with a
Okay.
full length
Wow.
mirror, so
Charlie Dean does all right on the franchise circuit, and with her contract, she could have invested.
yeah. You know what though? She spends money on different things.
Okay.
Coffee, a lot of
another
coffee.
one of those.
Yeah, that's fashionable, isn't it?
Yeah. Ali to McKinney pushes it out. Potts pushes the first run hard, but they're not going to get two, so McKinney's going to get to 98. Probably sit on his bat for a while now. Yeah, mirrors probably aren't fashionable in terms of ways to spend your money. Coffee. I'd like to be in the coffee business, to be honest.
So would I.
Good markup, isn't it? Very good markup on a cup of coffee.
So trendy now. I don't know if it's just my age. I don't know whether I've now got to the point where like I really like coffee and something to do, or whether it's now becoming more trendy.
Definitely a bit of both. I mean, when I used to live up here, you couldn't get non-dairy milk, for example, in Newcastle or Durham. They'd look at you as if you're funny. It's like, well, blue top or green top.
Yeah. Not even red top.
Not even red top, no, not up here. Water. Just water. Big shot from Potts. Hit hard, straight at Bamba, who gets celebratory whoops from his teammates.
I don't know how I'd feel about that.
Yeah, I know, it's like
That's like
a hidden compliment. Yeah,
patronising,
it
but
is.
I mean, they got to find a way to make it fun, I guess.
I think you do, don't you? When you're out there all day, you've got to find little ways of making it entertaining. Flatter. This is good from Ali. Been very impressive, as you say, for a leg spinner.
Young as well.
18. Playing his, second, third game or something like that. Big ground as well, so easy. There's runs everywhere, even though they're not boundaries. But you could open up a coffee shop around the ground. You wouldn't be. Tom Lammonby's done it at Somerset. Tom Lammonby, wouldn't say this on the Somerset stream, but he does the catering. When your number 3 batter does the catering better than the club, you're like field spreads.
Tom Curran does it at Surrey, doesn't
Does
he?
he?
He's got a Surrey a coffee business.
Push down the ground for a single. Potts keeps the strike. 250 is up, so Durham have their first point of the game. It's a bonus point. The throw's a little bit wayward. Leaves Kai Smith on the floor, end of the over, 74 gone. Yeah, and there's a few ex-cricketers that go. I think Chris Dent last year had his own coffee van at Gloucestershire, didn't he? Yeah.
Maybe there's a business.
No, there is.
I'm not sure though.
You've already got 3 jobs, so that's the thing. Can you take on a 4th?
I don't think I'd be good enough yet either. Like, need to
It's a skill,
figure
isn't
out coffee art.
Oh, yeah.
Also, running a business, all those numbers. I'm not sure about that either.
Ryan Campbell's good with spreadsheets, I hear, so fine.
Aussies like coffee as well.
They do.
Barnard to continue. The Lumley end. Think about a single. That fielder was almost in a teasing position at cover, but charges in. Slow going period this. Warwickshire keeping McKinney off strike. Bowling the majority of deliveries at Potts, but he's absorbed a bit of pressure here.
We've been out there for, 6 overs he's faced himself?
Yep.
Bit of bat on ball as well, so he'll feel good. Simon Meadows says the Durham coffee shops were good 20 years ago. Reynolds did the best banoffee pie.
Oh, I love banoffee pie. I've got such a sweet tooth.
Was Reynolds the one down the little alleyway? Just off the main square? I'm asking Simon, not necessarily asking you for your geography of Durham 20 years ago. If you've got the answer, you're welcome to offer it. I wasn't excluding you from the conversation.
I can't lie to you, my geography of Durham right now is probably still not good enough to tell you.
Have all the
the
cobbles
location.
gone in Durham now?
No, still
No,
cobbles.
still lots of cobbles.
Still roll your ankle territory.
Yeah. Just you wait until you get a proper winter. Ice and snow.
I had one bit of snow and I was
Did
so
you?
excited.
Oh, but-
I was so excited. I haven't seen snow for honestly like years.
okay.
And but I was expecting a lot of snow. I was expecting like a nice picturesque ground. Haven't had it. Haven't had snow, haven't had rain. Just had blue sky and sunshine.
Long may it continue.
I'd like a bit of not now. I don't
Not
want
right
snow
now,
now.
no. Be
But I
weird.
would like a bit more snow.
Both for our own reasons and for the state of the world and the climate. Be weird to back up 2 weeks of 20 degrees in April with some snowfall.
Could happen though. I feel like
it could.
this country's weather's so unpredictable.
We like the look of it, and then after a day, it's like, oh, this is really annoying. Durham used to shut down. I remember once coming back from the gym in Durham, and because I'm quite tall, I'm not very good on ice, and I just couldn't cross the road, and I had to get down on my hands and knees
No,
to cross
you
the road.
didn't.
I did, and I thought if people are looking out of their window,
No, you didn't.
oh, I did. Slid my bag across.
Barnard into Potts, who drives up to mid-off, hits it well, but Alex Davis, the fields well, and out we go. 1 ball remains in the over. He just waves his arms, and he goes, "Go on, Potts, have a single."
Which he'll take, which I quite like. McKinney's not bothered. Well, not outwardly, maybe inside he's fuming, but
I don't think McKinney ever would show outwardly that he's
No.
bothered.
he's very chilled. I've spoken to him only briefly in interviews. You probably know better than I.
I mean, I can't say I've spoke to him all that much either.
Just
Just
comes across as chilled.
Chilled.
Yeah.
For someone so young. And Barnard into Potts, who plays to mid-wicket. It won't be a single. So, end of the over. Maiden over that from Barnard. 250 for 7 Durham. Potts on 8. McKinney on 98. We'll still see the leg spinner. Are you getting your directions to the coffee shop?
Oh no, not quite. Not quite.
75 overs gone. Minimum of 21 remain today.
What have we got? 5 till the second new ball.
Do you reckon they'll take it straight away? Surely.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's probably why Bamba's being held back as well. Interesting to use Barnard just before it. But maybe he's got a 6-7 over spell in him. He didn't take it this morning, mind you. It was Fernando and Bamba. Ali's in. Cut away by McKinney. He moves on to 99. Are they going to come back? No, they're not. They thought about it. It's a deep boundary out there. It's a good bit of fielding, actually. McKinney doesn't remain. He is on 99. He's just moved on to 99. He'll probably have another 10 minutes of leaning on his bat at the non-strikers.
That was a teaser, that one, wasn't it? That was one of those where you whether you go, but you don't want to be run out on 99. Field comes up. Oh, stayed a little low, that, didn't it? Skidded through.
He did well, Matt Potts, there.
Did well not to look too square. Oh.
It was a good call from Matt Potts. Not sure it was expected.
Wasn't up here.
No, not sure it was expected at the non-striker's end, which is more important.
This is what I love. This is sportsmanship at its finest, or not. He's on 99. Alex Davies has gone, stay up. I'm not spreading the field to you now. If you want 100, you got to go big to get it. Look at that.
99 from 182 balls. What's Davies doing? He's got a slip in. Just going to bring everyone up. They don't want to give him a single akin to the one that Matthew Potts has just taken. McKinney waits.
Aggressive tactics, this from Davies. Making him wait as well.
Trying to get in that mind. Doesn't feel like anything affects him, Ben McKinney. It's been a beautiful knock so far. Those shouts are just a little bit louder. It's just a standard forward defensive there. Middle of the bat, and the scream from the fielder as if he just swiped at one and then he just missed, giving a nip to the keeper.
It's exciting though, isn't it?
Can't get that one away. Last ball, the 76. He won't mind if he doesn't do it in this over. He'd prefer to, of course he would.
He's been sat at the non-striker's end for a while. He's chilled.
Fields up, 2-5-2 for 7. Chance for it. Oh, they think about it. They're not going to take it, though. Just a little bit of indecision. Matthew Potts was keen.
I hate this.
Look at them. They're just smiling at each other. He's not too flustered. Potts was a bit kind of everywhere. A man who can't stand still.
I hate this.
Emily Windsor's feeling the nerves up here.
I feel like I'm more nervous than McKinney.
Are you more nervous not batting than you would be if you were out there?
Yeah, I hate watching.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a bad watcher. I don't like this.
2-5-2 for 7. McKinney's got 99 in case you haven't gathered.
That's why it's like silent. It's just the whole ground right now. It's just poised, aren't they?
It's not on that. It's just Al Davis making noise out there at the moment.
Barnard will be bowling to the right-handed Potts. Defends, will be no run. Some of the Durham girls are watching the stream currently and they're just winding me up.
No, they're assessing your performance.
They'd like me to wave at the camera.
It's a bit awkward, that camera, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, I'm on. At least you haven't got like 4 drinks on there like Rob Rush earlier. In fact, you can move. They're not Emily Windsor's.
Could I block it off? Really? Couldn't I? I could put my bag there.
Or you could, if you want to try and attract a sponsor. One of our other fellow commentators did that last year.
Put my bat.
Product placement.
Potts plays uppish off the back foot, past the bowler. Hands on heads from Warwickshire.
Could do some shadow batting into the commentary box
camera.
cam. Yeah.
No.
Get Charlie Dean to analyse it.
You can.
There'd be not much to analyse.
I tell you what, if I do that, you can demonstrate you crawling across the ice.
Oh yeah. I was just thinking, please nobody look at him. This is in this little cul-de-sac in Durham. It happened. It was real. It's embarrassing.
2-5-2 for 7 Durham. Potts on 9. Defends to mid wicket. Will be no run.
You know what it was? I don't know the technical term. I'm not big on roads and how they're constructed. But the little bit when you drop off the pavement and then you get the sort of gutter bit that runs around the trimming. We'll call it the trimming, right? So I was fine walking through the trim because that wasn't that wasn't icy. And then I reached a bit where the trim ran out, and
I still went to my hands and knees.
I had to. I wasn't getting over alive, Emily. Otherwise,
you were though.
Not in my head. Think about how nervous you were for Ben McKinney. I was in a similar mental state.
That's driven by Potts, not time to mid off. I love how we've put a crawling across ice and analogy to being on 99 and watching.
Yeah.
That's like for like.
You're sort of metaphorically crawling on ice there in a cul-de-sac in the Durham winter. You will get to the other side. It's okay.
Yeah. Let's hope for Ben McKinney, for the Durham crowd. Barnard into Potts. Played off the back foot back to him. Again, dot ball. 1 ball remains of the over. Alex Davies' arms goes up in the air. Off you go, fielders. We'll keep McKinney off strike. Will make me wait longer.
I think you're worse when he's on strike, isn't it?
But he's trying to make him off strike here.
Wow, yeah. You just need it to be over, don't you?
Yeah.
In a positive.
Yeah.
With a positive outcome.
Oh, definitely the positive outcome. Slowing the game down. Warwickshire. Lots of conversations happening. Fielder just in front of Potts. That's silly mid-off. He's hit a few uppishly there. As he's in, off the back foot and just guides that down to a vacant square. And guess what? It's going to be a single and the wicketkeeper stacked it as well. I enjoyed that part.
I love the fact that Matthew Potts was thinking about a second there as well because Kai Smith stacked it.
Potts is on to 10 then. 253 for 7. And McKinney's still up the non-striker's end.
Yeah. And the camera's panned to me just as I was like looking intently at the screen in front of us. What I was trying to look at was McKinney's face. And he just had a huge smile on his face. He's laughing. He's relaxed.
That's a good place to be. To be fair, when you're on night, it's funny, isn't it? 99, 100. It's that landmark, isn't it? It's that 1 run, but it's 1 run. He's got 99 of them. He's done pretty well till now.
Has that been drilled into you, or is that your genuine belief?
If I was on 99, if I got out on 99, I'd be fuming.
Imagine how your dad would feel.
Yeah.
You'd have to console him over dinner. Right, Potts has got 10. Ali's going to continue, probably only for a couple more overs because we are due a second new ball. Got through 14, 2 for 39 so far. Both those wickets coming in the space of a couple of balls as well. Ackerman and then Rhodes. Fields up.
Working hard, aren't they, to keep Potts on strike.
They're going to have to be really loud and clear in their calling here because I get the feeling Potts is quite keen on the runs. And McKinney's like, no, I will only take them when they're absolutely there. Rightly so.
Oh. That made me nervous.
You never tell. I'm sure some of your teammates can clip up a sound effects, and Emily, you'll be on a bus
Don't
journey
encourage
and
them.
Emily wins a soundboard.
Don't encourage them. They don't need to clip up anything. Honestly, how quiet the ground is right now in apprehension.
Shot. Don't need to run for those. Gone wide of mid-off. Lovely shot from Matthew Potts. 4 more to his total. Proper player, 14 he's got.
Yeah, faced 52 deliveries since he's been in. He's had the majority of the strike. Strong through that offside region. Beautiful shot. Another fielder coming in front the bat from leg slip to close off that area he's been targeting. Wouldn't fancy fielding that close, I don't think. It's one of those as well where people just haven't moved for a long time because you can't.
Yeah. Stuck.
I bet there's some people in this ground that really need the toilet. They just can't go.
Superstitious lot, the cricket lot, aren't they?
You can't miss the moment.
1 ball left of this over.
Off
Matthew
Alex
Potts had
Davies
the strike.
goes.
Yeah, they'll all spread. Happy to give Matthew Potts 1.
What's McKinney thinking there? Is he like, just plink it back to the bowler, please, mate?
I think ideally, yeah. I think he wouldn't say that. You'd rather have the strike right at this stage. He's not going to. He's just going to get onto the back foot, flick it down the ground, and take one. 2-5-8 for 7.
To be fair, though, Durham can use this to their advantage in a way. Like, obviously, Potts is a great batter. If they're giving them 3 runs, you've got to take them. Obviously, team first, the milestones always important, and the teams are always behind that. But it's really important that Durham keep this score ticking along, keep the game moving forward, playing in that positive way that Ryan Campbell wants. But they were under a bit of pressure, weren't they, losing those 3 quick wickets after tea. So Potts has done well to just calm that Durham dressing room.
Yes, it would have been. Well, he would have been frazzled, wouldn't he, getting his pads and stuff on.
Barnard to continue into Potts off the back foot. Will be no run. It's the 79th over, so we're expecting the new ball very soon. Start probably to see, imagine Bamba warming up. You imagine he'd take that new ball. There's Barnard in from the Lumley end. Defends Potts. Are we expecting Booth to come on, do you think, with the extra pace with the new ball? He wouldn't traditionally have the new ball, or Fernando come back?
I think that's what they took. I think Bamba's getting ready. I think you've got to give it to your overseas, right? He's only here for a finite number of games. I think Fernando and Bamba. I think that's why Fernando was taken off for Barnard.
258 for 7 then, Durham. As Barnard bowls, and that's to mid-wicket, will be no run. Fired back into the keeper. Trying to create a bit of energy, bit of intensity from Warwickshire. Slow going from Durham in terms of run rate. Just had to absorb a bit of pressure. Matt Potts. Again, the crowd's just not moved and it's silent. It's Barnard into Potts, who drives back down the ground. They come through for a quick single. Good running. The crowd like that.
I was just checking the over count. Still got a couple of balls left.
Potts on to 16. 259 for 7. McKinney, just calm as ever, prods the pitch. He's on 99 of 185 balls. And again, Warwickshire making him wait, bring the field up. The bowler's on his knees, doing his shoelace up. So mean.
Mind games. It's all about the mind games.
For me as well.
You think Alex Davis is targeting you, Emily Windsor,
Absolutely
right now?
Absolutely not. It's only one man he's targeting, that's for sure. Every fielder up. There's Barnard, right arm round the wicket. Bowls to McKinney on 99, who guides that down to third man. That's 4 runs, and that is Ben McKinney. A beautiful 100. He raises his bat and his helmet. Warwickshire made him wait. But what a crucial innings this has been for Durham. A player that's being looked at and thought of highly. Second game of the season, gets himself 100 off 186 balls. Well batted, Ben McKinney.
Yeah, his third first-class 100. Made one last year, back end of last season against Nottinghamshire. I think he made a one-day 100 as well. Then went on that Lions tour, made 100 in a first-class game in Australia. Lots of people talking about him pre-season, lots of noise. That's the spot. If there is a place in an England Test team, it's at the top of the order. Who knows?
Barnard to McKinney. That's an appeal for LBW. Nothing's been given. They're going to think about a single. Potts says no. That's classic chaos after you make the milestone.
It's been complete calm until that point, hasn't it, from McKinney?
263 for 7. Potts unbeaten on 16. And Ben McKinney, 103 not out. What a beautiful innings.
It's been an absolute joy to watch, hasn't it? Just patient. Hasn't seemed flustered, even though it's felt like he's been on the 90. I think he was on 89 at tea, wasn't he? So he's been on 89, 90 odd since about 4:15, so an hour to be, I wouldn't say stuck there, because it hasn't felt like he's been under pressure or he's not been able to get the ball away. He just hasn't had that much of the strike. Rob Rush has been able to move. You good to stay on if I dip out? You happy?
Do you want a little break?
What? I just don't know. I know you've got like 4 jobs to do. Brilliant to have you on.
Yeah, stay on for a little bit.
Yeah, magic. Well, I'm going to dip out then. We're going to do our admin on air. And Rob Rush is going to come in.
So the spin's going to continue. There's 1 over remaining before the new ball. Tea's definitely been 17 overs minimum remain today. A leg spin of Ali as Rob joins. That's driven by Potts. Were you on the edge of your seat there for a good period of time?
Very much so. We adopted the rule of no one's allowed to move.
Yeah.
So
that's the best rule.
Yeah, very, very, very well played century from McKinney. I think this is probably the one Ryan Campbell's probably most proud of, just the way he's gone about it. The maturity he's shown for. I say that, and Matthew Potts decides he's going to smack one back down the ground for 4. Yeah, just the maturity that Ben's played with for a guy that still finding his way in professional cricket. You know, had a couple of weeks last year, century down at Kent and century here against Notts, to kind of put himself in the frame to take that shirt by the scruff of its neck and make it his own. Didn't quite get the runs down at Notts last week, but he's definitely done it here today. And yeah, without him, Durham would be in a lot worse position.
And to do it with wickets falling around, being so young, being the one that's batted the whole day. That's attempted to be played in the onside, but not connected. Like, that's a big credit, and that must be a big tick in the bank as well, because he's looked calm throughout, hasn't he? He's played to his strengths.
It's also just the fact he stood on, a 99 for so long, and, I'm not sure if the camera caught all of it, but the smiles, like the laughing, kind of, you'd expect a lot of young batters on 98, 99 to kind of be there like, I want to push through for a quick single, when Potts was kind of hogging the strike a little bit, for lack of a better terms, kind of Ben, a lot of people would be like, I want the strike, I want to get there, and Ben was happy to, no, like, it will come naturally. And that's what Ryan Campbell talks about, is surrounding these young guys with experienced players, open up the batting with Alex Lees. He's had partnership with David Bellingham out in the middle, now got Matthew Potts, in England international, out there with him. Just surrounding these younger players with experienced players. Obviously, Potts, he's not a top order batter, but he's been in those situations where he knows how to get through those difficult periods. And as you rightly pointed out, the period after tea, Warwickshire really got on top of the game. Ran through the lower middle order. It could have been quite easy for Ben to. So there's potential for overthrows, but I don't think Matthew Potts was interested at all. That is 80 overs up, 16 left to be bowled. But I think we're going to get the second new cherry out to the middle.
I imagine so. Warwickshire will go straight for that. See, they've got 3 wickets to get this innings, but I think Potts has done well. I think he's absorbed that pressure that was
100%.
put on. He's faced 65 deliveries, faced most of the strike. A bit like he was having a net, really. It's not like it's not like he had a partner, but he brought a calmness to the crease amongst a bit of chaos, and just rided it out with McKinney. And I think it played out quite nicely. I know McKinney was at the non-strikers end a lot in the 90s, but he used that to his advantage. The field was spreading, so he then got to go tick them off and accumulate. And now, obviously, Warwickshire have to think a little bit differently, because Potts has played well for his 21 so far. They were going in outfield, obviously, deliberately to keep McKinney off strike, but Potts is just slowly ticking along, accumulating nicely.
Yeah, that second new ball has been taken. Looks like it's going to be Vishwa Fernando to kick off proceedings with it from the lonely end, back to what we'd imagine being a bit more traditional after what he's gone through there. And it's also been it's also an important innings for Matthew Potts. Obviously, big summer for him coming up with the ball, but he's not shied away from the fact that he takes pride in his batting. He takes pride in being able to contribute lower order runs, and that is something that both his head coach here, Ryan Campbell, and his national head coach, Brendan McCullum, love to see. So,
I think how he's, like, obviously I've known him for a short time being at the club, like, he just seems like, it's an old cliche, isn't it, the ultimate professional, but he seems to work hard, know his game well, but want to keep getting better, and that's on and off the field. Like in the gym, he's always working hard, and I feel like it's good to see, obviously he's an England player, but back in, he wants to be playing for Durham, which I think is really important. Obviously, he's the only fit one out of the group.
Yeah, it goes back to the 2023 season. I remember when him and Cast got called away for, I think it was Ireland ODIs, just before another white ball tournament. It was right at the back end of the season. And Durham had wrapped up the title. We were in the middle of a game against Leicestershire, and it's kind of just waiting to get the party started, really. It would have been very easy, and Cast took the decision of, like, I need a bit of a break. I'm going to sit myself out. Potsy finished the ODI up, drove up the next day, and then subbed in for the final 2 days of the game.
Shots.
Oh,
wow. Perfect on drive, that.
is Matthew Potts a number 9 or a top order batter here? I can't distinguish. I can't tell the difference. But that kind of sets the tone, and Cambo talks about it all the time. He's a Durham player first and foremost, and then an England player, and he's a figure for Dan Hogg, James Minto, Luke Robinson, Stan McAlinden, all these guys. As they come through the academy, they come to make their way into the first team, whether it's here or somewhere else, knowing that you need, wherever you are at, you need to give 110% all the time. And Potsy's a prime example of it. He moves himself now onto 25.
Fernando round the wicket. That's whipped into the onside. Will be a single. Fernando just bowling a bit. Obviously got the new ball, trying to make it swing, trying to make something happen. So he's bowling a little bit full.
Yeah.
Potts capitalising.
You can see Potts there signalling to McKinney. He's looking to come in towards him. And as we kind of touched on, it's not just the fact that, obviously, talking point is that McKinney was in the 90s and stuff, but as you mentioned, Durham were losing wickets left, right and centre when Potts came to the crease. He's been able to shut that down and provide some calmness and leadership.
Fernando to McKinney, leaves it alone outside the off stump.
So
he knows he's still got a job to do here, McKinney, as well. I think really important. He's obviously got over that milestone, but looking at the team, if he's here at the end of the day, if these two build a nice partnership, then all of a sudden it's a good day for Durham. I think we're at a point where there's a minimum of 15 overs left, that whichever team wants to grab this, they can.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely so far been...
Oh. Don't rub it, McKinney. Nip back. Hit him below the thigh pad, above the knee roll, I'd say.
Yeah, it's kind of caught him in an awkward place. But, it's definitely been Warwickshire's evening session so far with those wickets. So if McKinney and Potts can just keep ticking over, keep adding the runs, Durham will feel a lot more comfortable and confident going into tomorrow, and Warwickshire will be looking at this going, if we can get partnerships going, there's a lot of runs to be had on this pitch. And it's a similar situation to what Durham found themselves in last week. Colin Ackerman going big and making runs, supported by a couple of partnerships, but definitely runs being left out there, as Knott's proved, getting in nearly 600. So Durham these two have got a very important job through to the close to stick on as many runs as possible, and ideally, from the dressing room point of view, they need to be the ones walking off at the end of the day.
Yeah, and this will be a challenge. Bamber, with the new ball, he's obviously skillful with it. It's been expensive today, relative to him, 4.5 and over.
Lovely punch off the back foot from Potts. That new ball is going to race away. He's going to get pulled up inside the rope, and it'll just be a couple to the... as the wicketkeeper has to try and take it on the floor and eventually classes into the pads.
It's one of those, isn't it? The new ball can sometimes be good for the batting team as well.
Yeah.
That harder ball hits the bat, easier to score runs. I think that game down in Notts, there was an element of that. They seemed to score quickly. The quicker, the harder the ball.
That's a back foot, but no real venom in the shot.
275 for 7. Warwickshire have 2 bowling bonus points. Durham just the 1 so far. Have a look at some other scores.
Lovely looking shot from Potts, who'll only pick up 1 for it. Very good stop by the fielder at mid-on. Surrey, I have seen, have just been bowled all out by Hampshire.
Oh, Tom Sibley was left on 100, not out. Could you imagine him? Nearly ran out of partners.
Who was last in with him?
It was Dan Worrell.
Lasted just long enough.
15 balls was long enough.
Just long enough to see him to get there. Sussex have had their collapse since lunch, unfortunately for them, down at Hove. Went in at 1 down, and wickets have just seemed to fall consistently for them since the break at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, 294 all out. Somerset 6 without loss in reply. Notts 267 for 8 against Essex. And Yorkshire 338 for 5. They're going at some rate. David Milan is playing nice. He's on 95 of 128 deliveries for Yorkshire.
Yeah. Ooh. Ben McKinney is bringing the shots back out. He played one like that earlier on in the day that it's just the signs of naked aggression, and that is just the power he possesses, being 6'7", and you've mentioned it countless times, the levers that he's got is just ridiculous, to be honest. He's just able to play shots like that like it's nothing, and you just end up looking at it being like, yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Where do you bowl to him? He's on 100. He's faced 191 balls on 107, so he's seen it pretty well. Your margin for error is pretty small as a bowler.
He was lining him again. He was lining him again. Doesn't quite get all of it, thankfully, for Bamba. It's Durham now 280 for 7. Yeah, I was fortunately there doing social media for Durham when down at Kent when he made his maiden professional turn. I could just tell. I don't know if you get it. It's like a gut feeling when you're just watching someone. You could just tell from the first 10 overs there was just a different confidence about him. There was just something that, to me, I remember texting a couple of people being like, "This is the day. This is the day that I think this is the day that I believe he'll go through and get it." And turned out to be it. And yeah, I mean, we're not going to pile too much pressure onto him, but a certain incumbent in the top order batters not got runs today.
Oh.
Zach Crawley has not picked up runs today for Kent, and Ben McKinney has picked up runs. Do with that what you will. Obviously, everyone up here is well aware of his talent, as this one's flicked off the pad of Potts. Pretty sure umpire's going to signal a leg by. And does. And, you know, Brendan McCullum has obviously seen something he likes in him. Obviously went away with the Lions. Andrew Flintoff would have reported back over what he saw in Ben over the winter. And, yeah, I mean, people don't talk about you unless you're in people don't talk about it in those conversations unless it's for a reason.
I think as well he possesses, doesn't he, unique things like his height, his ball striking ability that Ryan Campbell too alluded earlier, and sometimes you just get these people come around that are just so naturally gifted. Shot. Just
opens the face of the bat there. Yeah, Ash Thorpe's done a lot of work with him. Pretty sure Ash was watching that, and I think if any of us had jinxed him or anything, I'm pretty sure there would have been a few messages thrown our way from Ash, but he can rest easy for the day now, knowing that Ben's got there. And the ability, like you say, the ability's never been in question. It's just just putting it all together. It's just becoming that final package. And as Cambo
he's
said,
doing that young. That's what I'd say as well. Like, you don't have to.
He's nowhere near the finished product yet. And as Campbell would say, that's the scary thing.
Yeah.
That he's this good already, and he's still got so much more to learn, so much more to develop.
White ball game as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, he hasn't played too much of that, has he, for Durham in T20?
He got into the T20 side midway through the Bath campaign last year. I think he was meant to debut down at Notts, but we got rained off, so didn't really get a chance to show.
But relatively inexperienced in that sense. But
Yeah.
picked up for, you can tell as well when someone's picked up highly, not played much T20 cricket, picked up in the 100
Yep.
for a decent amount of money.
And he's going to go into a camp there that, he's going to learn from.
Shot.
Oh, Jesus. This guy is. Yeah, I'm losing words here. This is just extraordinary. That's a 50 partnership between him and Potts. Much needed 50 partnership coming at the back end of this Durham order, and this will be starting to sting Warwickshire now. They played the buying games to try and get McKinney maybe a little bit unsettled. He rose above it. Potts has shown that he can more than hold a bat. McKinney now looks to be striking loose as well.
Yeah, impressive strike that. The ball's gone so far away that it's taken a bit of time to fetch, but just timed that. Very little backswing, just lifted it through mid-wicket. Beautiful shot. Effortless. Fielder's going to stay out there now as well. Still looks so calm and unchanged in that sense. Ooh, well bowled.
Plays inside. That one, that's the end, I think. Or is there one more? No, one more. I'll jump the gun. 287 for 7. Got 13 left in the day after this. Wonder if Ed Barnard might be called upon again before the close of play just to try and bring some stability back, because he's bowled beautifully today without much reward in terms of wickets, but he's been able to build pressure at key moments, and it's probably the one Warwickshire bowler that's been able to kind of get on top of this batting line-up, as that is the end of the 83rd over. Thank you very much, Emily, for the stint.
Thank you.
Sam Dalling rearranging his furniture. It's 9 o'clock somewhere. Emily will be back with us on Sunday.
Excellent to have her with us today.
Top quality. Got a very good little team coming along here. Wonder if Ash Thorpe's gonna make it back into the rotation at this point.
He's given up playing. You can't take it all away from him at once, can you? What an intriguing day we've had. It's one of the, now feels quite even. Well,
Yeah.
no, I think Warwickshire will be more pleased. But just this Potts innings has taken the sting out of it, wasn't there? There was momentum. It was very much with Warwickshire.
I think it's Warwickshire's evening session, but then that kind of makes it their day so far. But there is still plenty of time as the ground now starts to get basked in sunshine again. Potts now moves to 30. Durham creeping their way up towards 300.
Yeah, what do you reckon's a good total? I know, until both sides are batted, it's impossible to know, isn't it, really?
To be honest, there's a lot of runs that's been left out there from
Yeah.
Durham. There's been a lot of runs that's been left out there. Similar to last week, so... Well, maybe there hasn't been. Maybe when the Durham bowlers get a go. But judging from the way McKinney's batted today, there is runs to be had out there, and you look at that Warwickshire batting lineup, they could certainly put some big totals on the board.
Yeah, it's a good side, isn't it? It is a good batting side. Hayne could bat for days. Looking forward to seeing Shake bat. Could be a while yet, though. McKinney and Potts going well. Potts could replicate his 149 not out from last year. Twelve overs left in the day after this one. Says a minimum of, but it's 20-6 now. Can't imagine we'll squeeze any more overs in. Decent over rate there. +2, I think it's saying.
You are correct. Your eyes do not deceive you.
That's good work from the keeper late in the day, that. Springy from Kai Smith. End of the over, 84 gone. 12 left in the day, I was just saying. 289 for 7. With the mainstay of that being Ben McKinney, who's 113 not out from 197. He is batted beautifully. We're into the second innings down at Hove. Somerset 15 for 1 in reply to 294. Gloucestershire going well, 302 for 2. Cam Bancroft landed in the country midweek. He's 139 not out. Class act.
Kent are struggling with the bat again.
Are they? Where are they?
Middlesex 222 all out. Kent 79 for 5.
That's down at Canterbury, isn't it? They like
Indeed.
2 3-day cricket at the moment, don't they? Blake Cullen, couple of wickets.
Toby Ronan-Jones picking up Zach Crawley.
Well, it's just going to be all about Crawley and Pope, isn't it? Online will be the discourse. If you were to look at social media, which I try and avoid. Beautiful evening it's turning into. Shadows are starting to get cast that little bit longer. Cries a catch, but it's all the way along the ground to Ali out there who watches it. I think he's looking into the sun, isn't he?
He hasn't got shades either.
Bowled really well, Ali.
He bowled very well. Did his bit for the team. Picked up 2 in and over. Colin Ackerman just after the tea break, and then Will Rhodes outscoring. Big swing across the line. The umpire not interested in the LBW shout.
Who's that? Silly mid on, just there stroking his chin, laughing.
Is that
Mosley?
I was going to say, is that Dan Mosley?
Or Mousley, sorry, we should call him. Still grinning. Just the shot makes it, you feel like it's more likely to be given out, and you're playing what's effectively a big hoik across the line. Still there though, Potts, 30 from 80. Uncharacteristic of this innings, where he's actually batted pretty sensibly. Oh no, it didn't quite go where I thought it was gone there. Thought he'd middled that. Leg slip and a first slip, as well as that silly mid on. This ball's 4.5 overs old now. Still fresh, plenty of lacquer on it. Flicked something, bit of thigh pad. There was definitely a little noise. Bowler wasn't interested. That's always the telltale sign.
I think Potts has got a massive grin on his face there, is he? Just staring back at the bowler's end. Glorious. Glorious from Potts.
Was pretty good, that. I'll give him that. All the way along the ground.
Just over pitched and dealt with.
Bamber, who's been unusually expensive by his standards. 4.5 and over. Fine bowler. They did pick up that wicket of the left-hander. Then McKinney's opening partner, who didn't have quite as good a day, but Lees will be sat there delighted for young Ben McKinney. Round the wicket. Trying to get those legs going. A bit of encouragement. The Warwickshire fielders been out there all day. Had a decent day as well. How they would love if they could just pick up 1 or 2 more, maybe even bowl Durham out. Be absolutely delighted. Bit of Michael Booth before close, do you reckon?
Yeah, I think we'd definitely maybe a bit of Ed Barnard as well. Try and get some control back into it. There's not really been a point in the day where McKinney's looked like his wicket was in danger of being taken. Not even when he was first starting out this morning. Seems to be controlled all day.
It's back beautifully. Yeah, I'm trying to think of chances, really. I'm not sure if there's been one.
Fletcher Middleton has had a short stay at the crease down at the Oval. Dan Worrell has done for him. So 11 wickets to fall down there so far.
Those dodgy oval pitches again, eh? Beautiful wicket up here. As you say, I think a few runs left out there. 350's got to be minimum.
Sweet drive from McKinney, not quite timed, so just be a single.
Timed that quite well. Not quite as well as he was hoping, I don't think, but they'll come back for another couple. Potts on to 36. Durham within 3 of a second batting bonus point. Got anything exciting to say, Rob Rush? Trying to get us pumped up. We're in that session of the day, aren't we? Last 10 overs. First stint of the season for you, is it? First day? Long time to be talking for, isn't it? Driven.
Uppish, but into the gap, and that'll be another 4 for Matthew Potts. He moves himself to 40. That brings up the 300 for Durham and a second batting bonus point. And this partnership is just very, very annoying for Warwickshire. Very annoying.
Be frustrating them, won't it? They'd have fought 3 wickets in 7 balls. Here we go. Might be batting by the end of tonight.
Be able to make some inroads into that total, but Ben McKinney and Matthew Potts have stood firm. It's just nice to have Championship cricket back, Sam.
Bit of sunshine. You going to sit out in the sun this evening?
Yeah. Why not? You called it. Michael Booth, he's into the attack. From the Lumley end, he's bowled well today. Picked up 3 of the wickets. Got David Bingham, LBW, with a foolish delivery that kind of almost came out of nowhere, really.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll look at his economy rate either. It's okay to be a little bit more expensive when you're a genuine quick bowler. He's a strike bowler, right? He's done his job, picked up 3 wickets. And we would love, with this newish ball, just 6 overs old. Pick up McKinney, Al Davis, the skipper, just trying to sort his field out, and Barnard maybe warming up at mid-off as well in the distance. The deep square leg, deep fine leg. Fielded down the boundary at third and deep backward point. Are we going to see a short ball? Is it a bluff?
Ooh.
And McKinney has chopped it onto his big toe, and that's painful for the big man. You can see that is probably the first time he hasn't had a smile on his face all day. Ouch.
Walk that one off, Ben.
Oh.
Walk it off if you can, I should say.
I think he is now smiling again. Fair play to him. Yeah. Awkward ones, those. Good pace from Michael Booth. Just a bit of readjusting the eyes. Just have to readjust that extra bit of pace when you've had Barnard. Fernando's got a completely different angle. I inspired him, didn't I? Almost as soon as I said, oh, come on, do a bit
Vishwa.
Took a catch, took a wicket.
Do something for me, Fernando. He did.
I just can't. The ABBA song just comes into my head every time. It's been very tempting to sing it all day. You're probably way too young to even know what the song is.
Beg your pardon?
You're a youth.
I beg your pardon?
It was my go-to song on SingStar, actually. when I was at
Fernando by
university.
ABBA?
Yeah. Used to do that a lot at university before evenings out in Durham. It was good because you realised after a while you didn't have to be able to sing. You just had to be able to change pitch by the right amount to complete the game. Good carry. Whew.
It's been a very good over back into the attack from Michael Booth.
I bet Vic enjoyed that.
Now, my mum was a massive ABBA fan, so car journeys when I was younger.
Ah, okay. Bit of gold on.
Absolutely.
Been to the museum in Stockholm?
I have not.
Well worth a visit.
Tucked away leg side, just be a single.
You're a London dweller now, aren't you?
Still Hampshire based.
Okay.
Still Hampshire based right now. I was trying to move towards London, but it's very difficult with current economic climate.
Well, what we're trying to say, Rob, is it's blooming expensive to live in London. You don't get a lot of bang for your buck, do you?
Yeah, exactly that. So
I don't blame you for staying outside.
We're getting closer. But
It'll come.
yeah, not quite there yet. It's Potts. Watches that one outside. He's off stump. 302 for 7. Just the one run off that over.
By the time you're CEO of everyone's favourite sports subscription service and I'm begging you for work, you'll have a nice big place somewhere on Wimbledon Common or something like that.
We can dream, Sam. We can dream.
We have to buzz at the gates of the Rush estate and get past security.
Gonna have to scan your face. Gonna have Face ID. Now this Touch ID business. Multiple levels of security. It's gonna be Bamber to continue.
Yeah, I thought Barnard was readying himself.
Maybe just a couple more for Bamber. McKinney rocks gently onto the back foot. Punches through the offside. It's a long chase, which is a successful one for the fielder. Good effort this late in the day.
Yes,
but it's another 2-2. Another 2-2? Another 2 for the opener. He's up to 118.
David Milan is out for 98.
Oh.
Duffy, the New Zealander on debut, picked up the wicket.
High and handsome. Don't know about you, Sam. I get the impression Ben McKinney's about to have some fun.
I feel like he's already having fun. That was a great shot, wasn't it?
Correction. He's about to have some more fun.
Yeah, just back of a length. Struck. You could hear from where we are how sweetly that was struck.
Your move to open a window was genius.
You can hear a bit better, can't you?
Absolutely.
And see a bit better.
Umpire there just checking the ball that it's not been too damaged. I would be very surprised if Ed Barnard isn't whipped into the attack next over from the Finkel end.
He's not bowling at the kind of pace where you can afford to bowl short, really, or back of a length to a player who's in.
Yeah, to a player who's on 124, has been there the entire day.
And he likes that shot as well, doesn't he, McKinney?
Yeah. Skipper Al Davis responds, takes himself out the slip cordon. That's the sort of stuff. So he's just launched Ethan Bamber for 6, and you're thinking, might be an encore here. And then he's straight back to the basics. Straight back to forward defence. Not looking to be greedy. Just playing what's in front of him.
What's his career best then, eh? That might be it, actually, with that 6.
We are getting towards
121
it, yes.
it was, so we're already there.
We are there. Ooh, just short of the fielder there. As mentioned with Emily, you don't get put in certain conversations unless there's a very good reason behind it. I think people today who maybe have tuned in to watch Ben McKinney bat for the first time, second time, or if you're a Durham fan, if you've watched every innings of his, you've seen why he's rated so highly and why everyone in the coaching setup here has talked about him so highly, including our very own Ash Thorpe.
So your Ash's bolter. Might be in the side well before that.
Exactly. I think we're too early to be discussing bolters for that tour, but oh my lord, Ben McKinney.
He's hit that straight. His arms are so long, he can just put it where he wants on his back, off the back foot, can't he?
It's just a joke. It's just a joke. I think overall it's too early to talk about Ash's bolters, but
Oh, boo, spoiling all the fun. Come on.
sorry, Sam.
Get into the narrative. You've got to learn the narrative if you're going to be in the media. You've got to be talking about tours
I will
at
say
least 2
this.
years away.
I will say this. I'll be very surprised if he's not on the plane. I'll be very surprised if he's not on the plane.
Fair enough. But it's too early to talk about it. But
You pick it up. You pick it up on my contradiction, Sam. I like it.
That's fine.
Matthew Potts, another one who's hoping to be on that plane down under. As England turns to winter and Australia turns to summer. This innings is not doing him any harm whatsoever.
The all-rounder, Matthew Potts. Right, he's got 40. He's got Michael Boove charging in at him as well.
I wonder if that new bat's doing the trick for him. He's got to deal with Adidas, I think.
I see.
Saw an ad for it on a social media feed last week. I wonder if it's that's
They became very popular, didn't they, Adidas? I think Keyswetter used to use one when England won the T20 World Cup, if I'm right, years ago. They became very big. It's hit that hard, but not quite as sweetly as he would have liked. No run. 314 for 7. Back of a length. Played well though, Potts actually. Got right on top of the bounce there. Just opened the face up.
Saw it early.
Straight at a fielder. Yeah, he did play that really well.
I remember the game against Yorkshire here, 2023. Durham just about got over the line morning of day 4, a nail biter, 1 wicket win. Instead of having a chat with him on the balcony, just had just a little bit of a joke as like we got on to talking about his batting and stuff. his booth is in, getting to him and in behind it. Kind of just having a little bit of a chat. Made a little bit of a jokey comment, and he was acknowledged it, and he also said, well, it's something that's important for me if I'm to break into this England side. If I can show that I can add runs lower down the order, it's another bit that helps set him apart. You know, England's depth's well spoken about in the fast bowling department. You know, Gus Atkinson burst onto the scene last summer and has just come, right, lads, one of those shirts is mine now, thank you very much. Brian Cass, that one short, pulled in front of square. It's going to end up being a single though. Brian Cass over the winter went, thank you lads, I'll have another one of those shirts. So before you even really started to look at the depth of the fast bowling room, two bowlers have gone, all right, well, that's two of us sorted. You've got Chris Wokes in there, who's kind of the...
Is he fit?
I think maybe he's got some ECB
I suppose
time off.
Yeah.
But, you know, Chris Wokes, he's been around for so long and kind of alongside Gus Atkinson took the role of leading that attack last summer when Jimmy stepped aside. You know, England have shown they're looking at Josh Hull, although not really seen much of Josh Hull since that debut against Sri Lanka at the Oval. You know, Sam Cook, Ryan Campbell talked about, very skilled bowler, went down to Australia, shushed the narratives there that he couldn't do it in Australia.
I like Sam Cook as well. A lot of time for him.
So he's in the conversation. Ed Barnard now looks like he's going to get his shot from the Finkel end. So, you know, you can make a case for 5, 6, 7 bowlers to be in that team sheet and on that team sheet, and Potts is one of them. And it's all about how do you put yourself on a pedestal compared to everyone else.
Well,
and that's one thing that Potts has realised, is that if he can get some runs.
But you need depth, right? You're going to probably use that many bowlers over the course of a series, 5-game series. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If you can win games in more than one way.
Some technical difficulties going on?
Yeah, you're just passing me my charger cable across, aren't you? Which has got a few knots in it. Nothing a man of your calibre can't solve, though, Rob Rush. Ed Barnard then. On for Ethan Bamber. Oh, it's not quite stretching, is it? I'll cozy up closer to you, don't worry.
There we go.
Penned in by my MacBook. Okay, but one slit. Short cover. Short mid-wicket. Solid forward defence from Potts. 7 left in the day. If you're local, don't forget, plenty more cricket in this one. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I reckon this is going to be a proper 4-day game as well.
I think this will be a 4-dayer as well. I'm gonna agree with you there.
He bounced a bit more than he was expecting, a bit of extra zip off the pitch because he was trying to play that into the leg side. Ashthorpe relaxing, watching Ben McKinney's 100, celebrating with a cold drink, watching the stream.
Apparently he's washed the kit
yeah,
too.
He claims to have washed that kit. I don't know. This working holidays on it. Damn dubious.
He'll be over the moon for Ben. Putting a lot of hard work with him, coaching him and giving him to Ryan Campbell to properly let McKinney loose, and looks like we're seeing that right now. 128 from 215 deliveries.
Ooh, punch back. Past the bowler, they scrambled through for a single. I wondered if there was a chance of a caught and bowled there.
I think there was, and there may be a chance of a run out of the non-strikers, and if not for that, but
he's an enthusiastic runner.
He called that as soon as he realised he wasn't going to be out caught and bowled. He called it straight away. I was like, yeah.
Ben McKinney having to be very aware.
Potts just fancies another first-class half-century, doesn't he? That's what it is.
Why not? Why wouldn't you? Oh, short.
Ooh.
Peel for caught behind and half-hearted at best. McKinney went for a big slash at it. I mean, it was there. It set up to be hit. Now he's asking why. Surely that's a wide. Good bit of work from Kai Smith behind the stumps, who, even this late in the day, even beyond 6 o'clock on the opening day, scrambles across.
I think if McKinney had got hold of that, someone's car windscreen might have been in danger behind Bannatyne's. He would have launched it.
For that solid defence from Ben McKinney to end the over. 90 gone, 316 for 7, of which Ben McKinney has 128 of them. Matthew Potts has 42.
Imagine me these two to the end now, Booth and Barnard. Just going to see if Warwickshire can pick up at least one, if not two, bring them maximum bowling bonus points. I said it earlier. I don't know if Matthew Potts is a number 9 batter or he's or a top order batter masquerading as a number 9. That is a shot that Ben McKinney would be proud of.
Lovely shot, that, wasn't it? Really nice. Just got on top of the bounce, all on the floor.
Potts turn this one to square leg.
Good 1,200 of you on the live stream. Hopefully a decent number of Warwickshire supporters as well. Been a very good partnership this, hasn't it? Do keep an eye on the comments, so do continue to get in touch over the next couple of days.
Or if you want to get in touch via the email address, it's streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk.
That's the one.
Two balls left in this latest over from Booth. Bit of field tinkering. They're stacking the leg side for Potts. Looks like that's going to go down as a leg bye. Indeed it is.
It's a glorious evening, isn't it? Love listening to the sound of summer, bit of cricket.
McKinney will keep the strike, 325. Oh, no, 324 for 7.
So if Durham don't lose another wicket tonight, does it feel like their day, or is it still quite even?
I would say even, just because of that spell Warwickshire had after tea. Picking up Ackerman, Rhodes and Rain within 8 balls.
I mean, they had the chance to really be on. They were on top at that point, but this run partnership, 90-run partnership between Potts and McKinney has, I'd say, swung momentum back in the other direction. What's going on here?
Subfielder, maybe?
Yeah, Ethan Bamber's going to trot off. Who's going to bowl? No one really knows. Are we going to see a bit of spin? They call for a helmet? Yeah.
Yeah, Taz Ali's going to come back in.
Bowled beautifully in the first innings. Picked up 3 wickets, was it? 2 wickets, but it was the first innings? What am I talking about? See, that's how late in the day it is. With the first new ball is what I was thinking about. This is the first innings. Should always ignore me. He has bowled beautifully. He has picked up 2 wickets with that first new ball. This is his first go with a second new ball. There we go. I get it right in the end. It's a bit of fizzing leg spin.
Going to be over the wicket. Ali to McKinney as the sun begins to set on day 1. Ever since Ryan Campbell pointed out that Ben McKinney likes to play spin off the back foot, I can't. It's just even more accentuated now.
Can't unsee it. Yeah, the ground staff having a great day, aren't they, Vic and his team?
They've barely moved.
Sat there in the April sunshine.
To be fair, after all the hard work they've put in over, and I guess one day out in the sun isn't.
Wow, their heavy work is from about 7 a.m, isn't it? Between 7 and 11, and then after play. They deserve to put their feet up.
So Vic couldn't wait to get back in the commentary box earlier today.
Oh, I bet. Loves it.
Do you reckon we'll see a double change? Spin at the other end? Or do you reckon Booth will go through?
How many's Booth bowled with this in this spell?
I think 3.
No, I think we'll see Booth finish off. I'm often wrong, though.
Sounded glorious off the bat.
It was right off the middle, wasn't it? Good bit of fielding, that.
Very good bit of fielding. Potts moves himself to 48. Last ball of the 92nd is dismissed by Ben McKinney for another maximum. 332 for 7. Ben McKinney moves to 137.
It just makes it look so easy, doesn't he? He doesn't overhit the ball. He makes it look it is all timing, isn't it, with him? Bang. And he just stands there, watches that. Yeah, I know exactly where that's going. Fair play to him.
Again, as well, when you throw in the fact that Cambo said earlier, if you were going off Ben McKinney's net sessions, he wouldn't have got a run today.
Well, he said that in football, didn't it? Didn't some people used to be terrible trainers when it came to games? Was Giggs one of those? I don't know. I might be doing him a disservice. But there's some players, you watch them, you wouldn't think they were a pro if you watched them in training.
And then they turn up on match day and it's just...
But you just need that one shot, don't you, to get the feeling back. We saw it early on with McKinney. He hit those couple of boundaries. That one, he crunched through the covers, didn't it? I think we said, probably about 10 past 11. Oh, okay. He's in now. You said you get that feeling early. You guaranteed it, didn't you?
I can now say I guaranteed it.
You did guarantee it. In hindsight, you gave a cast iron guarantee. It's going to be Ed Barnard, not Booth, to finish off. So a 2-over spell for Barnard from that Lumley end. One slip waits. As does Potts on 48. Batted well. This partnership's 98 between these two, so we've got a couple of milestones approaching.
Matthew Potts fancy making our job a little bit easier. Getting 2 runs.
Yeah, otherwise we'll inevitably forget one of them, or forget the 100 partnership. Not going to get them there. Opens the face up, but Tazali at backward point as the fielding. Barnard into his 20th of the day. He's been economical. 7 maidens.
Early in that afternoon session, you just built up maiden after maiden. Just there's a fair bit of McKinney not dropping his anchor, but having to respect the bowling that was being given to him by Ed Barnard, who's into Potts here. Big thank you, as always, to Ross and Stephen for keeping us on the airwaves today.
Is it Stephen and Ross?
Oh, you started something now, Sam. Yeah, glad to have those guys back with us for this season. I don't know if they're going to say the same thing about being paired with us.
Well, certainly not you, but they don't mind me and Ash.
Well, there's one.
That's all right. We can do that. 49 for Potts.
99-run partnership.
8 maidens in the day. Barnard's bowled 7 of them. Everyone else going at north for 3 and over.
The only other maidens have been first over in the match.
Correct.
Even at 6:15 on a Friday evening.
Sharp as a tool. A tool? A knife?
Depends what tool you want to
tool
pick.
Is, yeah.
Ben McKinney takes his guard. Just watch someone. And even he's got that little. Nice, he's got that little trigger, almost back, a little bit of back and across.
Who are you interrogating after play? Will McKinney speak when he's not out? Well, batters don't like doing that.
We'll find out. We'll find out. I imagine on a day where he's hitting new first class PB, he might be willing to talk. Although you might hear it's me and might make a swift exit. We'll see. So he drives that one back down to mid-off, and that is the 100 partnership between McKinney and Potts. Vital 100-run partnership in the context of the match.
Yeah, what is it? 160 balls, 108 minutes, so best part of 2 hours ago. They've contributed pretty evenly to the partnership as well. And yeah, Durham were in a bit of trouble. Lost 3 wickets in 7 balls. Suddenly Warwickshire had opened them up, had the momentum. These two, well, Ben McKinney was never flustered. Matthew Potts has come in and provided some much needed support. 49 not out he's got. Dave Bellingham made 50 as well, 58. Dropped on 29 and 30. Didn't prove too costly. Relatively, you did worry for Warwickshire at that point. They could be one of those where you, at the end of the day, Dave Bellingham's 150 not out, and you're thinking, oh, those weren't.
He should have been gone.
Right, Ali's
Ooh.
quick leg spin fizzes that one through. I think McKinney was trying to run it down to third, genuinely beating the outside edge there. I wonder why Rob Yates bowled before Ali, given he's only bowled 5 overs.
Maybe that was his quota for the day. Just get it done.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Oh, he's whacked that one into his own boot.
That's almost the first one he's tried to overhit.
He looks his bat in disgust there. How have you portrayed me like this?
Definitely his eyes lit up there, didn't it? He was picturing that one going over the pavilion.
He was eyeing up Cow Corner. Cow Corner was in danger.
That's more delicate. It's going to bring a boundary. Lovely
That
timing. That is all timing. He's opened the face up, played it really late under his nose. 4 runs.
Arguably his best shot of the day.
It was lovely. Given the previous ball as well, he's tried to hit it as far as he can.
It's just clicked. It's just clicked for him. Works that one away. Back as a square on the leg side. Matthew Potts. 49 from 107 deliveries. I don't think there's going to be many mind games now from Alex Davis. Matthew Potts to 50. Very accomplished innings from Durham's number 9. A much needed innings as well. Coming in at a moment of peril where the innings could have fallen apart and fallen away, and Warwickshire could have really stamped their authority. He stood up for his dressing room today. Supported Ben McKinney throughout the 90s. Well beyond into the hundreds. And he's got himself a well-deserved 50 now. Slightly short. Umpire's called a dead ball.
I don't think Ben McKinney was ready for it, maybe? I'm not sure. They didn't run. Was the fielder still moving or talking or something? Let's go again.
.340 for 7, 2 overs left.
Glorious evening in the northeast here at the Banks Homes Riverside, bathed in sunshine. It's been a wonderful day's cricket. A day that I think Durham will say they've come out on top of, actually, just about. I think if they can keep this partnership together, or this pair together, keep this partnership going. Worth 106 now for the 8th wicket. Ben McKinney, career best, 143. Third first-class 100 for him in pretty short order.
Cameron Bancroft likes batting in England, doesn't he?
Has he got 200 yet?
He's got 150.
Okay. Yes, he does. I'll tell you what, he didn't. He came to Somerset for about 5 games and scored about 15 runs in 8 innings. It was very uncharacteristic. He was great up here, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Did you skipper it for a bit?
Believe so.
Right. Here's Barnard. His last over of the day to Potts.
Yeah, you can just tell Warwickshire. It's not been a complete drop, but you can tell this partnership has soaked a lot of energy.
It's a bit sapping for the fielding side, isn't it? Particularly after the high they were on.
Like you say, 3 and 8 balls. You're thinking innings is broken open. Tail is there. Oh my!
Lovely. Is he going to run away? Not quite. You come back to 3 there, Potts. You calling Matthew Potts a part of the tail, are you?
Well, I said the tail was there, as
Right,
in
yeah.
beyond Matthew Potts. You know,
Okay, I
Brendan
see.
Doggett and Daniel Hogg are exactly the most. They're not the ones you'd be expecting to score a lot of runs for you. So
Keep digging. So you, just for confirmation, Matthew Potts isn't in your tail.
he is the
Tail was there after him, was it?
yes.
He is the lower
He is the lower middle order.
lower lumbar.
He
or whatever it
is
is.
the end of the lower middle order.
Okay.
I'll hand you the shovel now.
Tried to open the face there. Did open the face there on the bounce through to Slip, who's quite wide. Rob Yates. Favourite shot of the day, Rob Rush?
Any boundary from Ben McKinney, to be honest.
There's been a few of them. Hasn't
There's been a lot. I think the cover drive at the start of the day. Mina Gay played some nice shots as well
He did. Feels a long time ago now.
for his 41. Bedingham, I think Beddingham's first ball was just slightly over pitch and he whipped it away through mid wicket.
It's
Like he'd never been away.
well, he's been away, and I haven't thought about him that much over the winter, so I haven't had Daniel Bedingfield in my head since this time last summer. It's just like
Is it
come
back?
back.
Is it back now?
It's back.
Barnard's penultimate delivery of the day. Well watched by McKinney. Yeah, it's hard to pick out any one particular shot. For me, I look forward to the compilation of this Ben McKinney innings.
Pace off. Under the over.
Few keepy uppies attempted there. That's Ed Barnard's work done for the day. 21 overs, 7 maidens, none for 42. Very unlucky not to get a wicket for his efforts. Provided a lot of control when needed for his captain and his side. But yeah, Durham seem to have... They have taken the momentum back.
I didn't see that Rayan Ahmed had opened the batting earlier on today.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I'm just reading that. Interesting. Wisdom calling him a morning hawk.
Oh. Taz Ali has the honour of bowling the 96th and final over of the day. Going to have Matthew Potts. Do you know what? I can't even blame Fielder for winning there because I would do exactly the same thing. Good stop at short cover. been your shot of the day, Sam?
Good question. It's a very good question. I mean, we've talked about that cover drive already. I think it was McKinney's second boundary, but that's the one where you went, oh, this kid looks in today. The pulled 6 as well. First one. It just came from nowhere. Surprised us. He's just very good, isn't he? Very good.
Potts solid in defence. One ball left of what's been a very evenly balanced first day here at Banks Homes Riverside. Sam Dunning and Rob Rush, joined by Emily Windsor, Victor Main, Ryan Campbell. Hopefully a few more guests over the next 3 days as well. Taz Ali brings the field up on the leg side for the final ball of the day. Ethan Bamber coming all the way in from a deep mid-on to a short mid-on. And the final ball played out nicely by Matthew Potts, and that will be stumps on the end of a day dominated by the bat of Ben McKinney. Alex Lee's getting a rub of the green at the toss, deciding we'll have a bat. Ethan Mamad said, you won't be having a bat today, Alex. Off you pop at the end of the first over. Emilio Gay and McKinney then set to work. 78-run partnership for the second wicket before Michael Booth sent Gay on his way. David Bellingham put together a good partnership with McKinney up until tea. Then after tea, Warwickshire really turned on the screws. 3 wickets and 8 balls to remove Con Ackerman, Will Rhodes and Ben Rain. That brought Matthew Potts and Ben McKinney together, and they have remained together until the end of the day. Ben McKinney walks off to well-deserved applause. He will return tomorrow on 143, not out, and Matthew Potts will come back on 53 unbeaten. That's it from me and Sam today. We'll be back tomorrow with you from just before 11 a.m. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.